How's it going? Thanks for checking out the coverage of our historic Hooglandia Open today, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. In the video description down below, you will find a link to the MTG Melee page with full deck list and standing from the tournament after its completion, as well as timestamps of every matchup that we have in this video here today, as well as what decks are playing in those matchups. If you want to skip around and look for just the decks and games that you find interesting. Thanks for watching, and hopefully see you on stream real soon. Match, we do have red-white tokens versus Temur Tempo Elementals and Elementals.
Temur Tempo Elementals. That's a tongue twister.
It is a little
of a
bit.
title.
Looks like I believe Young Pyromancer and Risen Reef teaming up in this one.
Let's see. Young Pyromancer and Risen Reef. I'm trying to think. Okay, so Risen Reef, Pyromancer, when you play a spell, is going to make a 1/1 elemental that's going to trigger Risen Reef, that's going to put a land on the battlefield or draw you another card. Okay, I see what we're doing here.
Just get the endless value going. And on the right side here, we've got Tom Tracy playing some red-white tokens, which notably Intangible Virtue there, card from the original Innistrad set, was added in this most recent historic anthology to give the tokens a bit of a boost. Couple of rough mulligans here, but pretty good 5 here. See that Transmogrify in Tom's hand too. So not only do you have this kind of honest token beatdown plan for Tom, but we also see Craterhoof Behemoth, something that can be flipped into play.
Oh my goodness, that can be an exciting time.
And something to note about these tournaments is that these are always open deck list tournaments, so both players kind of know what the other one is up to, and we see that shock there in Tasty Arsenic's hand, and we also notably saw Tom mulligan his Transmogrify to the bottom, so kind of heads up on both sides there. Tasty acknowledging, hey, my shock can interact with this combo, and Tom being like, they're playing a bunch of shocks at interaction, I should mulligan my combo card.
Drawing the Craterhoof off the top is often not the game plan. Yeah, probably not where you want to be. Is there Fire Prophecy or Valakut's Awakening, anything to put the Craterhoof back in the deck? I'm scrambling to get the deck list, and I only have the Temur one so far. Or are we just stuck with an 8-mana green card?
Did we mulligan to 4 here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like on Tom's side, we are on 0 ways to put these Craterhoofs back into the deck.
All right. I mean, then I guess that's just what happens to you sometimes.
Yep. And we might see that memory lapse happen here that we talked about earlier, you know? The History of Benalia is so nice, we'll draw it twice here.
Man, I miss History of Benalia. That was one of my favorite standard cards. It's nice to see it get some play.
There's heroic reinforcements in this archetype too for our tokens player. Just that 1/2 punch that was really powerful back when it was standard legal.
Yeah, the quote-unquote fair token beatdown can be brutal. In the meantime, Brazen Borrower did its thing, but I'm waiting to see what else was going on with the tempo here. It looks like they're just trying to play the control role and fend off every single token that hits the battlefield.
Yeah, and honestly, while Tom mulligans, you know, this is definitely the side of the gameplay that he wants to be on. You know, if the Temur player is 1 for winning all of these tokens, well, these tokens are getting generated in terms of 2 for 1, so hard to keep up with that way.
All right, the creatures have arrived.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Man, so there are, if you haven't seen this combo tokens deck before, there are 0 green lands in Tom's deck, so not only did Tom unfortunately mulligan to 5 this game, but he's basically mulliganed down 4 cards because these Craterhoofs are literally just blanks.
The shuffler is fine, everybody, because there you go, evidence. Both of the Craterhoofs in the deck right off the top of the library.
And we see Brainstorm in hand for our Temur Tempo player. Kind of a card that's sweet with these Risen Reefs too. You gotta put lands back on top of your deck to then guaranteed hit them.
If you can locate those lands, of course.
That's true.
Taking a chump here with the Risen Reef says, I have enough value. I don't need to absolutely pop off to win. I just need a little bit.
Yep. And if Tasty knew that there were Craterhoofs in hand, like you'd feel even more safe than you already do. Even with just the Brazen Borrower here and your removal spells to clean up this 3/3, you really don't have a lot to worry about on the Temur side here.
I'm telling you, one of the hardest points in a tournament setting in paper is when something like this happens and you just want somebody, you want to tell somebody, you want somebody to share the pain, and you're not supposed to give information to your opponent. But man, it's so hard not to just be like, look what I drew.
I mean, honestly,
look at my
like
sadness.
Tom's game one here, this is like one of those stories where you like go and tell your friends your bad beat story after you're on, and you're like, stop it. You're not that unlucky. You're exaggerating. It's like, I'm mulliganed to 5, and then I drew 2 Crater Hoof Behemoths in a row. It was awful.
And while you think that you're sharing pain and having a shared experience, what you're really doing, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, if there had been a land there, I guess there's a memory lapse, so it's not that scary, but it could have been a stressful moment at least. But I was going to say, there's always the person when you tell them your bad beat story, they just tell you, I told you not to play that deck.
I told you not to register the Crater Hoof Behemoths you couldn't cast, Tom. And we see the the +1/+1 from Virtue looking kind of nice here in terms of dodging the shocks, but unfortunately, I think Tom's probably just a little bit too far behind being the mulligan in conjunction with the drawing the double Crater Hoof Behemoths here.
Yeah, if either of those Crater Hoofs had been a land, Heroic Reinforcements with Intangible Virtue and with a popping History of Benalia can just generate so much damage. But as it is, I think it would take a pretty big misstep to allow that to happen. In fact, is there lethal here? Check for lethal.
Looks like if we hit a land with the Growth Spiral, we have lethal.
Doesn't go for it.
Okay. I mean, the Heroic Reinforcements aren't quite lethal in the backstring, right? They're only 6 6, right? If we hit.
But they have Vigilance, right? So they can block as well.
Sure. We have the Brazen Bar on the Temur side, right?
As long as they cast the Brazen Borrower.
We clicked past casting it. Huh.
See, you got to see all the outs.
Okay.
The pace of play is kind of incredible. Do you notice that?
Like they are. Yeah, our players are clipping along. They are not wasting anybody's time.
Oftentimes, I try to get my opponent into a certain kind of pace. I wonder if that's what happened with that Brazen Borrower not getting flashed in.
Yep.
Just kind of locked into this fast pace that maybe the tokens players set on purpose.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that I think it happens a little bit less in digital than it happens in paper, but something that you'd frequently see happen in paper is you'd see your players, if you're playing quickly, your opponent tries to match your pace, and if you're used to playing quickly and they're not, it can put you at a little bit of an advantage. All right, and it looks like our Temur player, believe it or not, after drawing 800 cards here, it looks like they've managed to find lethal. Oh, are we... Did we misclick? What does Chandra's Triumph do? That deals damage or something, right?
I am going, 3 damage to a creature. So my theory, and it's only a theory, Jeff, is that Tasty Arsenic isn't here to end games. Tasty Arsenic is here to pop off and give the
there is a young Pyromancer on top of the deck, so like we do get to pop off if we wait a turn here.
Tasty is here to bring the content to Hooglandia, and you know what? Who are we to judge? If you want out of this, Tom is going to have to hit that red button. That's
true. Players are allowed to concede at any point, and I agree. Tasty Arsenic definitely gave us the strong content play.
So what comes in here? I feel like the Elemental deck actually has a ton of control elements, even more than I would have expected out of a Elemental-based, like, tribal synergy. So there's even more coming out of the board, it looks like. I see a Prismari command. Is that Quandrix command as well? Wow.
Yep. And we see reaching for some additional counter magic here, which makes a lot of sense. Negates. So that's interesting as we see the memory lapses coming out here. Something I didn't catch. I should have been paying attention to the other side. Did you catch if Tom left the Transmogrifies in?
Dude's moving too fast.
He's a man with a plan.
Definitely didn't let us linger on that screen to analyze the decisions. But I do wonder about that in the face of 2 Shocks, 2 Bonecrusher Giants, 2 Brazen Borrowers, 2 Chandra's Triumph. It seems very unlikely that you get to cast Transmogrify. And if I was in that seat, I'd probably be like, you know what, these Crater Hoofs, I'm not drawing
you just
again.
Drew 2 Crater Hoofs, right? If you cut the Crater Hoofs, you never have to draw them.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone in chat saying they def cut the Crater Hoofs and the Transmogs. Okay, sweet. God, look at Twitch chat is useful. I take back most of the bad things I've said about you.
I still don't know how to respond to that. I'm like, wait, they did what? Twitch chat info.
Really strong hand here on Tom's side. We've got that Legion's Landing on 1 into a Servo Exhibition on 2, which is going to let Legion's Landing theoretically flip on the 3rd turn of the game when 3 creatures attack here.
TCR sitting, not right now sitting on one of those removal spells, but there is a quench. That won't keep the Legion's Landing from flipping, though, but I'll be curious to see how much mana you can hold up. It looks like it'll be a Growth Spiral turn, then maybe an Omnath, but that takes down the Quench Shields, and that gets you Heroic Reinforcements. This one's going to get spicy quick.
Yep, and one of the nice things here on Tom's side is like, Tasty is holding up this counter spell, but Tom's like, pass, I'll activate my Danto the First Fort.
There was a time in Magic where an Adanto the First Fort was like a death sentence. All you had to do was activate it for the rest of the game, and the control players could never counter anything.
Yep.
Seems like the power levels move past that now, where control decks just have proactive things like Shark Typhoon that they can do, but still a threatening card.
And the control decks get to just like match you with their Castle Arden Veil in a number of games as well.
Mm-hmm. Now they have access to so much mana. Teferi just cranks that mana out, doesn't it? Ah, so nice.
You see Sheffet Dunes hit the board there a couple of times for Tom as well. Another excellent way that he can utilize his mana without playing into a counterspell if he doesn't want to.
Moment of truth. Are we just going for heroic reinforcements? Did we come here to just slam the card? I would love being patient, and it looks like patience is going to be the virtue.
Yep.
Pretty cool trick to make an extra mana by activating the Adanto first.
And if you're on Tom's side of the board here, this has just got to feel great, right? Like my opponent just spent a card to kill a 1/1 that my land made.
And if you're on Tasty's side, that is one draw that tries to get you back in the game.
Yep. Young Pyromancer here going to start pumping out some blockers of their own. Unfortunate bit of auto tapping there. Drawing a shock off the Abundant Growth, but he used their second red source to cast the Abundant Harvest.
Indeed, the auto tapper strikes again. It can be a bit much to have to think about all the. Whoa, we got.
I think this game is over. Yep, we're using the quench because we just want a token here, and now heroic reinforcements like nope. Yep, Helix doesn't resolve. Beep beep.
Yeah. I suppose in that spot without the red mana for the shock, it makes sense, but it's definitely the hard punish to get heroic reinforcements afterwards, and we get a game 3.
Yep. And that really kind of seeing the power of the kind of fair game plan that the red-white tokens deck looks to execute. And that's kind of the real strength of this archetype, I think. In these matchups where they're interacting with you, you're like, okay, I'm just this beatdown deck. And in the matchups where you're trying to race, you're like, okay, I'm this combo deck.
I still feel like your players are trying to set a speed record for the feature match here. Like this pace is blistering.
Yep, this is not a time-shifted feature match. These players are really just playing at this speed.
Holy cow. And we see hands with tokens, and more tokens to go against Pyromancer, no removal. And I think what do you think?
Yeah, I think like these are on both sides. You're just like, this hand is like just good enough to keep, but it's not like a hand you're excited about.
Double Growth Spiral Pyromancer, man, really wants some kind of a shock or Bone Crusher Giant. Doesn't want to fall too far behind. Also didn't play the Pyromancer here, just gonna ramp instead.
Yeah, and on Arsenic's side, I really like this line from Arsenic, kind of respecting the fact that Tom has removal in the post-board games, setting themselves up to be able to play Pyromancer plus a spell to get value off of it right away.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Although we don't see those Helix, the Helixes is a fun thing to say, haven't shown up yet. Brainstorm.
Interesting that we elected to put the Growth Spiral on top, because now if Tom doesn't provide a negate target next turn, we're just not going to use our mana. That is an interesting one. I'm not sure quite. Yeah, that's a lot of confidence that this negate's going to get cast. Yeah, and on Tasty's side, because of the commitment that we made here, we're kind of obligated to counter whatever they give us, which gives Tom a window to resolve this intangible virtue. Definitely, like the low casting cost there of cards like Legion's Landing, Intangible Virtue. We see the mana just getting taxed again. Tasty's been forced to tap out to cast these counters on multiple occasions and has been punished for it, really, even though they're very cheap. Really strong brainstorm here. Interesting that the young pair is going back into. I guess we wanna hold up our negate again here. Oh, we're just gonna Risen Reef plus shock. Okay. Okay, and I guess
Yeah,
this lets you generate value with the Risen Reef. That makes sense.
at the pace that the players are playing, I keep on trying to puzzle together the sequencing because I think there's a ton of options with the Pyromancer Risen Reef sequencing. It's kind of there's a lot going on there. That's a Helix off the top.
Yep, and this forces the shock out, so we can get the token to draw a card with the Risen Reef. But we're going to see two more tokens enter play. Servo Exhibition, just okay, providing 2 power for 2 mana. Providing 4 power for 2 mana is a big upgrade with Intangible Virtue.
And we're just trading off here, fighting resources for resources, token on token violence. But there's another Pyromancer and more spells on the way from the other side. And there's the Omnath Locus of the Royal. The combo is assembling itself.
Yep, and both Risen Reef and Pyromancer basically must answer threats like, hey, if you don't answer these things, they're going to take over the game very quickly.
How about not holding up Negate and just going for Growth Spiral right there?
This is aggressive. There was a window where if we would have hit the land off the Risen Reef, or the Growth Spiral, we would have been able to hold up the negate as well, but really going to get punished here with Tom getting to empty the hand and put a lot of power into play.
I feel like with 18 life, though, and with the cards in hand, one thing I'm excited. I really do want to see just how nuts this rabbit hole of Pyromancer and Risen Reef goes. Oh my goodness. Buckle up.
Do we have to worry about decking ourselves with a second Risen Reef?
When those are the questions you're asking from this position, you just do it.
Okay, and
what are we doing?
Okay, yep, and land enter in play here. Oh gosh. Are we supposed to play that? I feel like we're supposed to. Oh no! And again, the auto tapper here. They can cast the Chandra, but they actually can't brainstorm and quench or negate this turn.
Yeah, only one blue.
I guess we could theoretically draw an untapped blue here. Okay.
We've got a harvest. There's the untapped blue.
Okay. And we drew a stomp as well. So we could shock in Breeding Pool and then Abundant Harvest while holding up negate / Bonecrusher Giant.
Seems really good. Plus, you're going to trigger Risen Reef 2 more times by casting a spell, which is absolutely insane.
Yep.
It looks like that's the line.
This is a little bit unlucky here for our Temur player. Probably going to have to discard to hand size.
Yeah. Very, very unfortunate. If only they were doing a bit more popping off.
See them mouse over the Bonecrusher Giant there, considering, like, should I stomp this so I don't... Oh, they would still have to discard if they did it, though, right? Because they draw 2 more cards.
You'd have to discard more. That's just lost value. Discards the 3rd Risen Reef because, yes, they probably are at risk of decking next turn, as crazy as that sounds.
Okay, well, there's another one. And remember, if you die, you don't get to get... Oh, Awakened Inferno.
It is. It's Chandra, Awakened Inferno, which can -3 to deal 3 damage to all non-elemental creatures.
Yep. That easily the best draw in the deck here for Tasty.
And a backup young Pyromancer, in case you had any kind of mourning for the loss of that young Peasy. But
we could see Omnath come into play here too.
I mean, how do you want to eat this Reese's? Do you want to terrify them with Omnath? Do you want to Chandra Awaken Inferno and take over the game?
Quick check here. Or we can do both here, right? We have 10 mana because we've been ramping. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah,
why not both?
We could technically do both. Goodbye, friends. We could play Chandra. And honestly, I think on Tasty's side here at this point, you probably just want to pass here and hold up your negate. You probably can't lose if your opponent doesn't resolve a good spell next turn.
Yeah, negate's just good, like good value for also from a psychological damage standpoint.
Yep.
Also, Tasty proved the last time that they won, not here to necessarily deal lethal as quickly as possible. Here to pop off.
And we are definitely gonna head into pop-off territory here. We could see. I wonder if the Omnath's gonna come down before we make elementals here or not. Oh, just drawing 4, sure. Let's do it. Oh, I think Omnath's draw isn't optional either. So like if you Omnath and then I guess if you Omnath after you deal more direct damage because
My
you have more
pre-
elementals in play.
my prediction might be that this Omnath's goal in life is to head upstairs for the lethal trigger, but okay, it's coming out now. I was like maybe we're just gonna stockpile elementals until we can go face.
And for those of you at home thinking, Omnath, that card's banned, right? No, the 4-color Omnath is banned. This is the Locust of the Royal here, the Temur colored. Every time Omnath gets reprinted, you get one more color on it. We started with green, and then red, green, and then Temur, and then the 4-color. And if this was the 4-color one, I can't imagine what 5-color Omnath's about to do.
Yeah, there was a pretty big shift from kind of tribal commander with some value at the very, very top end in Omnath Locus of the Royal into 4 mana, break the frickin' game Omnath Locus of Creation.
What
So,
does it do? All of it. Just ship it.
yep. And that card, by the way, Arena fans, still legal in Historic Brawl. So one reason for you Spikes to play the Historic Brawl festivals when it comes around, you can still Omnath Locus of Creation as your commander.
Okay, sweet. And for those of you that haven't had the joy of viewing a Hooglandia Open before here, we are just going to go ahead and dive right on into our time-shifted feature match here. Looks like we've got the Grixis Dragonstorm deck that I talked about while we were setting up here versus some Atarka Red on the right side here. Some Atarka's Command and Dreadhorde Arcanist. So HA5 cards being featured in both of these decks here right off the bat.
And as Tasty's on the way out the door, props very much to Tasty on a sweet elemental combo deck. That was actually really exciting to watch. And it flew by so fast I almost missed it. Here, speaking of going fast, Grim Lavamancer, 1 mountain, 2 light up the stage is like, wow. We're really thinking about this one.
Yeah, I feel like this has got to be one where you got to throw it back, right? You're like wishing that this mountain was a stomping ground so you could keep it.
On the draw, this is what okay, when I'm streaming, this is what we call a content keep. When you're playing a tournament, you just have to like look deep inside yourself. Like, well, are you a gambler in your heart of hearts?
Skipped ahead there. So the product of time shift, it looks like we can. Maybe.
Well, Jay, 1 land, bringing out the rope to decide even.
Did we have a player timeout here? That would be unfortunate.
Oh, that would be.
No.
It does look
Okay.
like Jay's on 0 timeouts, but is playing, so is in the house. If you timed out and kept that hand, I'm kind of into it. You know, we took the decision out of our hands.
Sure. Yeah.
It's up to fate now.
I see that Faithless Looting discarding the Terror that peaks there. For folks that haven't seen the Dragonstorm deck that our bottom player is playing, you try and play your namesake card via Mizzix Mastery out of the graveyard. So you see things like Faithless Looting and Citrus Supplier here, and there's the Mizzix Mastery. So it might be a pretty quick game on the Grixis side with our red green player keeping kind of a clunker.
So needs to search using solve the equation, search for an instant sorcery. Needs to search for the Dragonstorm, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Then you flashback Faithless Looting, you discard the Dragonstorm, and then the next turn you can mastery it. Is mastery for 2 dragons enough?
Mastery for 2 dragons is enough in this this Risen Bladewing build that we see our Grixis player playing. So there's a Terror in the bin. So with Terror in the bin already, you get 2 copies of Bladewing out of your deck with your Dragonstorms, which end up being lethal.
Wow, I didn't even think. Okay, so you just okay. I will let the combo unfold before me. But thinking about it, it's like, oh wait, that's way better than I thought it was.
Yep, yeah, it's actually only needs Storm of 1 with which the Mizzix Mastery provides, right? So the Mizzix Mastery casts your Dragonstorm out of the bin and gives you that Storm count that you need for it to be lethal.
All right, Jay. Jay, I need a favor. I know you kept a one lander. I know you never drew another. I know that sucks. It would be nice to see this combo go off. I'm asking for something that I shouldn't even be able to ask for.
Oh,
Wait,
and
what?
we
Whoa,
see
oh,
Manju here going for the content play, where you can Mizzix Mastery a Mizzix Mastery to then cast the Dragonstorm to build up Storm Count.
that is a really sick play. I didn't think of either. Mizzix mastering a Mizzix mastery into a Mizzix mastery into a Dragonstorm, but
Yep.
the red button strikes again.
So we see very quickly some of our Thought Seizes and other cards like that coming out for our Dragonstorm player. I imagine we're probably going to see things like a Braid and other pieces of spot removal come in for the red matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And we see on the mono red side some Soul Guide Lanterns very quickly getting into our deck.
How many was that on the mono red side? How many Soul Guide Lanterns?
I believe it was 3.
Okay, that's a good amount. So came prepared to do some graveyard hating. How does this Dragonstorm deck play against the graveyard hate? Is there it doesn't look like there's Seething Song or anything to cast Dragonstorm the fairway in a reasonable manner.
So you do have copies of a Braid, which can get rid of something like this, and we saw copies of Feed the Swarm come in as well. And
Okay.
one of the things that's kind of nice about these open deckless tournaments when you're playing a deck like the Dragonstorm deck is you get to know what sideboard hate your opponents bring. So you know, okay, my opponent's got Artifact Hate. I definitely need to bring in a Braid here.
And we see right away we have a Braid versus Soul Guide Lantern from the get-go. And 2 Wizard's Lightnings, a Get to Lavamancer, and a Light Up the Stage. I like the Atarka red hand quite a bit, but a Braid can take out the Lantern and the Lavamancer. So this is interesting. I'm not sure which way this one's going from the get-go.
So something that we're seeing here that's really interesting is I've heard some chatter from folks because Historic Anthology 5 introduced a new piece of graveyard hate in Relic of Progenitus, and Relic isn't just like the de facto best piece of graveyard hate because Soul Guide Lantern here allows you to have flexibility where it exiles a graveyard without you requiring to hold mana up to threaten that activation.
Exactly. And here in this case, we also got to see, like Relic, you can sacrifice it and draw a card. Also, doesn't Relic exile both graveyards?
It does, yeah. And we see here from our red-green player, not only do they have things like Gitu Lava Runner that care about their graveyard having cards in it, but things like Dreadhorde Arcanist also lean on our red player's graveyard as well.
Yep, we saw Grim Lavamancer in game 1 as well, if those are still in the deck. So they want to keep their graveyard, and they don't really want to lose it to a Relic.
Yep, and imagine this Soul Guide Lantern here is a relic, right? It would just be destroyed, and instead our red aggro player is getting to exile the graveyard.
But the 2 lanterns are gone, and now the Dragonstorm was held, carefully, thoughtfully in hand along with that Faithless Looting, and we're just looking for a mastery now, right?
Yep. Yeah. If we can find, so something to note here is it will also depend on what the Citrus supplier does, because in order to kill with only 2 Storm with Dragonstorm, you need a copy of Terror of the Peaks or Risen Bladewing in your graveyard to start.
Ah, yes. Okay. And the clock is going to be a quick one.
Yep,
because that's a lot of damage over there.
Yeah, we see Wizard's Lightning and Skewer the Critics up top, and that Prowess creature was added to play. So our red player next turn is threatening 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. So close, but not quite lethal.
Terror of the Peaks hits the yard from the Stitcher supplier.
Okay. And now we have a decision here. Do you want to Abrade to be interactive, or do you want to be able to flashback Faithless Looting and set up a combo kill next turn?
That's a tough call. In my opinion, if you don't have board wipes or some other way to stay alive, if you're a combo deck, you probably just should try to combo. But we see the Abrade going after the Arcanist. I guess it depends on the graveyard over there too.
Abundant Harvest popping off here for our top player, and there's some more burn here. I wonder if we'll see a shock point at the Stitcher suppliers. That way, I can't hop in front of the Soul Scar Mage.
Seems good.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it's so much damage. I think it's just going to have to be this draw.
Oh, interesting. We didn't skewer our Wizard's Lightning pre-combat for the trigger. Okay, here's a Wizard's Lightning. Or Faithless Looting, sorry. Not what you're looking for.
Not it.
So I think that's going to be the game with the double three balls in hand, right? We're going to be heading to a game three with our Dragonstorm on the play.
I think that burning out a dragon deck is just strictly off flavor. Should be outlawed. Should not be allowed.
And we drew another skewer here for our burn players. Just a good clean 9 ball coming across.
Just keep it coming. Yeah, it doesn't even stay around for. Who's the storm deck now? I'm the one playing 3 lightning bolts with 3 mana.
Oh gosh, I missed this. There's 4 Klothys God of Destiny in our red-green deck here as well. So a lot of graveyard hate on the red-green side.
4 copies of Klothys is pretty brutal, but it is kind of slow graveyard hate. It needs a turn cycle to pick off a card, but it can be a real pain, especially on the play. But for this final game here, Millstorm over here is going to be on the draw or on the play instead.
Yeah, we see Thought Seizes notably coming back in on the play, perhaps hoping to be able to snag those Soul Guide Lanterns before they can be cast, but really kind of a risky proposition against a deck that's going to be hammering your life total aggressively.
Just trying to even up this play draw thing by giving 2 more damage over to the burn deck. Just playing fair, man. Just playing fair.
We see historic staple Merfolk Secret Keeper. You know, all these busted Eldraine cards, as they say.
I don't think I'd seen that card get played in forever until I cast the last Hooglandia open and we saw like 50 of them get played by the Dredge Phoenix deck.
Yep. So kind of a sweet card in this kind of matchup, though, right? Like we have an 0/4 that blocks, and kind of a weak keep, I think, from our burn player here. You know, we see they have what is this, 12, 14 points of burn, but they notably don't have any sustained damage in their hand, any consistent sources of creatures to start.
An odd way to play around the 0/4 wall, just to go all face and not play creatures. But now we see the Lavamancer finding the field. It doesn't feel like we're close to combo though.
We are
not really.
We're technically, so one of the things that's kind of sweet about the Dragonstorm deck as well is you can do non-lethal combos that still effectively end the game in a lot of situations. So if you draw Mizzix Mastery, for example, and you don't have a third storm or a dragon in your graveyard, you can just put 2 Terror of the Peaks into play and like deal 5 to something of 10 power worth of dragons.
That sounds pretty effectively lethal as long as you have a decent life total against red.
Yep. The no blocks here from the Merfolk Secret Keeper feels a little strange. I'm just planning to abrade here.
Yeah, the plan's just to throw the abrade.
It makes sense, I suppose. I assume we're going to see a skewer here. Really, not being super aggressive with the use of the skewers. We see a 5th land, notably for our Grixis player, which means Terror of the Peaks is just going to get hard cast next turn.
The Wizard's Lightning also didn't get played while the Wizard was on the battlefield, which is going to tax it more in the future.
Yep.
I'm pretty surprised by that.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, we talked about those no sustained sources of damage from Jay's side of the board, and this Terror of the Peaks, we might just see an honest to goodness just like 5/4 beatdown here.
Abundant Harvest finds another Lava Runner.
Okay. I wonder if we'll see 2 of these burn spells point to the dragon.
Turn it sideways. No block from the 0/4. What a maniac.
No block is bold against, like, because there's 11 points in hand for Jay. This no block could steal. I don't know why this 0/4 is just like chilling.
Do you think that that's part of the thinking for holding back cards like Skewer and Wizard's Lightning, which we were questioning, is just the idea that you need to give your opponent a false sense of security and let them take damage? They did reveal they didn't want to block.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You know, part of the reason why they didn't block there is because they feel secure, and Jay has been like hanging out, like not right. Yep, and here's the block now, like not doing these things, making them think they have more life than they actually do.
Yeah, right now you have 2. And Soul Guide Lantern, for all the things it doesn't do 2 damage to face. Kind of interesting.
And the Feed the Swarm looking real awkward here against
don't, oh god, Thoughtseize.
No. Thoughtseize is gonna gain 1.
That moment when you look at your hand against the burn deck and all 3 of your cards can deal damage to you.
Yep.
Oh no.
We're looking at the Feed the Swarm, and we're looking at the Moose, and we're looking at the Feed the Swarm. All right,
Wow.
just a pass here. The Klothys, I think we actually have lethal here, right? Like the Gitu is gonna deal two, and then the skewer. Yeah, tough beat for the from Manju side. I feel like perhaps they should have been a little bit more defensive with their O4 early on. I'm not quite sure what they were playing around by not blocking with that, but giving themselves a little bit more time there.
Also, the very risky sideboarding cards that damage you, like Feed the Swarm and
Yep.
Thoughtseize. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
just because you're on the play doesn't mean they gain life. On the side of the board that we can see, there is a Relic of Progenitus in that opening hand, so maybe it doesn't matter what's in the opponent's grip right away. It's going to be nice, interesting to see if they can play through a Relic of Progenitus, especially early in the game. There's also a Sarkhan the Masterless, so who's going to be the Dragon deck? Haha, and a Kiora Behemoth Beckoner, which can actually ramp out the Sarkhan as early as turn 4.
okay, it looks like we've got both of our players here, although our resolution for the top one's a little funky. Let's get them adjusted here real quick.
Abyssal's hand looks like everything you ever wanted to do with this combo deck, assuming that you were playing Solitaire. And that sinking feeling as soon as that relic hits the battlefield and you realize you are not playing Solitaire, you
Yep.
now have to contend with this main deck graveyard hate. That's going to be a tough one. Is there an Abrade that can be tutored up with this Solve the Equation? Let me look.
I believe our Dragonstorm player is actually just cold to these graveyard hate cards in game one.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Prismari Command has 4 modes.
Ooh, it does. It does have a lot of modes.
So we can tutor up a Prismari Command, use one of the modes to blow up the relic. Here's the thing, though. That takes a whole turn. Like, you are, in a way,
Yep.
time walking yourself with Solve the Equation.
Ha! Kiora Behemoth Beckoner. Untap my Relic of Progenitus. Do you think
It's
that's
beautiful.
the first time those two cards have ever happened with each other? Maybe Bob's done it before, but like that's kind of sweet.
That was awesome. And so now we solve the equation. Whoa! Faithless Looting? I guess we're going to try to pop it all in one turn.
Huh. Yeah, and this is why, Relic's activation is very threatening here. So if you're on Bob's side of the table, you can just wait and always hold up a piece of mana for this Relic.
Okay. And not going for the Sarkhan, which was an option right there. Just slamming the Planeswalker, making a dragon, going for the board and the mana ramp instead.
You see that land getting untapped and the elf coming down here. Okay, so the shields are down for the turn, but if you're on Bob's side, you know that you're kind of in the clear this turn, right? Because your opponent can't Faithless Looting and Mizzix Mastery here. There's no fast mana. There's no Pyretic Rituals or anything like that that you're playing around.
That's right. That's right. We even see Abyssal checking the arena client for a bug. Can we somehow sneak this land onto the battlefield? I need one more mana. I need it now.
Okay, and we see these 5 mana cards in hand for Bob, but we have all this extra mana from things like our Planeswalker and these mana creatures that we're going to be able to deploy these to the board while still holding up that 1 mana for the Relic.
But there's no world, right? There's no world where Bob attacks with all of the things. There's still a goose, right? There's no way. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And Bob hasn't made a land drop yet either, so we might see a Stomping Ground come into play untapped here, I'd imagine. Okay, we're just leaning on the goose. If there had been like an end step way to kill the goose here, we could have been in trouble.
No, right here we can Tundra Fumarole the goose, right?
Well, you can float mana with it,
and then you pass.
Oh, yeah, because Tundra Fumarole, I think we saw a misplay from Bob, but then we had a misplay back from our bottom player. Had our bottom player Tundra Fumaroled the goose to start? Yeah, and I think they've seen their mistake here. So if we would have Tundra Fumaroled the goose, they could have changed domain phases in order to get rid of that.
And the mana from the Fumarole stays in the mana pool until the end of the turn.
Yep.
Which is the crucial line. It's a crucial part there.
Yep. So on Bob's side, we probably should have used Shocked in the Stomping Ground to leave the Relic up. But on Abyssal's side, when Bob didn't do that, we could have punished him for it.
Really curious where we go from here with Relic activation open. I mean, It doesn't look like we're going for the Mastery.
Okay, we could ditch these Dragonstorms like we're not casting them, and I mean okay, we're gonna keep. I guess keeping one of each makes sense because if you can get the relic off the table, you're just like eluding away from going for it next turn.
Yep, but there's just there's no pressure on the relic, right? Oh, we're gonna do it anyway.
Huh? That's aggressive. Oh,
Wow.
I suppose we have lethal next turn, right? So it doesn't matter.
One,
We're
two,
like
three.
Glory Bringer, Sarkin, Dragon Bone Crusher is 16,
Yeah,
17 with the elf.
okay. I mean, I guess if you're gonna lethal with a bunch of dragons, you
You're
probably
just
don't need your relic
you're just
anymore.
gonna kill him, I guess.
I guess.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
I spend all my time living in the hand, adding up spells. Life total is just second, like it's a big secondary in my world.
All right, so we have some more copies of a Braid out of the sideboard. It says ways to deal with artifacts. On Bob's side, we've got some counter spells, things like Mystic Dispute. Aether Gust seems very, very reasonable here as well.
All of those are pretty good. It doesn't. I mean, it seems like there's plenty of hate for the combo, and we go up to 4 relic, which of course is going to be a lot. So the abrades are going to be taxed here. It's interesting when you look at the Izzet combo side. Of course, going off is a win con, but there isn't a lot of ways to interact with these planeswalkers. Pinging them with frostbite doesn't seem good.
Tundra Fumarole does almost enough in some situations. It can finish off a Kiora that's down ticked a little bit, like we saw in the first game at least, or it kills a Glory Bringer or a Sarkin.
Yeah, miscast isn't going to help very much. It's kind of interesting. The planeswalker type might still be hard to reach with the typically played cards in historic.
Yeah, especially when when you're only working inside of red, right? A lot of these planeswalkers have really high loyalty amounts, so your small amounts of damage just don't add up.
Yeah, we don't see any fries in there at this point.
Maybe keepable hand from our Dragonstorm player, not guaranteed to combo quickly, so we're going to go ahead and throw it back. And we see a mulligan on the other side as well here, no graveyard hate and no quick start.
Yep, both good calls. Here, now we have Llanowar elves, but no graveyard hate. So,
okay, so you got to decide, like, is Elf going to give us enough to maybe pressure them out of the game? And I think this is probably a reasonable keep on both sides.
Keeping 2 Bone Crushers and putting away the Glory Bringer. Bone Crusher doesn't really do anything here but be a 3-mana 4/3. I guess that's just enough. You need to hit him with something.
Yeah, you gotta get the pressure going. And I mean, and with the elf here in play, we're gonna get to start doing that as early as the second turn, right?
Yep. Triple Bone Crusher Giant.
All right, Eldraine is
D5
here.
faux fum. Yep, Eldraine in the house.
Okay, there's a stomping ground. We have the Tundra Fumarole here. I'm just gonna go ahead and do this to start. Keep our life total high.
But we can't use the mana. It seems like a good window for a solve the equation, but okay.
Well, something to note about solve the equation is that we can't really utilize our combo until turn 4 or until we have like 4 to 5 mana a lot of the time. So like Faithless Looting's the piece that we're missing at this point.
Yeah, I was thinking that you may want to solve for the looting, and maybe we'll see that here.
All right, here's a red source. I wonder if we could see Magma Opus happen as well. Nope, just going for the looting. That makes sense. And honestly, you might want to wait here because the looting. Okay, gonna jam it right away. Yeah, there's some incentive to wait with the looting because if you wait with the looting, it generates your 3rd storm when you have your 5th mana. And this non-Bladewing build of Dragonstorm needs storm of 2 in order to get 3 dragons total to generate a lethal turn.
So the Magma Opus mastery plan, that's just kind of a backup where good old Magma Opus on 3 is good enough. Okay. Interesting.
And I assume we're going to see the Dragonstorm happen here and just say, okay, 2 dragons probably gets me good enough here to win the game. But if we had waited on that looting last turn, like I suggested, we would have guaranteed lethal here. That being said, 16 power worth of dragons plus deal 5 to something, it's effectively lethal.
I'm sorry. You said 2 dragons. I have 3. I have a free dragon, baby. What more could you ask for in life?
Pack it up, pack it in there. I wonder if we're going to see Bob mulligan more aggressively in this 3rd game for those relics.
I am too. I guess it depends how great of a hand it is, but I don't, like we talked about turn 2 Bone Crusher Giant, you need a beater, but in a kind of on the draw against a combo deck, it's not many things are going to be fast enough in that spot,
Yeah,
even
you're
on turn two.
like I'd have to sit down and count it out, but I would be surprised if the Temur Planeswalker's like absolute best, like just attacking you to death draw kills before like the 5th or 6th turn most of the time.
And here, yep, we saw the mulligan there with no plays until turn 3, and there's a relic and 2 geese.
Yeah, so if we see a third land here happen for Ranting Bob, we could see a turn 3 Glorybringer after a turn 2 relic.
Really going to need it though, because otherwise there's not a lot of pressure there.
We do see, speaking of interaction, we see both a Braid and Sweltering Suns here in hand for our Dragonstorm players. So ready to not only interact with that Relic of Progenitus, but also clean up the geese that Bob's going to put into play.
Choosing to play a turn 1 relic does take the goose line off the table here, which required another green for a turn 3 Glorybringer. I guess with the Sweltering Suns, it's kind of going to be a blessing.
Yep. See that relic down. So, a little bit. This is the dynamic that we see in Magic's non-rotating formats quite frequently. The powerful combo deck having there's the hate card on the other side, and then do we have the anti-hate card on the combo side? And that's honestly why Solve the Equation is so powerful in this Dragonstorm deck. Not only does it get you combo pieces game 1, but it finds you the anti-hate cards in game 2 and 3.
Here we have both players needing some land. We have 2 lands on each side, and digging with the looting finds land number 3.
We discarded a Mizzix Mastery there. That's interesting. Perhaps
sus. That's sus.
Perhaps planning to solve the equation for a second mastery to do the my mastery to generate storm plan.
Yeah. Let's see. I think we've got plenty of time for that with just a Bone Crusher on the other side. And we could have Magma Opused right like next turn. I mean, that's this is interesting. What is the thinking?
It's got to be that, like, okay, Sweltering Suns kills most of the threats here, so we want to like line up Sweltering Suns for down the line.
That Sweltering Suns is looking particularly juicy.
Yep. And if you're on the blue-red side here, we're thinking about the dragon. The dragon does not block Bone Crusher Giant profitably.
No, it does get something like a threat onto the board that sticks around after the Suns. What is going on?
Interesting. Okay, so we're just going to grab the Mastery and then plan for lethal next turn?
Okay, then.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
then.
This Mastery is lethal. If, expecting Bob's deck to not put out 6 more points of damage here is not unreasonable.
Yeah, assuming that we go for it and stack it the right way, that's just it. It had to be a relic that turn.
Yep. Yeah, so again, the Mastery is going to cast a Mastery, which is going to cast the Dragonstorm, which casts Dragonstorm with Storm of 2, which means that we get to get 3 dragons out of our deck, which gets a Queen into a Terror, which deals 21 points of damage directly in addition to putting a bunch of dragons into play.
Very well said, but I want to see it personally. Let's go. Show me the dragons. I hear there be dragons in this library.
There's a storm of Bruin. And honestly, if you're on Bob's side, there is an incentive to make them click through it because, like, Abyssal's hand could just have a bunch of dragons in it and you can't storm off.
That's true. If every single card in the hand were a terror, the peaks.
Yep. Like, all right, show me the terrors. It's like when they start activating their birthing pod, you're like, all right, just show me that the chain is there and that I'm actually dead here.
Wait, does gaining 3 life off that food mean it's not lethal?
I believe we usually deal 21.
We're
killing the board. You know what? It's Abyssal's game. It's their time on stream. They can shoot whatever they want.
That's right. Absolutely.
Look at these dragons. And this is honestly, I believe with the sequencing, we actually would have been 1 short. I think it was only 20 and Bob went to 21. But that being said, the turn after, still a lot of angry dragons here.
Do you want to know the real rub-in? You want to know what really hurts? Glorybringer does 4 damage to non-dragons.
Glorybringer would never hurt his queen. Okay, Covert?
Understood. As it should be. So Dragonstorm takes down the Temur Super Friends deck despite the relics of Progenitus. I wanted to ask you, I mean, I'm sure we're going to be launching into more stuff soon, but I wanted to ask you about like the logic with Relic. When it is such a key card and it stops a combo, do you want it out there on turn one when it can get abraded on curve, or do you hold it back and try to have it at exactly the right time?
Relic is such a tough dynamic to play with a hate card like that too, because it has an activated ability, right? It's not like Soul Guide Lantern where it's like a one and done and that's it. And because Relic has the ability to slowly chip away at that graveyard, I think there is that real incentive to play it out as soon as possible to make them have it effectively.
Got it. Understood. I was just curious about that as I haven't played much with the card myself. So that
No,
was
yeah, and I think your instinct is right with some of the other hate cards in the format, like things like Rest in Peace, for example, or Soul Guide Lantern, where it comes in and it's this big effect. There's value in letting them build up before you get them, but Relic being an active hate in addition to a one that nukes, it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit.
cool.
All right, it looks like we do have a time shifted feature, so let's go ahead and dive on in and see what we've got on our backup here.
I have to say, I'm already having fun. We've Dragonstormed for 2 matches in a row. I feel like I got more than I expected.
Looks like we have Esper Doom Foretold here for our top player versus Velok 4-color Reanimator featuring Velockimus on the bottom here.
What is yeah? I take one look at this hand and what is going on? We see a lot of mana ramp. There's 2 geese and a Llanowar elf in hand, faithless looting in the graveyard, and already a Lorehold Elder Dragon there as well. So what are we trying to hit with this dragon? Are we time warping? Are we just reanimating more stuff? I'm curious.
Yeah, I have to imagine that we're looking at an Unburial Right strategy for our bottom player here. So Velomachus being able to cast things from the deck that have 5 converted mana cost or less. It kind of gives you a 2-for-1 on your reanimate. If you have another thing in your bin, you like get your dragon and then reanimate something else as well.
We have a Thragtusk, Jeff. What a hero. And a Craterhoof Behemoth. Okay, this is I'm just gonna say it. This is a throwback. This is like a total throwback to Freets.
Yep.
This is a Freets deck without Angel of Serenity.
The old 4-color reanimator, and basically everything except Angel of Serenity from that old Innistrad RTR standard deck is basically in historic at this point, with the Praetors and Unburial Rites and Faithless Lootings. All of the toys are here.
I feel like there's standard getting played on the other side, as the only historic cards we see over there are the lands.
And we do see, speaking of standard, we see a really important standard card in hand here for our Doom Foretold player in Cling to Dust.
Yes, even better, some would say, in historic because of all the graveyard shenanigans going on.
Yep,
and Cling to Dust, pretty hard to interact with if you, as opposed to like pieces like Relic that can be abraded.
Yeah, and Cling to Dust, very similar to cards like Relic in that you can include these cards in your main deck at very minimal cost to yourself because they draw a card in a pinch. So like, oh, my opponent's not abusing their graveyard, that's fine, I'll just pay 1 and draw a card. It's not a big deal.
Inquisition off the top. So Doom Foretold can hit the battlefield and Cling can be left open. That's a pretty good turn.
Yep, and that Treacherous Blessing there, hammering our Doom Foretold player's life total, so real incentive to get that off the table as soon as possible.
Sacrificing Treacherous Blessing to something like Doom Foretold that then trades for the opponent's thing does feel a little bit like cheating. I do love it.
We have a copy of Final Parting in a Fair deck here.
Search your library for 2 cards, put one of them in your hand, the other into your graveyard, then shuffle your library. Okay. I mean, that is a way to stitch it all together, I suppose.
Yeah, that is, if you think you can generate enough time to basically have a 10 mana Unburial Rites, you're guaranteed to get whatever bomb you want with your Unburial Rites with Final Parting.
At this point, I think Final Parting's job is to go find Unburial Rites because that is what is definitely not happening so far in this game. These Doom Foretolds, though, are just going to clean that up. The resources are ground to nothing at this point.
Yep. And one of the kind of tough things if you're playing this Reanimator shell is there aren't really fantastic ways there aren't really fantastic threats in this format to reanimate against these control strategies. You have Jin Gitaxis that can draw cards if it lives, but we see instant speed removal up top like Vanishing Verse, and we have things like Doom Foretold that could even answer something like an Ulamog.
Yeah, Sheldred the Whispering One, not where you want to be against control most of the time, as it has very little effect and usually just dies, although not to Doomblade.
Okay, Thragtusk's going to go ahead here and prevent what would have otherwise been a very lethal attack this turn from these tutus.
5 life is a good number. We'll take it.
Yep. And Thragtusk notably makes that 3/3 when it leaves the battlefield, so getting exiled here still leaves a token behind.
I thought we were going to see so much more of that kind of templating on cards after Thragtusk because exile effects did feel so bad, but it's still a pretty rare one to find where you get the death benefit or no matter what happens.
Well, if you remember the standard environment at that time, Thragtusk was printed as a direct answer to Vapor Snag. Was the effect that they were looking to kind of say, oh, you won't get tempoed to heck and back by this card anymore. You're going to gain some life and leave a friend behind.
Yeah, it was something like creatures that cost more than 2 mana were pretty close to unplayable if they didn't have Shroud hexproof.
Yep. Okay.
Hello.
There's a toy, but there's that main deck Cling to Dust just like hanging out, waiting to rain on the parade here.
And by the way, I love the way that it's Canadian team. Well, I'll say Canadian. I love the way that Canadian has kept it a secret the whole game. Like didn't even get tempted to cast the Cling on like a looting in the graveyard or something like that, even though it could be flashed back later, just kept it secret, kept it safe.
It'll be interesting to see here. The Cling is lit up there, so we know our Canadian A team has enough mana to flash this Cling back. We could see them proactively do it on the Unburial Rights to draw a card. We could also see them just wait until they try and target it, use the mana for the turn from Lanipede.
Jeff's a professional throwing me the full name there with the Canadian A team so that I get in on the joke now, but I will not try to save my own face. Yeah, I missed that one. That's a good one. Man, how do we want to eat this Reese's?
I think it's actually a little bit of a decision, right? Because if you Cling here proactively and hit the Unburial Rights to draw a card, if Lanipede top decks another Unburial Rights, you could end up in a bad spot.
Yeah. What is so did we get rid of the lore hold? I think
yes. Yeah, the lore hold was the target.
So you have to decide if there's something in there that you can't solve. If there is, then you probably need to hold it. If there isn't, you should probably take the rights.
We were talking about the top deck looking like it was a standard deck, but another small, subtle addition from Historic Anthology 5 is Ichor Wellspring, which actually works incredibly well with Doom Foretold.
Draws a card on the way in, draws a card on the way out. Yep. I looked at that, and it was one of the cards I was like, man, I really did want that in Standard because I like a good Doom Foretold strategy myself.
Yep. Yeah, see a sweet kind of... This is one of those things where like our archetypes like Doom Foretold gaining little things like this. They don't look like a big upgrade, but in the play patterns and how they work out, it actually adds a lot of power level and consistency to the archetype.
Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, also in Doom Foretold. Like, there's just a few little non-standard things here, like Inquisitions and stuff, where you can see how it really pays off. I also like Final Payment. You can sacrifice your Treacherous Blessing to it, which is a really fun interaction.
So now on our Doom Foretold players' side of the board here, it's not a role they often take, but they're basically the beatdown from here, right? They don't have access to Cling to Dust anymore. They don't have enough cards in their bin for that. So they just need to end this game before Lanipede can find a way to reanimate.
Oops.
I apologize, Lanipede. That one's on me.
Welcome to the Chronicles of Narnia.
So we're going to see a removal spell happen here on the Elish with the Final Payment, but noteworthy that it did clean out the board, which has completely reset Canadian A-Team's pressure.
I believe Final Payment just destroys it as well, so there's still rights in the graveyard here.
Yep.
Oh!
Multiple main deck Clings. Love it.
Boom. Somebody came prepared.
Yep.
Okay, and what a timely top deck.
Here's Teferi, Hero of making people sad. He comes in, he draws a card, and he starts to bury the opponent very, very quickly.
This is the part where you look at your 5 life and you're like, why couldn't they have just finished finish me that way instead of make me look at Teferi plussing for the next 5 turns.
You're like, yep.
Please, just attack me. I feel so much better.
Still short on the... Oh, we're not short on Kling anymore, actually. Okay, yeah. So I was wondering why we didn't see the Ichor Wellspring play out, just choosing to hold up Kling. And I think the active Klings at this point probably firmly put us into garbage time for this game. The Esper player needs to find their Doom Foretold or way to deal some damage, but they're going to get there before long.
There's enough mana here to cast some of the beasties, like a Velomachus Lorehold, but even then, I don't know. Like, I don't see the path.
Yep. Yeah, especially with Teferi being added here. And we could see Yorion come into play and blink all of these things, but I'd be pretty surprised if Canadian did anything other than hold up Kling to us for the rest of this game.
Yorion's lethal.
Well, there is a food on the side for Lightning.
Oh, good catch. Good catch. Well done.
Okay, well, the Yorion will be lethal next turn with another Oath of Gaia.
Untap 2 lands. Wallow in sadness. Oh!
There's the Velomachus! We don't have an instant speed card here. If this Velomachus had happened last turn, we could have maybe... Oh no! The Oath of Gaia flavor text! Oh no! Man, it's been a while since I've seen...
the content? Listen, was it for the content?
I did that plenty when this card was standard legal. It's just so it's not the reason anybody plays this card, but it happens sometimes.
I will, their name shall be omitted, but I played a tournament against a member of the MPL who attacked themselves to lethal into an Oath of Gaia on my side of the board. I will never forget it. A delightful moment in time. It happens. Passives on things like enchantments, planeswalkers, it just gets people. It's the way it is.
Yep.
I really want to know if it was for the content, though. We don't do the interviews here on the Hooglandia, but I want to grab like the sports reporter on the sideline to run in there with the microphone in their moment of shame and woe and be like, "Why'd you do it? Why?"
So we see some sideboarding here from both players. Notable that it doesn't look like we have that much more graveyard hate on the Esper side here. We've got the 2 copies of main deck Clay, and it looks like we have a Singleton Rusted Beast coming in out of the sideboard. On the 4-color side, interesting that the Shifting Ceratopses are still in the sideboard. Maybe acknowledging that there's less counter magic out of this Esper build than something like Jeskai.
I didn't see any counter magic in game 1. I don't believe. Cling is the counter spell that they need, I suppose.
Yeah, basically it was a 1-mana counter spell that flashed back out of the graveyard effectively.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a ton here that really battles it. I guess your own Klings, if you want to play Cling your Clingy Cling. But the Kling that's reactive is just so much better than the Kling that's trying to catch it.
Yep. Yeah, and not only that too, but like we saw our Esper player be very disciplined and patient with their Klings in the first game, so they're not going to fire it off willy-nilly just to draw a card early. They want to save it for that combo stopping.
Ancient rivals could clash right here before our very eyes. Thoughtseize versus Rest in Peace.
Leading on the Faithful Suiting here, and I actually really like this sequencing from Lanipede on the bottom. Again, deck lists are heads up here, so Lanipede knows that Rest in Peace is the graveyard hate that they're playing around, and that doesn't get cast till the second turn of the game. So by waiting a turn to cast your Thoughtseize, they're giving Canadian A-Team an extra turn to draw that Rest in Peace.
But you got to go for it here. Okay.
Yep, love it.
That Grizzly Salvage is like just... It was placed there to tempt you,
to
test you.
This was saying, do you understand what's important? And Lanipede passed the test with flying colors.
Ichor Wellspring. I mean, if you like tiny, tiny little bits of feel-good value, there you go.
I mean, and that's a great draw there on the Canadian A-Team side. You're like super excited to just like be able to spend your mana for the turn.
I mean, when you say super excited, like, yes, Doom Foretold players really do get that much into draw a card for 2 mana.
Listen, you don't register Doom Foretold to not appreciate the tiny 2-for-1s where you can get them.
Indeed. How do you draw 2 cards with that Fatal Push? You don't. There's no pleasure here in killing this goose.
All right, and we see Grizzly Salvage here that can go ahead and grab an untapped land. There's notably nothing in. I don't believe we put a monster into the bin yet, so I don't think the Unburial Rites is quite useful yet.
Haven't seen one. That final parting might have to do the job. Unburial Rights on Gilded Goose just doesn't instill the fear in the enemy that you're looking for.
Yep, and the swing and a miss on the Faithful Suiting, but honestly, not the Stone Cold Worst. Going to go ahead and let our player kind of power through what they're looking to power through here. Get rid of cards that they would have otherwise had to draw.
Oh, speaking of cards that you have to draw, Cling to Dust is there. So does
Yep.
that take us off? Does that take the A team off of Doom Foretold? It does.
It does,
Or
yeah.
just
see that.
Cling
We see that.
forever.
Yeah, we see that very conservative play here, especially with the Teferi in hand. I really like this kind of slow and steady approach we're seeing from Canadian Temur to play Teferi and plus it and still hold up Cling next turn. So there's really no rush to get the Doom Foretold down at the moment.
Now, I don't know if this changes what Lanipede does do or should do, but Lanipede knows what's up, or the signs are there. That Lanipede is very aware from the information from the Thoughtseize that Doom Foretold could have come down this turn. It didn't. That's not a good feeling.
Yeah, so like on Lanapede's side now you're like, how do I sequence to try and beat this Cling that we know is there? And now I don't have an exact count of the graveyard, but I believe it's just Fatal Push and the Cycle Land, plus a card that got Thoughtseize, which is at 3 cards. So if we were to get rid of the Cling or force it to be like the first time, I can't quite be jump started back yet.
So we see a final parting there, literally looking through the entire library for any 2 cards, right? 2 cards, not 2 creature cards, but 2 cards. And there doesn't seem to be a good answer to Cling. And I was thinking, like, maybe we need to bring in like an Agonizing Remorse, which can,
Yeah.
You just got to get rid of that thing. Got to get it exiled.
And we see, kind of the shrug and ship methodology here where you're like, all right, gotta get through the Cling, gotta power through it.
Teferi +1, not holding up Dovin's Veto, not holding up Memory Lapse, but just holding up Cling feels like more than enough.
Yep.
Mystical Dispute still in the deck when there's no blue cards. I guess
just
why not?
3 mana cancel, 3 mana leak, good enough. We saw in that first game we got to a point where we could just hard cast our threats.
Also might have been crucial there if the Unburial Rites had been the play, but looks like Unburial Rites is going to chill.
Well, remember the Velomachus was exiled to the Cling last turn, which meant there wasn't anything particularly useful in the graveyard. We're short of mana on this one, right? Yep.
Oops. Night of Autumn. Oh, man.
I like this Mystical Dispute. We're kind of getting to a point where the Mystical Dispute could draw dead as a mana leak against a lot of things. You just want to use your mana on the Esper player side. Also, it puts another card in the bin, getting you closer to your Cling to Dust, being able to jumpstart back, escape back.
I like it if it got the Cling to Dust to where, like you were said, it could be flashback. Although here comes the Doom. I guess getting back Elesh Norn isn't exactly a dominating play here. So what we need to see for Lanipede is probably a Faithless Looting hitting something amazing.
And honestly, one of the dynamics that we see in Historic as a format that I really like, compared to some of Magic's other non-rotating formats, is that, we have this situation where there isn't a Griselbrand in this format, where you're just like, this is the objectively best thing to reanimate back. You have to kind of choose between Elesh Norns, Velomachus, Jin-Gitaxias. There's so many different cards that are all slightly better or slightly worse in different situations. You got to pick what to hedge.
None of them are necessarily great against a control deck. Jin-Gitaxias seems great if it survives the Doomblade test. So that's the other part of it, is that I found there were a lot of things I wanted to reanimate against midrange and aggro, but not much that could really help me if a control deck had reasonable cards ready to go.
Yep. And honestly, so we saw during sideboarding, I mentioned the Shifting Ceratopsis got left in the sideboard for Lanipede against the more typical control decks that we see in Historic, like Jeskai control. I actually think just like hammering them with Shifting Ceratopsis is probably the best thing this archetype can do. You just want constant 5/4 hasty dinos, but this Esper deck hits from such a unique dynamic that I don't think that's the case.
So,
They've
how would you like to die? Would you like to die by Teferi Ultimate Emblem or by damage?
What if we reanimated a Knight of Autumn?
I'm trying to think of which of those things it helps against. I guess you can gain 4 life if you like the death by Teferi option.
Yep, this is looking like the ratings on the wall here for our 4-color reanimated player.
I mean, personally, I would blow up the Oath of Kaya out of spite for the previous game's hidden lethal.
Ooh, so you're gonna see the final payment here. Go ahead and sacrifice the treacherous blessing, I imagine. Go ahead and kill the Knight of Autumn here, and kind of the world is Canadian 8 team's oyster. We get to attack for 4. We get to blink the Oath of Kaya. We get to Teferi Emblem for the rubs.
Why would you attack? You just made an emblem.
I would play the Omen of the Sea. I would blink Omen of the Sea and Ichor Wellspring with Yorion, and then I would pass the turn.
Yes, 100%. That is this what we came for? Yes, it is.
All right, looks like the Canadian team going for the more direct lethal line. Fine, I guess that can be their prerogative.
Canadians and all that kindness. I just don't understand it.
I'm an American. I want them to suffer.
Yeah, we're way more into the pain of others as entertainment. Although, what do you call hockey? I mean, really? Like, come on. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain involved. People get in fights as part of the sport. There's fighting sports, but then there's only one sport where fighting is like part of the sport, almost encouraged. I don't know.
Oh, there's technically a food here. That's true. That's true. Lanipede is gonna make them go through it till the end here.
Fight till the end. I guess they do prefer death by emblem. Question answered. No white source.
See, Canadian 8 team trying to grant a mercy here, and just Lanipede having none of it.
That's what you get.
No white mana left here. Not flashing back that on burial rights. That Knight of Autumn staying in the bin, CGB.
That's just a sad reanimation. That's a sad time for a reanimation player. And that was what I found a lot.
We've got our players. We're heading down on in. I didn't catch what the other deck was, but one of our players here is playing Temur Wizards.
Temur Wizards. What's your green wizard?
You have Atarka's command to flash back with Dreadhorde Arcanist. Speaking of flashing back commands.
Nice.
And it looks like we have here some Abzan creatures. Maybe we have 4-color Mutate.
4-color Mutate in Historic.
Yep. And remember, for folks that are just joining us, this tournament structure is double elimination, and this is round 3. So both of these players are either 1-1 or 2-0. Everybody that you see on coverage all day today will be still live to win the entire tournament at the point in which we are watching them.
That is just kind of a really cool little feature here to know that whatever deck you see on camera isn't out of contention, could in fact go all the way.
Yep, and we see here historic staple, Adjourned Pouncer in hand for our Mutate player. And while this card looks very unassuming with just its 1/1 with double strike, remember when you mutate on top of something, you keep the keywords of the things that are mutated underneath you. So for example, if this Sawtusk Demolisher were to mutate onto that double strike creature, you would get a 6/6 double strike trampler, kind of a build your own Embercleave, if you would.
A 6/6 double strike trampler that, when upon enters the battlefield on turn 4, has pseudo haste and blows up a thing. Sounds okay.
Not bad. Okay. And the Adjourned Pouncer has that eternalized mechanic, letting you bring it back from the bin too if it were to die.
Comes back as a 4/4 as well. I think what I remember most about Adjourned Pouncer, wasn't it one of the cards that was inexplicably kept out of Amonkhet Remastered, then released in an anthology?
Yes, it was one of our anthology 4 cards with the last release.
They love to keep you on your toes. Wizards just keeps you on your toes and serves you up some pretty odd choices every now and then. Symmetry Sage
here. That one, I believe, sets the base power of a target creature to 2 until end of turn, which notably can target anything. So while it can make itself a 2/2 flyer, it can also do things like make your Sprite Dragon get an extra power till end of turn.
It does have to be a creature you control, which is something I mixed up on the card when I first played it, but it is really nice in these low power creatures to just get a little extra bonus off your spells, which is all these decks want, just a little extra with everything they do.
Kind of an interesting decision here from our red player. our Temur player, choosing to not shock the Ajarn Pouncer proactively, which means the Sawtooth Demolisher gets to happen here. So we get to shock in response, but remember, Mutate does not work like an enchant creature, so you're not going to get the Mutate effect, but the 6/6 is still going to come into play here.
Yeah, like you said, pretty interesting decision, I guess, really wanting to maybe blow out some kind of a Mutate trigger. And you do think about if Jax had gone for the Bat instead of the Demolisher, maybe hoping to get the... oh, wait, that costs 6 mana. Never mind.
Yep.
I have to remember my Mutate costs.
We saw a really incredible draw here for our Temur player. We've got that Atarka's command here in hand.
There is a tremendous turn is being threatened next turn.
Yeah.
With Dreadhorde Arcanist and Atarka's command.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
With Arcanist being able to flashback things that have, less than or equal to its power. Another card that works well with the Symmetry Stage, but also Atarka's command. So this command's going to get to deal 3 and give everything +1/+1. And then the Dreadhorde Arcanist is going to flash it back and do it again.
How much damage is that? A lot, would you say?
A metric. I'm American, so I'm not sure exactly how much it is in the metric system, but it's a lot.
I use metric ton to describe things I can't calculate because as an American, it's just true.
All right. Oh, we have an expressive iteration here too, because why not? It gets us our extra points of damage.
The rich get richer. I hear that's a common theme on this channel.
Yes. Hey, we believe in trickle-down Shillonomics in Hooglandia. Every time someone achieves Shillionaire status, it becomes easier for everybody at home.
Well, it's not going to be very easy for Jax this time because I don't think Jax is going to get that experience. And instead, you're just going to understand pain and suffering as a total Atarka's command prowess pop-off.
And the Symmetry Sage, you're going to get to power things up here too. You see the Sprite Dragon gain that extra point of power from the Symmetry Sage trigger. We're going to go ahead. And honestly, little known fact, Dreadhorde Arcanist has Trample too. So, because why wouldn't it?
1 power creatures with Trample always give me a laugh.
Yep. So we see going to 7 here. We could technically flash in the Dirge Bat and jump the Sprite Dragon. And we can block the other one. And we're still taking 8, it looks like here.
Yep, still lethal, so no real point in revealing what you had and how it influenced your plays. Gonna go to game 2.
Frequently use the terminology Doomblade a creature, and our Abzan player here very quickly boarding in 4 actual factual copies of Doomblade.
It's like seeing a unicorn in the wild. Like, some people are still doing it, man. They're still out there Doomblading. How do you feel about Doomblade in a world with Heartless Act, Eliminate, all these other options?
So we had mentioned the mono black aggro deck during the intro here when we were talking about the metagame, but outside of that deck, I actually think Doomblade's quite good as far as your sideboard removal goes. So I think if you look at your deck and think, okay, my creatures line up well into what the black aggro deck is doing, and the sizing of the creatures mutate deck, I think that's probably the case. I really like Doomblade a lot, Things like Heartless Act can miss things like Gruul Spellbreaker in the Gruul matchup. Things like Cast Down, Miss Questing Beast. Especially you think the other headlining aggressive deck in the format is the green-white company deck that occasionally plays Great Henge, which renders your Heartless Act super awkward as well.
That's where another new option is Vanishing Verse, which can hit a variety of monocolored permanents. There's just so many things now. Remember when it was hard to find a 2-mana removal spell?
Yep.
Do you remember this world? It wasn't that long ago.
And in fact, one that I've been enjoying on stream too that I've started putting in my control sideboards is I've actually been a big fan of Flunk out of Strixhaven. So this is Flunk is a card that because it gives minus, it answers cards like Adanto Vanguard really cleanly while also scaling up in the late game against most aggro decks.
Yep, and that's another one that is barely seeing play because all the options are so good. So.
Yep.
Sprite Dragon and Soulscar Mage, plenty of pressure. We see a Disdainful Stroke over there as well. That hits a lot of Mutate cards. Turn 1 Llanowar Elves is exactly where you want to be.
You see the shock in on the Abzan side here, kind of communicating that, yes, I have a removal spell and something is dying this turn, but you just kind of got to get through it. Your Disdainful Stroke's not going to counter a removal spell.
Indeed. A lot of pressure on this draw step to produce an untapped land. It's not there. We got a Adanto Vanguard, though.
Now,
At least it's playable.
the one saving grace is we do have multiple big threats. So while the stroke's definitely going to tag the first one, we're going to get to play through that just by jamming.
And it doesn't look like with just a Soulscar Mage, there should be low enough pressure to get a few turns here and fight the way through the counter magic. But Symmetry Sage can add pressure, and it looks like we're not holding up Disdainful Stroke.
Okay, yeah, we have a window if Sawtusk Demolisher gets to come down next turn on that Adanto Vanguard, a 6/6 that gets extra attack when it attacks is quite scary, especially with the trample.
I do appreciate the risk, though. There just wasn't really enough pressure from only a Soulscar Mage for you to just sit back for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good acknowledgement from our Temur players' side of I need to be the beatdown here as this game goes along. There's a lot of scary bombs on the Mutate side, so I just need to try and close things out by adding pressure to the board.
Curious what card in the deck. I'm trying to think of what we're playing around with the Symmetry Sage not blocking the Llanowar Elf there, but probably won't come up. I'm just curious. Can't think of one.
So command here, going to go ahead and pump up the jam a good deal, trigger prowess, give things +1/+1, deal 3. And there's the 4th land, CGB.
Yeah, you can pay 2 life to bring that in untapped, and that doesn't sound as good as it did in my head a few seconds ago. Well, all right, so you're hoping for no spell here to activate the Sage, and it's actually not there, which is kind of funny.
You have to chump block with your Llanowar Elf, though?
You do.
All right, we're at 1.
All right, we're live. We're live facing Disdainful Stroke and no 4th land, and yeah, that'll do it. Sweet Mutate deck, bro. But can it do this Atarka's command plus counterspell thing?
Yeah, the efficiency there really, really on display. You know, our Mutate player kind of getting punished for playing a deck full of clunky top end in a game where you're not always going to hit your 4th mana source on curve.
I feel like I saw a Temur Delver attempt in Historic just now. It's what it felt like a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And I heard people refer to Symmetry Sage as standard or Historic Delver when it was spoiled. Obviously, not nearly that power level, but still a cheap, evasive blue threat that wants to be played with a bunch of other spells.
Yeah, as chat would say, that we have Delver at home.
Yep. Our first match was quick, but we've got a time-shifted feature match here. Let's go ahead. Whoop, that's the wrong one. We've got Abzan Reanimator here versus what looks to be Mardu Angels on top of our screen.
Now this is, so I want to see this because this seems like Unburial Rites getting to fight a match against a fair-ish deck where you have a real chance. On the other hand, like red-white midrange or Mardu midrange is no joke either. They all have ways to interact, and we see a Thoughtseize right off the top.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. We saw Temur earlier, for example, playing copies of Graveyard Hate in the main deck, and I wonder if we have anything like that for our Mardu player here. Let's pull up their deck list.
Mardu player finds themselves in an interesting spot where a Stone Rain would be significantly better than even Graveyard Hate at this point, as once again the land system rearing its ugly head, but that is a Triumph off the top. So Bees, not out of it yet.
Showdown of the Scaldseer, flipping over some Thoughtseizes, but not quite that useful of a card here in the face of something like Burial Rites.
That's a lot of land. That is a lot of land off your Showdown, but you can build up quite the Resplendent Angel. And there is a Lightning Helix. There doesn't seem to be a ton of life gain synergy, so I'm curious to see what goes on with Resplendent Angel here.
Yeah, now the Resplendent Angel, for people at home that don't recall, is self-enabling to a degree. So if we see that, 6 land come down next turn, the Angel could start doing its own thing itself.
When you have two Unburial Rites and 4 lands, ouch.
Yep. Okay,
Righteous Valkyrie.
There's a Righteous Valkyrie, so maybe we got some traditional angel things here. And honestly, I think that's probably worse than just,
Let's go.
Thunk, 2-turn clock, gained 7. Man, it is not It's not been a good day for playing 5-mana spells, CGB.
It really hasn't. It has not been pretty. And, I've had this feeling playing the Reanimator, various Reanimator piles for the last couple days as well. Don't you love it when you finally get that matchup that you wanted, but then you just don't draw the right lands and you die anyway? Isn't that just the greatest? You finally get your matchup.
See a Cling to Dust and 3 copies of Rest in Peace coming in here for our Mardu player. And honestly, getting the first game against the Reanimator deck is so huge here. Getting to not only have 1 chance, but 2 chances to find your powerful hate cards in the post-board game is a big deal.
I like this Abzan build from kind of an old school deck building standpoint of we're not playing any cards that are off color. These are all castable cards if the game goes long. We see Angel's Sanctions, which is one I haven't seen in quite a while. That's kind of a sweet one I'd forgotten about.
Yeah, because it's a good, you've got those copies of Grizzly Salvage in your deck, and it's just, while it's not quite an Unburial Rites, it kind of Unburial Rites itself under the right circumstances.
Oh my gosh. In game 1, I didn't want to say it because I was hopeful, but I didn't want to say it, Jeff. There is a Kalia. It is a Kalia deck, Zenith Seeker.
Yep.
Kalia has a sweet leg tattoo. I've got to tell you, it's one of the finer leg tattoos put on a Magic card. If you haven't seen that one in a while, I don't know why I get excited about this.
You got a leg tattoo yourself, CGB?
No, but my it's true. My wife does.
All right,
rather large one in a similar spot. Explains a lot, actually, about what I like about the card.
This is the magic embodiment of your significant other. So we've got some lands coming down here for both players. We got that Rest in Peace in here. It'll be interesting to see if we see the Rest in Peace GM down right away, or if we want to wait until the graveyard fills up a little bit.
The answer is now. We do it now.
And we get kind of punished for the GM8 right away, right? And this is kind of the dynamic we were talking about earlier, where you're saying, like, okay, are you supposed to GM these 8 pieces right away, or are you supposed to wait until you can get some value out of them here? And this Rest in Peace effectively didn't get to do anything this game now.
Yeah. Skyclave Apparition doing what it came for. That is a nice reason to be more into the color white for this Reanimator deck, because Skyclave Apparition does hit Relic, does hit Rest in Peace, does hit the Lantern, hits all those things. So that's a nice one.
Something that's really sweet too is, Grizzly Salvage finds lands and creatures, so Skyclave Apparition gets to be a anti-hate card that you find with your enabler.
Yep. In fact, the only thing it doesn't really do, Skyclave Apparition, it doesn't hit that Cling to Dust, and there's just one hanging out in the Mardu deck. Hello, leg tattoo.
All right. Looks like there is a Resplendent Angel on the Zenith here. We've got 2 geese bricked on the 5th land there, unfortunately.
Skyclave Apparition showing up for work, but could take lands and move towards casting the Unburial Rites from the exiled zone.
Could also cast the Celestorm from hand.
Yeah, could just slam it. That's true.
So we've got 5 mana this turn. It'll be interesting to see if we hold up. Yep, we're holding up Vanishing Verse here, which I really like. If you're worried about, just double Bishop makes sense too, because we're going to get Righteous Valkyrie. And the only thing that dies this turn is Elite Spellbinder, right?
That's right.
So this Elish isn't even that big of a deal.
And that Resplendent Angel is eager to bring some friends to the party, and that Valkyrie is no slouch either.
Yep.
This is going to be an interesting battle between Elish Norn and a Legion of Angels. This is going to get interesting really fast.
I don't know. I think my interest is going to vanish pretty quickly when an exile happens here.
Vanishing Verse. Yep.
Yeah, not just any removal spell, one that's able to explicitly get rid of it forever, making this Unburial Rites be completely non-threatening again.
We also when we check the graveyard, there's no other big Praetors to bring back. The Unburial Rites doesn't have a great target at the moment.
Yep, and the Resplendent Angel, triggering with the Bishop of the Wings here, and I think we're going to see fast work get made of our Reanimator player here.
Maelstrom Pulse doesn't... I mean, you can block with the Goose. Goes for the Angel token?
I think all the Righteous Valkyrie here means it just doesn't quite matter. We're going to see 2 tokens get made by the Bishop of Wings here, and this Righteous Valkyrie is going to come down next turn and give the board all +2/+2 for our Mardu player.
A mere 32 life on the Mardu Angel side of things. And it looks like, man, is this just going to be an O2 dunking on the Reanimator deck by the
Yep.
mid-range Mardu deck, Jeff? The
Yeah.
mid-range Mardu
And and
Angel deck.
And honestly, you know, the thing that stands out in my mind from watching that game was the Rest in Peace came down on turn 2 and actually just didn't get to do anything. It got Skyclaved Apparition and then nothing happened. And the Angels player was just able to play through the Reanimate target from our Abzan player.
Yeah.
I have the Fire as our Gen player and then Silly Cheese as our Boros Norn player. Winning the die roll, always a good start.
And we see, let's see, I'm looking down the Silly Cheese Boros combo list. There are 2 Elish Norns, which if you draw those, you might actually cast as opposed to those Craterhoof Behemoths we saw earlier. Yep. I also love this. 3 copies of Chandra, Torch of Defiance, can help ramp you to that Elish Norn. So you're not just trying to hit 7 lands in your aggro deck.
Inquisition of Kozilek here. Not able to take that Heroic Reinforcements, but being able to tag History of Benalia. Valky, God of Ice, not quite fantastic against the deck full of creature threats that aren't really creatures.
If Valky gets ever turned into an Elish Norn, I'll be very impressed.
I feel like the Shuffler is as rigged as the Earth is flat, Covert. Every time you Abundant Harvest for a non-creature spell, you get another Abundant Harvest, it seems.
Where I come from, I just say that the Shuffler is fine as kind of a nod to the absolute nonsense that gets up to so we can move on and not totally tilt into oblivion. And then I go out and I put my head underwater and I scream into the Bay of Lake Michigan.
So we see Bone Crusher Giant here being held up, and normally Bone Crusher Giant, very powerful Eldraine spell that kind of 2-for-1s, but that 2-for-1 effect not really impactful here against these decks that are putting multiple creatures into play with each of their effects.
A 4/3 does try to get in the way, but I mean the whole idea of going wide is it's gonna get you. I'm looking at this pause and we're thinking, do we want a Lightning Helix our 1/1 to stop a Bone Crusher Giant? I wouldn't, but that must be what we're thinking about.
It's possible. This is a fine play, right? Like your opponent's going to play the Bone Crusher Giant next turn, and then you're going to Helix it, so you're kind of up 2 life, but you're losing tempo. So I guess the question you need to ask yourself is it worth giving up tempo to gain 2 life? And I think you might be right that it's probably not.
Yeah, I guess it depends how long you think the game is going to go. The board is going to have a lot of hasty 1/1s for the foreseeable many turns here.
And they're not going to be 1/1s for long, right? Like Klothys is going to gain a little bit of life here, but like we're going to have a 10 ball coming in across the board here next turn with another Heroic Reinforcements coming down.
I can't see if there's any lands in the graveyard for this Klothys to ramp into Tibalt, but even if it does, Tibalt isn't the best against a wide board. Tibalt's a very haymaker type of card.
We were talking about commands that were surprising earlier, and Lorehold Command is one that I've been impressed with.
Consider me about to be surprised. So this is +1/+0 and indestructible until end of turn, as well as make a 3/2 red-white spirit.
Yep. And these cards resolve in order top down. So you get that spirit, and then it gains indestructible and haste and an extra attack here.
All right, take 6. This draw has to be good.
Yeah. All this point removal here just not looking stellar for our Gen player in the face of these this go wide deck.
It doesn't look like the game's, well, I guess it does. They have perfect information from seeing the hand with the Valky, so they know that another Heroic Reinforcements is going to finish the job.
Yep. I would not be surprised if we see these Valkyries very quickly come out here. We see a Maelstrom Pulse come in very quickly. Love that.
Jeff, I'm sorry. I don't think this is the matchup for Angrath.
I'm sorry, dude. It is not a pirate matchup, unfortunately.
I'm pretty sure that we're not going to get to see the water burn in this case.
I wonder if we'll see Gonti come in here. I feel like he's subtly very powerful because it has a decent stat line to block a lot of these tokens, and drawing your opponent's token card kind of allows you to go toe-to-toe with them. Yeah, see those coming in here nicely.
That's an interesting one that I don't think stands up like at first glance. But yeah, when you think through it, you're probably going to do a ton of blocking and go a little wide yourself. Plus, who knows? You might steal an Elish Norn.
We see, I wonder if we'll see Transmogrify come out or stay in here. We see Archon of Emeria coming in, which I would, that's interesting. So remember, Transmogrify kind of has that restriction where It gets whatever is the next creature in your deck here. So boarding in the Archons while leaving in the Transmogrify is a little bit of a gamble for a red-white tokens player here.
It's going to be pretty sad when you think you're going for lethal and you hit an Archon.
Yep.
That might be a feels bad. And what does the Archon really do here against the Jund deck? I would have thought it's more for combo.
Yeah, or something like is it Phoenix? Perhaps I would think.
Right. So I'm really surprised by that one.
I like the tap land here from our Jund player, just kind of acknowledging they're almost assuredly not playing anything I'm willing to stomp next turn.
Thoughtseize showing up here.
Thoughtseize, not great against 2-pair.
I mean, you got to get the heroics, I suppose, but indeed, you're not going to. I guess you can draw another Thoughtseize, right? That's
what kind of token does Raise the Alarm make? Or do Raise the
Soldiers.
Alarm makes white soldiers, and then is heroic reinforcements also a soldier?
Human soldiers, I want to say.
Nope,
just white soldiers.
Well, okay, so Maelstrom Pulse technically gets to kill all of the tokens both of these make.
But doesn't kill Archon of Emeria, and Archon is here.
We could see a little bit of grind with these Culligan's commands here. You know, K command can kill a token and then take a card out of Silly Cheese's hand. I kind of like just playing Bone Crusher Giant here, if I'm being honest. Like, you expect them to heroic reinforcements next turn, and then you block a token and take like 7.
That airborne beating is very threatening.
Rip Apart is a real good pickup here, because remember, even though Silly Cheese can only play 1 card per turn, Raise the Alarm is an instant. So we can see Rip Apart on the Giant, Raise the Alarm, and then into a really big reinforcements.
That is actually really clutch, that Raise the Alarm is an instant. Otherwise, the Archon would be very much self-hosing Silly Cheese here, but not in this case. I am wondering, though, if the Raise the Alarm... Okay, if Raise the Alarm does come in on end step, Colligan's command can tag the reinforcements.
Yeah, that's very true. And this is a tough decision. I feel like you just got to pass here, right? Yeah, I like this. And you know about both these cards, right? So you're expecting the raise?
Silly Cheese could make a... Okay, going for it.
Love it. Really, really heads up play here, playing with perfect information from our discard spell earlier. Being able to go, okay, get rid of this, get rid of your thing, and then, you know, maybe we have a route to stabilization here.
Still a bit of pressure on the board and a very annoying Archon. But if you look at the cards in hand, there's an Inquisition, but it's unlikely that there will be any double spelling in the near future. If there's one more land, we're just going to be like slamming Chandras.
You really needed a miss for a turn on the Jund player side. And seeing Abundant Harvest here, we were talking about, okay, why are we... And this land has to come into play tapped because of the Archon again.
That's a time walk.
The pay 2 life is grayed out. Yeah.
That's a time walk. Oh, it had to be
an Allegiance landing. Good lord. Yeah, I agree with the good game here. This is forgot to play that pre-combat, but it really doesn't matter.
Jund go too wide.
And this is kind of we often talk about these mid-range decks, like what our Jund player is playing here, is probably the archetype that I get asked about the most in Historic. Jeff, what's a good mid-range deck? Jeff, what Thoughtseize deck can I play? And while Red Black Arcanist has put up some fringe results, I definitely think that it's the archetype that currently struggles the most for reasons that we just saw in that game there, right? Like, I'm sure our Jund player has good game plans for things like Velomachus and Dragonstorm and like these other more specific combo decks and Jeskai Control and Phoenix, but there's so many random decks in Historic, right? Like, you look at this tournament and Jeskai controls 6% of the tournament. Like, if you have plans against the top 4 decks, what are you doing against the other 60% of the field?
Indeed. And how do you even have like the right sideboard cards? Because you only have so many that you can take up. And I mean, can a Jund deck afford to play sweepers for that token matchup every now and then?
You could put, I mean, where is it? This card's legal. You could put Virulent Plague in your Jund sideboard, right? You tell a Jund player, I'm going to play against red-white tokens. Yeah, put some Virulent Plagues in there, no problem. But like, the tokens matchup is 2% of the format, or whatever you're given percentages on a given weekend. So it's tough to justify or even know, like, what am I going to hit in terms of matchups.
Oh yeah, especially in a tournament like this where you have a lot of people bringing some very sweet lists. It's hard to cover all the bases, and that is really what people demand of Jund, unless they can close the game quickly. And that deck didn't seem to have a very quick clock. Had a lot of grind, but not a lot of clock.
Yeah. One of the things that's notable about Jund, coming from like modern, where it's seen more successes, there's no Tarmogoyf, there's no Grimflayer. We're missing that 2 mana like big threat that closes the game out while you're disrupting a little bit with your discard spells.
Grim Flare though could be on the right on the horizon. Could be this fall if they time up the
That's true.
shadows.
I really hope we get
Mhm.
shadows with the other Innistrad sets. That would be
Yeah,
super sweet.
2 standard Innistrad sets and a historic Innistrad set all at once. It'll be all the Innistrad you can handle.
All right, head on into our time shifted feature match here. We've got on the left side of your screen Boros Control versus some blue white spirits here. Looks like quick mulligans on both sides, I imagine.
Boros control. I am a fan of trying all the different combinations of colors, but when the one you leave out is blue, it's just so off brand for me. I have to like just kind of.
Hey, there's a Jeskai Triome right there, CGB. They technically make blue mana.
It's basically taunting that you put blue mana in there and don't use it. Triggering, really.
So we saw a mana rock go to the bottom for our control player, notably missing second red source in the hand at the moment, kind of getting punished for Blink Both Nexus coming at a real cost here.
Indeed. And on the other side, we have blue. Do I see blue white flyers? Or spirits? It's a
Yep.
spirit deck. Okay. Shacklegeist, Rattlechains, Empyrean Eagle, Spectral Sailor, all spirits, although you can often, I believe, forget the text on some of those. Bone Crusher Giant. Okay.
Going back to talking about how your interaction lines up, we've got a lot of these red-based removal spells here, but we see a lot of 3+ toughness things for our spirits player in hand.
Everything but that Rattlechains now. The buff from the Phantom is going to keep Shacklegeist out of trouble. 2 lords already on the battlefield. If there isn't a second red really soon, like Chandra has to kill something.
Yep. And we see that here, acknowledging that I need this mana, but I need the right color mana here too. So, oh no. Oh.
Not like this. You ever ghost quartered yourself to get your vantage into play?
Yep. It's not, you're not happy about it, but it's life you live sometimes. We see Blink Both Nexus on both sides of the table here. While there's definitely a spirit sub theme in Mikolo's deck, we see what's it called? The Imperium Eagle there gives all just generically flying creatures a bonus.
Yeah, that makes the Nexus a heck of an attacker. And this Hexproof from the Rattlechains coming down. Now we have Shacklegeist. We're going to power up the Nexus. That is a lethal attack. And blue-white flyers, blue-white spirits on the board.
Blocking? What's blocking, CGB?
I mean, when there's horsemanship in these numbers, there's blocking is not to be found.
For the Zoomers in the audience, horsemanship is a flying adjacent mechanic that was in Portal 3 Kingdoms. So you see some elite spellbinders coming in here, being a little bit disruptive on the sideboard. Some more counter spells as well. Something that's interesting on the red-white side. Okay, I would say the Chandra 6 went out for a second and then came back in.
Did I just see an Elspeth Conquers Death go in?
I think it was a slow one. Baneslayer Angel. There was definitely a Baneslayer Angel and a Lyra. Maybe there was a Conqueror's Death. I don't hate having some amount of ways to kill things that got to 5 toughness.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Do we have sweeper effects? I see the Chandra, but I didn't see anything else.
I think most of their deck is leaning on point removal because we see these kind of more creature-based answers like Skyclave Apparition and Glorybringer.
Mm-hmm. We got Brazen Borrower as the interactive piece for the Flyers/Spirits deck. Not a spirit, but does get buffed off the Empyrean Eagle and is a nice little 2-for-1, kind of. Choice.
Supreme Phantom to start? I guess let's double check here. I'm going to pull up the Boros list really quick just to make sure there aren't like Sweltering Suns or anything like that hiding.
Shacklegeist instead of the Phantom. Not playing around Bone Crusher Giant this time. And Bone Crusher comes off the top to do a little punishing. Holding back the Skyclave apparition, which is really smart because it would have been tempting to make the mana efficient play on the apparition, then play a Chandra the next turn plus it and stomp. But that line doesn't deal with the Phantom, which is in hand. Also doesn't deal with the Eagle.
Bone Crusher Giant, not really a particularly appealing card to Memory Lapse or Brazen Borrower because it gives your opponent another shock back effectively here. I wonder if we'll just see a 3-1 deploy. We are bouncing. Okay.
Yeah, I would have also probably played the 3-1. It is mana intensive to keep Bone Crushing over and over.
Yeah, basically the acknowledgement here. I feel like by bouncing it there, we're kind of saying, okay, I'm going to commit to Memory Lapsing this card next turn.
Either that or you're going to let both sides happen and draw a card, which doesn't seem like a great trade either. Oh, now the apparition comes out because there's a backup in hand.
Okay. We're just drawing. Okay, so the draw here in my mind is an acknowledgement that, okay, I think I can go long here against the red-white deck, which I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm interested to see how this plays out.
I think it depends a lot on whether or not Chandra is able to hang out, which is hard to do against a bunch of flyers. But if Chandra is able to hang out, you're just going to get 2-for-1 to death by Bone Crushers and Skyclaves and a chain of cards.
Yep.
Oh, there's a card, by the way.
We didn't get Memory Lapse last turn. If I was on the red-white side, I feel like I would put the opponent on not lapse here because they didn't use it on my 3-drop.
Mm-hmm.
I like Chandra here. Get to hold up Bone Crusher as well still.
Yeah, if they Memory Lapse you, you still get to do something in the turn cycle. Not a full time walk. And you have another land, so you can repeat the process with Glorybringer next turn if you really want to.
Yep. And you're expecting like Brazen Borrower to come in here, so you're like playing this cat and mouse game of like, okay, I'm not playing my Borrower because I know you have Giant, and like in a way, like the Brazen Borrower killed itself here, right?
I believe that's a way to look at it that makes 100% sense. Yeah, I would have preferred a 3-1 trying to get some points in. It's almost fool's gold that you have a card like it almost tricks you, right? It's nice that the Spectral Sailor has the ability to draw a card, but if you're a longtime blue player, you think, okay, I'll just play this long game against the control deck where I draw a bunch of cards and I outvalue them. But in some matchups, you wish that text just weren't there to fool you into using it so you could be the beatdown like you're supposed to.
Yep. I like this choosing not to use Chandra yet, kind of waiting and seeing what happens in terms of with combat here.
Is this Rattle Chains? It gives flash to the Phantom.
So we could Phantom here and bounce off of this, but then the Phantom dies to the Chandra, which is why it was a heads-up play on Precipix's part to not activate the Chandra just yet.
Yep.
And now we get to go ahead and Bone Crusher off of the mana here, which lets them hold up Blink Both Nexus activation still, which is nice.
That's a lot of land to go with that Supreme Phantom.
Yep. Let me see, kind of going to the top right there. The Eternal Aggro mantra. Okay, I'll take game 3 on the play.
And looking it over, like Elite Spellbinders, that looks so good in that list. And we haven't seen it yet, but I bet on the play that card can be absolute havoc.
Looks like
making a Chandra cost 8 would be a lot.
It looks like you were correct that there's one copy of Elspeth Conquers Death in the red-white deck post-board. Looking at the curve of this blue-white deck, I think we really kind of highlight one of the struggles of the blue-white Spirits deck in this format. They're just so desperate for like a Mausoleum Wanderer or something along the lines of another playable 1-drop.
Yeah, you wonder if the Adventures in the Forgotten Realms deck has anything in mind with the cheap flyers. Maybe if we get those Modern Horizons 2 cards introduced someday, that would be nice too. There might be some hits, but right now there just isn't much in the cheap flyer realm on 1-drops. You could play the Pirate that protects other creatures, but it's very mana intensive. Not the best card.
Okay, we see a mulligan to 5 here for a red-white player, but notable that they have Showdown of the Skulls in hand that can recover from them. And we see that Sweltering Sun, so we hinted that earlier. Going to be a very impactful card here, potentially, if there's not the second, we see the second Lord in hand here. You
have to go for it. You have to, no holds barred, slam it here. If you do, you play around the Sweltering Suns. Let's see what happens. This is a big decision.
We could see Spellbinder as well. There's a lot of incentive to play a 3-drop here. So long as they don't play Archon or Redain, they'll be okay.
Yep. Spellbinder would fold to double Sweltering Suns, but as long as there's just one, you're in the clear.
Now you're obligated on the spirit side to take the Sweltering Suns, because otherwise they're going to go ahead and go Sacred Foundry 2 for 1 you next turn.
Yep, which means Bone Crusher still gets to pick off the Spellbinder here and alleviate some pressure. They're only taking 1.
Yep.
And they still have a turn 3 play. So this Spellbinder isn't that bad for Precipice. Is that how you would say it, Precipice?
Sure. Let's not ask me how to pronounce things. I know I got Canadian A-Team earlier, but that was a fluke, CGB.
All right, understood.
Really? Okay. Can you not play... Does Spellbinder say cast? Can you not play the card as a land?
You can play the card as a land without being taxed. You can play it on the land side.
Yeah. A spell cast this way costs 2 more.
Yep.
Yeah, so you could play it as a land for free, basically. Interesting.
I mean, you can make them play it tapped with an Archon here. But, all right, we've got Shacklegeist and another Phantom coming down. Now that the Suns is out of the way. Top deck's Lightning Helix. Ooh.
Okay. Yeah. Pay 2 or pay 3. Get to stomp the Shacklegeist now. And now, we're in this spot where anytime Chandra can come down and clear the board, it's so incredible for you.
I am stunned that the Archon was the play instead of the Redain, which would have taxed both of the cards in the hand.
Yeah, well, to be fair to our blue-white player, they didn't know Chandra was there, right? Only the Showdown had die on it?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And still not playing the Redain. Gonna hold up Memory Lapse and Rattle Chains. It's more efficient, and they have some knowledge of the hand, so...
And I like very heads-up play on Precipice side here, being able to cast Showdown off of Chandra mana. So now you get to go ahead and hold up Stomp with this Bone Crusher in hand, so you get to kill like a Rattle Chains or something when it comes down here. Again, just keeping the board clear and keeping Chandra alive. Just very clear understanding on Precipice's part here that their Planeswalker is the way they win this game, and just making sequences to ensure that she stays alive as long as possible.
All right. Redain's got a lot of work to do now. And Chandra makes mana.
Yep, so she lets this Showdown be possible still.
Showdown of the Skulls showing up in Historic in a control deck. It's an interesting way to draw 4.
Yep. And again, Chandra getting up to 3 here means the Redain can't even attack her profitably next turn.
Needs to top deck a Lord. Ooh.
Okay, that's a Lord.
And one that hits flyers, not spirits. So that was the draw.
Oh, get to... Are we going to sacrifice a land? We are going to sacrifice a land. Okay, love it. Because now you get to downtick Chandra next turn. Oh, gosh. We get to downtick Chandra, kill Redain, and then play Big Chandra?
I would like to report a murder.
We're going for the value.
No rush. Got to get those extra 4. Wow.
Okay.
How many Showdowns do you think is too many? Is there a number?
This is like when your Hydroid Crisis draws another Hydroid Crisis, right?
Only if it drew another Hydroid Crisis after that. But yeah, I suppose that's right.
Okay, and here's the Skyclave Apparition. So there's 2 Showdown triggers here. So if they play the Skyclave, they're not going to be able to play the other Showdown.
Or the Chandra that's exiled. So all that exiled stuff is going to leave, except for one tap land.
We get a land. Yeah, and I think this is fine. I think Precipice just like acknowledging they need to stop screwing around generating card advantage. They like have the cards they need to win the game at this point.
Over my dead body, though. Like getting all the advantage until forced not to.
I mean, you get to cast Chandra Awakened Inferno here and put a counter on Bone Crusher Giant and then -3 to kill their board.
In pro wrestling, that's the go to sleep.
yeah, looking pretty good here. Chandra's really a pretty sweet threat in this red-white control deck, being kind of a trump card in the Jeskai control matchup while also being a card that plays to the board in these creature-based matchups.
I always like it when a Planeswalker, especially an expensive, like kind of Timmy, I think a lot of people would call it, Planeswalker, gets their moment to shine. And the can't be countered text that gets you through Dovin's Veto, gets you through Memory Lapse on Chandra Awakened Inferno is finally a big impact right now.
So we're gonna go ahead head on in here for some Jeskai Velocimist turns here versus Bant Planeswalker mid-range.
Where do you think that Velocimist turns sits in the meta? Because I've seen very good players testing this. I've seen a lot of people come away a little underwhelmed, but the deck can just take all the turns. It's
Oh,
kind of amazing.
they're a Dragonstorm variation of Velocimist. That was a Dragonstorm. Okay, now I gotta look at the list. I assumed I knew what was going on here,
Wait,
but
what?
now
One
now I
Dragonstorm. There's one
there's
Dragonstorm in the deck.
one Dragonstorm. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess I guess Dragonstorm is like a fifth Velomachus because you can Mizzix Mastery it out of the graveyard, right? So
Yep, you can go ahead.
you're not really playing it for the storm factor. You're just playing it as a way to get another dragon into play.
Oh yeah, making Mizzix Mastery into a Dragon Summoner.
Okay, and we see here Anger of the Gods and Prismari Command as axes of interaction. Obviously not going to hurt the Lovestruck Beast proper, but going to be able to take that 1/1 out of play, rendering the Lovestruck Beast pretty pacifist.
But overall, Anger of the Gods, when there's not a bunch of mana creatures on the battlefield, and it's kind of funny because there's 8 of them in the Bant deck, but without the mana creatures on the battlefield, it's not going to touch the Planeswalkers, who are going to be the real threat in this game.
See Casmenia ticking up here. We see that. Yeah, I imagine that Grease is quickly going to the bottom against the Red Sweeper deck.
Second Anger.
Do you anger a 1/1? I imagine we'll probably see just Prismari Command here. I imagine we're going to want to loot here, try and find our combo pieces on the Jeskai side. Teferi Master of Time. His down tick being able to phase out Velomachus, technically combo interaction.
That's probably going to be a huge headache. You just can't do the Transmogrify effect with the Teferi ability open.
Well, you can do it with Indomitable Creativity on the
treasure.
On the treasure. Now, one thing we see here, Teferi choosing to +2 to scry 1 as opposed to looting, because it increases his loyalty to 5 as opposed to 4.
And the loyalty is on the move. One of the fun things with the taking turns is that Kasmina Enigma Sage can minus pretty quickly to go fetch like a Time Warp, but that's not in this version of Bant. In fact, there isn't really anything other than Abundant Harvest and Dramoka's command for the minus on the Kasmina to hit.
Yeah, my experience playing, while not this Bant build, but Temur build of the Casmina archetype, is that she tends to prefer making fractals with her down tick as opposed to going to get a spell. A lot of the time, you'd rather like make a 7/7 or an 8/8 rather than do something else.
Here comes Magma Opus, sort of the backup plan from the Mastery.
And honestly, against staring down a Teferi Master of Time, the Magma Opus seems like a much better game plan than trying to put a dragon into play that's just going to get phased out a bunch.
Yep, gotta wear that thing down, make a 4/4, maybe get some attacks in, although Lovestruck Beast is going to be happy to mingle with it.
Notable that the Teferi here is going to get to +2 with the Scry in a response, meaning it's not going to die to the Magma Opus dealing 4 here.
Yep. And it will get to rebuild that loyalty so quickly. Unsubstantiate's an interesting one.
That's we have remanded home for historic, I believe.
Very much so. And can't bounce any permanent, which is something I think a lot of people miss sometimes, but only creatures and spells can get bounced by unsubstantiate.
Let's see a 5/5 getting made here off the Casmina, just enabling a giant blocker for this 4/4. And then Elite Spellbinder, like pretty decent draw. Well, obviously it gets cleared away by Anger of the Gods. It can force action on that.
Now with full knowledge of what's going on, that there would have to be a top deck here to cast a Transmogrifier or a Creativity.
And even if there is a top deck, we have the Teferi going up to 3 again because it gets to +2 every turn.
Yeah, so it has to be Creativity to hit the treasure at this point if we're going to pull out the dragon. But the dragon can also be phased by Teferi, so it doesn't get to take the extra turn right away. Just showing you what a pain in the butt that Master of Time can actually be when combined with a +2 loyalty effect.
Yep. And normally Casmina's upside only applies to, the fact that, oh gosh, this is definitely should have targeted the treasure. Maybe missing the fact that we could phase this out in response.
Yep. It did kill Teferi.
That's true. Maybe where our goal is just to take the Teferi off the table.
Sadly, there's another one.
Yep. Which we don't
So
know about.
always that moment of I love it when you find the clever line to get rid of that thing that the opponent is holding over you, only to see them play another. The groan factor is really off the chain at that point.
One thing that's really interesting is Kasmina is actually a really elegant way to enable Lovestruck Beasts, because you can make those varying size fractals, so even if they get swept away, you can still just replenish.
There was a window here without the Teferi on the board and no interaction, but the top deck card is an island.
You could see an aggressive play and go for the looting here, and I wonder if we're going to do that, because, you can kill the Spellbinder at a minimum if you wanted to, like, alleviate some pressure, and then if you hit it, you could win the game.
Okay.
So this attack, I think, is we plan to cast Anger of the Gods.
It would seem so. That leaves a 5/5, but the Prismari command can deal 2 damage to it, so Anger is a full clear.
All right, and this is, I don't hate this from our combo player. Like, you know that you just need to draw a way to get a dragon into play, and we even have treasures, so you can just cast dragons here. So just like taking all the pressure off the table has a lot of upside in this situation.
Yeah, the Lore Hold itself would be a pretty nice top deck. Unless the Master of Time. Oh, groan.
Really? Okay.
Gives up with the treasures.
The Unsubstantiate feels really aggressive there to me, because you now can no longer cast Velomachus if you draw it.
Also, your creativity has no targets.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I don't know that I'm a fan of that particular line.
Are we a cycling player? Looks like it. Gotta have action here.
Okay, I mean, Prismari command makes a treasure at least. Wait, are we dead? I believe our top player has... Okay, we're not going for lethal. So our top player could have played Vivian, put 2 counters on the Lovestruck Beast, and then made 1/1s with Kiora and the Enigma Sage.
Mm-hmm. The Caster Vision says Prismari command could kill the 1/1 to stave that off.
Well, you make 2 1/1s with each of your
because you also make one with Teferi. Oh, I like that.
Okay, we might still have the lethal here. Yep, here's a 1/1. Let's see if we play around a piece of removal here. We might not be playing around the Oh, you can make a 1/1 at instant speed with Teferi. So you don't have to decide. So yeah, so we are dead. So you just get to like down tick my Teferi. Do we see it? I think we saw it. Looks like we're clicking. Nice. What a slick line. That was impressive.
Yeah, gotta give it up for that one. I love that. Want to see that one myself in a million years.
Sultai variations of this Kasmina archetype, and I've played Temur variation, but I've not played Bant, and this build looks really sweet from Kid Martian here on the side.
If you like Planeswalkers, I mean, who doesn't like Planeswalkers? I guess we all lived through War of the Spark. Some of us might have scars that haven't healed, but it is a nice Planeswalker deck.
Nobody makes it out of the War unscarred.
Oh man. There's so many things. We lived through the War of the Spark, though. It's over. It happened. There were Planeswalkers in every pack for a while, okay? I do want to say that is one of the things, as a longtime fan of watching tournaments and now being so lucky to get to cast one, I just want to throw in there, like, one of the best things I loved about watching tournaments is watching for plays that I never would have found myself, you know? Like, I just didn't see those cards coming together that way, especially some of the newer cards, and it is so cool. Like, and even the ability to do the Teferi ability at instant speed now is something I'm always going to be watching for when I have a Kasmina on the battlefield. It just didn't occur to me I could just make a creature and block their stuff.
We got some really sweet creature-based hate cards coming in here. We've got the Azurius Renegade, which stops Velomachus from casting spells without paying mana, and it can stop you from just casting your bigger spells off of treasures ahead of curve. I wonder if we'll see Archon of Emeria or Giant Killer come in here. Giant Killer can kill a Velomachus after it gets into play, and Archon stops you from putting Velomachus into play and then also going with it that turn.
Does it also just prevent Mizzix's Mastery from basically doing anything?
It does, yeah. Mizzix's Mastery casts copies, so...
Yep. Interesting.
Something that's interesting here is Dromoka's Command might seem like a card that's not particularly great here. The opponent doesn't have like small creatures that you're beating up for the most part, but one of Dromoka's Command's many modes is prevent damage from a spell would deal.
So that works on Anger of the Gods.
It does work on the Angers and the Sweltering Suns and stuff like that.
Even the Prismari command, if you want to shut down one mode with one mode of your command and commanding of commanding commands.
Yep. Some of these, I don't think Greedy's on it, but sometimes if they have Shark Typhoon, this stands for Shark Typhoon too, which is nice.
Jeff, do you think we're headed to a world where every card is a command?
I hope so.
It's like 10 modes on every card.
We were talking about Best of One with your content earlier, and one of the things I think is actually a really great upside of Best of One existing is I think the advent of a lot of these modal cards we're seeing printed are because of Best of One. I think these more flexible cards that are useful in more situations, we wouldn't see as many of these designs in a world where we're always playing with sideboards like we were traditionally speaking in Magic.
I agree. We have an interesting spot here where the Spellbinder is coming down on turn 2, and a Brainstorm can hide some of the things that we don't want the Spellbinder to take, leaving a two-pair look for the Spellbinder so that it can't completely take the Jeskai player off of one thing.
And now, little does our Jeskai player know, but, there's another elite Spellbinder lurking here, so that other Mystics Mastery is going to get tagged this turn.
Just when you thought you were clever.
And I imagine we're going to see a deal 2 and a loot here. We're going to make a treasure. That's interesting. I feel like I would want to power through the cards on top of my deck, especially with the Dwarven Mine being... Because like if we would have hit a creativity here with the Dwarven Mine, we would have gone off, right?
Yep. Also could have tried to Brainstorm to hit it and chose not to. Some patience here.
And now at this point, I feel like our Bant player is probably just like never not leaving up Dromoka's Command / Containment Priest.
Containment Priest is one I haven't seen hit something in a while, but there it is. And that, I believe, says whenever a non-token enters the battlefield that wasn't cast, you exile it.
Yep.
Flash.
All right. And like, if you're on the Jeskai player side, use your Anger of the Gods and your fist pumping here, but like... Dromoka's Command is going to say, stop that. I would like to make something bigger, please. Really?
Really?
That's surprising to me. Okay, maybe we just want to save the Dromoka's Command to protect Containment Priest at all costs?
Is that a static ability, not an ETB? Okay, that just always works with Containment Priest?
Yeah, Containment Priest is, as long as I'm in play, this is happening.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, been a long time since I got Containment Priest.
So something that's a scotch awkward here is that we see this green-white pathway have to come in on green to cast Land War Elves and still hold up Dromoka's Command, but now our Bant players cut themselves off of their second white source, so Baneslayer is not currently castable.
What is it? What's a scotch in a measurement term? Is that a Canadian unit of some kind?
I don't think it's an actual unit. I'm pretty sure it's just like a made up jargon. It's like a little bit. A scotch is like a little bit.
It's a tiny, tiny amount. It's like scrying for one. It's just a little bit.
So Prismari commands here, I imagine getting... man, it feels bad to not have the Baneslayer.
It does. It does. You put the Baneslayer Angel in the deck because you're just hoping that there is a time where you slam it and it goes the distance. It does have protection from dragons, which makes the heads up with the lore hold more difficult than it was normally with First Strike
too, right? Yep.
Yep. It's got them covered. All right, covered in a few ways. You'll love to see it.
And I gotta imagine, especially with our inability to cast the Angel, that this Dromoka's Command has to be saving the Containment Priest. It's your last resource. You got to be all in on it.
The cool thing about it is you can do it with a +1/+1 counter. You don't have to prevent the damage this time, so you do at least add to your clock.
The other mode doesn't do anything though, so I think you do both here just to play around a second command.
True.
Well, I guess it doesn't play around second command; they just do it in response. But yeah, might as well. It's a free roll.
If only we could fight that treasure token. Come at me.
Now, something that is awkward here is that these Mizzix Masteries aren't discarded, right? They're just like slowed down. So, okay, we drew an Anger. So this Mizzix Mastery could flash back Anger out of the bin.
Oh yeah, but that's not a creature. Containment Priest doesn't affect that in any way.
Correct. Yep. Which is why, we talked about what's it called come in? I believe the Archon of Emeria ended up not coming in out of the board, or if it was at the last minute, and that would be much better in a situation like this.
Mm-hmm.
It would also be a 4/4, which would mean I wouldn't get angered. Although this Magma Opus is technically castable if we draw the mountain, right?
Yeah, we've got to go through the brainstorm cards, and then here we go. Boom. Well, that's pretty strong. Can you imagine if Dramoka's command hit this?
And we see here our player is choosing to do this at sorcery speed because there's no white mana available for our Bant player. And if the deck lists are heads up here, they know that the counter spell that our Bant player has access to is Dovin's Veto, so it's not castable currently.
Come on, Baneslayer. Even tried to cast it again.
The pathway has just been so punishing. We got that Land War Elven a turn ahead of curve and just have not been able to cast this Angel because of it.
I'm also trying to remember, how did did we let the Goose go to an Anger earlier that we could have Dramoka's commanded?
Correct.
Yeah,
yes.
That also had repercussions, we'll say.
Do the Time Warp again. Did we miss lethal? We could have attacked for 4. No, we had 16.
Mm-hmm.
It's 16 damage, or just short of lethal here.
Yeah, drawing a Time Warp would have done it, or a Magma Opus, or a Lorehold over 3 draw steps. I don't know.
I might have tried to go for lethal. Because, if you miss, or at least, taking a couple of draw steps, because if you miss on the first one, you could go for it. You could finally kill the Vivian on the later ones.
That's right. Maybe the plan is to keep a mastery in the bank.
Wait.
And not just pull these. Oh, are we overloaded?
Oh, no, the overload is also +2. I thought we were overloaded for a second, too, but it's actually 10. There's the Magma Opus in the bin, so we just get to go ahead and make another one?
That's not bad at all. But Baneslayer, White Source, Baneslayer, we're asking a lot, but can Baneslayer still stabilize this?
Prismari command means that the Baneslayer is probably off the menu at this point, right?
Prismari command. What does it do to the Baneslayer in this spot?
It would team up with Anger. Yeah, to deal 5 total. Teferi, unfortunately, not going to tread water for a particularly long amount of time. Kind of an aggressive fetch land here, and you've got Brainstorm in your deck.
Are we overloaded now? No, still one.
Oh, they're just dead, right? We could take a turn. They're dead heads up. We can just attack for 4. We attack for 8. They phase 1 out, and then we Mizzix Mastering that comes back in next turn.
Yep. And wants to get the Teferi off the board, but does that give it up? Give up the lethal? Looks like it.
It does, yeah, because we can't. We have a lot of draws next turn. We could do this, and then we could see Prismari command, draw 2, shock, and then maybe hit something else.
That's a Dramoka's command off the top, but still no way to cast the mighty Baneslayer.
And then, okay, so we're going for the content play here, CGB, because next turn we get to overload Mizzix Mastery.
Yes. Wait, so that's going to cast both your Anger or the Gods.
I believe it's optional. I believe you get to pick which ones you cast.
Okay. Hallelujah.
You may cast it.
Okay, good. Nope. Scooping the creativity.
Had the opportunity to overload and chose not to.
Well, now we're just not hitting lethal and we're not making content plays. I don't know what's going on.
I wonder if we'll see the Archon. Come in. Really, the Lavinia isn't in the deck either. That's so interesting to me. I wonder what matchups they have those in their sideboard for, if not this one.
That's a great question, and something I don't know if I think people sometimes see a sideboard card and they do tunnel vision that it is for this matchup, and it's hard without like a written down sideboard guide in front of you to figure out exactly what everybody has in mind. Because you always, like, I've heard you ask this question often: who hurt you? What horrors befell on you because that made you run this card, right? And sometimes you just don't know. It's a wide open field. Who knows? Maybe it's maybe their best buddy is also in this and they know what they're running and they're like, I'm running this spicy one of card to get them.
This is an interesting approach here for our Bant player, and I'm kind of into it. So it looks like they are boarding in Kiora and Kasmina again on the play to take a more aggressive slant here. Oh, maybe not. Kasmina at least came back in.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the second game is something that we see happen occasionally too, where like you have a lot of these cards that look appealing post board, so you like trim on your primary game plan, and then you just kind of like floop around with kind of interaction that doesn't close out, and eventually the combo deck plays through your interaction.
Let's see. It looks like Greedy and Bennett here, both on one loss. So the winner here moves on, and it looks like the loser picks up their second L of the day.
Picks up their $20 in Cool Stuff Inc. store credit.
Not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination.
3-2.
Yep, you got to spend the day playing some sweet Magic the Gathering, and you got some store credit. Get some new cards.
Really strong hands here for both players. So you've got Opus into Anger or Mizzix Mastery here. Oh, yeah. Oh, and there's a second Spellbinder too here again. So you get to like take Opus and then take Anger.
It's a really strong hand,
really? Yeah. Okay.
I guess this will let the Opus make a treasure. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I'm in love with this line because now the Opus ramps to the Anger, even if you are getting rid of the Mastery. I feel like a bit of a misstep here, perhaps.
Yep. The players, like many before them, are playing fast and furious.
I suppose we do have the Dromoka's command up top. So if they're ramping to the Anger, you just counter the Anger with Dromoka's command?
That can be brutal, for sure. It does seem like the Bant player might have this one covered from a few angles, but you still got to play the cards and not tap out. That Teferi is a tempting card to play. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. Vivian off the top.
Yep. Really tight play here from Kid up top. Just like recognizing that, okay, yep, come and get me.
And when you sacrifice that treasure, you won't be able to cast Mastery on the Anger the next turn.
Yep. You even get to give one of your creatures a +1/+1 counter here. So you can like give your 1/1, make it a 2/2, or make your Elite Spellbinder bigger.
Yep. And how close is that to lethal?
I believe the Vivian would be lethal if we peel a green next turn.
Any untapped land, we can play Teferi and phase out the dwarf token too.
Yep.
There it is.
There it is. That'll do it. Really, really clean game. And I feel like this is exactly what the Bant deck wants to be doing in a matchup like this. Just like really solidly tempo them out of the play. Llanowar Elves is so strong when you're on the play.
Llanowar Elves on the play is a defining characteristic of this is the clock that you might face in Historic, I think. The only thing that really, I think, rolls with it is like Skirk Prospector from Goblins, which can add a whole other dimension to that deck. But yeah, turn 1 Llanowar Elves on the play is terrifying.
All right, and we're just going to dive right on into our time-shifted feature match for the round. A deck that we've not seen yet on coverage today is Black Aggro. That has a number of people playing it. And it looks like we've got some Mardu mid-ranger tokens or some such thing on the other side here.
Todd Turkey grabbing Black Aggro to go for the 3-peat, leaving the Embercleaves at home.
And I think, honestly, that this is probably a very good choice on Todd's part. The Jeskai matchup, especially with the Gruul deck, is just a real challenge.
Another one that got hit really hard by Lightning Helix Memory Lapse.
Yep. Well,
do you like discarding?
Discard spell your discard spell. A tried and true classic. So you take their Inquisition because Thoughtseizes, or it takes all your cards anyways, and you want to deal damage to them?
I think so. Makes sense to me. This is an interesting Mardu build as I see a Leonin Light Scribe hanging out.
Yep, I would wager with Light Scribe is probably a Magecraft based build, probably Pyromancers and Sedgemoor Witch.
Mm-hmm.
Skyclave Shade is such a good draw here, just like getting to peel through. Helix, potentially useful, but both of these cards in play for Tot Turkey are recursive, which makes point removal really mediocre against them.
Playing the turn 1 shock discard spell and now having to play the turn 2 tap land means you're priced into casting Thoughtseize, but your life total is dwindling quick, and Skyclave Shade is going to, along with his Dread Wanderer, try to make just mincemeat out of you.
I don't know if I love the Thoughtseize there from Trench Canary. I feel like, especially with the second Thoughtseize in my hand, I would prefer to take their Thoughtseize in that instance, because I can take their Rankle later and then still Helix something on the board.
Yeah, if that's what you're going for, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, Sedgemoor Witch, you need another land. We're playing Grizzly Bears in Historic, Jeff. This is not good.
It's not, especially when your opponent has a bunch of Jackal Pups and other such things that that come back from the discard pile after they block.
You got one turn here. Make it good. Concealed Courtyard, one of the better lands that could be drawn, but what do you do with it?
Yeah, the Crocs, the fact that like none of our cards play to the board here efficiently is just like such a big deal. You like get to block the Skyclave Shade here technically, but like now you're putting your opponent in a spot where like lands are good and spells are good. Looks like Todd's gonna make quick work out of this first game. I imagine we're gonna see Skyclave Shade come back and then a 1-drop get played as well.
The Thoughtseize is no longer a reasonably castable magic card, and the Witch doesn't have any triggers, and the Godless Shrine enters tapped. It's all coming up, Todd.
There's Angraths in this deck too. I love me some Angrath. He's my boy.
We jumped into that match that we didn't expect to get to see some of, where Angrath was popping off and just delivering the hammer blow. And since then, Angrath hasn't gotten to shine in the feature matches. So looks like it's staying in the deck right now, though.
We've got some Kaya Orzhov Usurper here coming in on the Mardu side. Really excellent card in this matchup, letting you exile these 1-mana recursive threats or take out something large like a Knight of the Ebon Legion is huge.
Yeah, I think that card is right at home here, with two great abilities that are activatable. Like you can activate them multiple times just off of casting it for 3 mana on turn 3. It's great Planeswalker here.
Being able to gain life in the aggressive matchup too. Great route to stabilization in addition to your Lightning Helixes and other such tools.
5 lands. It's got to go back. 1 land. Well, you didn't like those 5 lands, so here's 1.
Okay.
All right.
I gotta imagine my boy's going to the bottom. He's just too much mana.
Not like this. Not like this. Come on. We need to get some quality Angrath time for Jeff here. Let's go.
Now, one bit of reprieve that we're going to have here for a Mardu player, even though they've mulligans at the mono black hand, I was going to say is really slow. There's no 1-drop. But Todd, chat, this is why Todd's 1-2 opens. I would make sure to take notes at home.
This is how you become a 3-timer.
Gonna push for that 3-peat.
All right. If it is, all right, it's going to be Shade. Trench Canary gets a window to draw like a thing to get rid of that Murderous Rider.
I gotta imagine we offer this trade here, and if you're on Trench Canary's side, you're just like, nah. Oh, okay.
Wow.
This is very defensive. It's our only resource.
It's like we assumed that the Pyromancer was dead already. These draw steps have to be good. I mean, holy cow. Does that count?
This is unfortunately, especially after you just traded your Pyromancer for their 1-drop, you're like, that's easily the most punishing draw in your deck, right?
Yeah, that feels bad, but the saving grace is it doesn't get cast here, so the Murderous Rider doesn't get to pick it off.
Spawn of Mayhem only on 3 mana for the turn, though. Says 4 in the corner, but it comes down on the 3rd turn quite often.
That's a lot of pain. That is a lot of pain. Do we just burn a relic and try to draw something useful? Do we throw Kaya to the wolves?
It's tough. I mean, I can't imagine this game goes on much longer here. Kaya's got Kaya. I guess Kaya gains 2 out of our graveyard, but like spawn closes really quickly. We've got a swamp and a rankle coming down next turn. Spawn deals 5 per turn basically.
So the classic 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the mono black deck, and a little bit of mulligan awkwardness and a Gigantha that is just hanging out. It's not looking good. Rankle's going to play a prank and make even this Gigantha less reliable to cast next turn.
Yep, taking that extra resource away here. And we can see, the Relic of Progenitus, we can consider it like it's free. We talk about in spots because it can replace itself with a new card, but like we see it at a real cost here, right? Like you can't afford to spend 2 mana to draw 1 card in a matchup like this.
We also see the risk of running sideboard like Graveyard Hate against a deck that does use the graveyard, but can also just beat you to death. It doesn't need the graveyard to just run you over if you draw some awkward sideboard cards.
Yeah, well, obviously, I personally haven't played this matchup before. I would wonder if Relic is where you want to be. Like, I think something like Kaya, for example, that's Graveyard Hate that also instantly plays to the board and gains you life is probably excellent here, but Relic might be a card I would shy away from, including in this matchup post-board.
Yeah, I agree with that. Colligan's Command coming in from the Anthology, trying to make a bit of an impact.
We'll discard a card here. We might just see no trigger on the Rankle. I guess we could see draw a card and put them to 1.
Now you have to kill the spawn and the Rankle.
Love it. Oh yeah. Give me that.
Give
me that. Oh, we're gonna do 2 threats? I guess they're at 1. You technically don't need to kick it.
Probably a bit much. All right, run away. Abandon ship.
All right, pretty dominating performance.
Spend the day with.
And this round shows me why Historic is awesome. These players are at least 4-1. We're heading into round 6 of this tournament. We've got Grixis control versus red-white midrange. Like,
beautiful.
Fantastic, and you love to see it.
Beautiful. We've got a Maze Mind Tome. There is a Maze Mind Tome in that hand.
Love it. We got Cold Steel Heart, a little bit of ramp and color fixing for our Grixis player. Get to your expensive cards like Chandra and Crux of Fate ahead of curve there a little bit.
Get your popcorn. I feel like we have 2 decks that are going to grind, and it's been a while coming. There's been a lot of this zoomer play of just running each other over and comboing off, and these 2 are in it for the long haul.
There are glory bringers in not one but both of these decks, CGB.
Dracarys. Let's go. Dragons.
Glory to the dragons. So on our Grixis player side here, going for a little bit of a high risk, high reward line here. Choosing to play the Cold Steel Heart, hoping to spike the 3rd land. Fist pump if you're the Grixis player, they do. And could have been more conservative and played the Maze Mind Tome to try and scry for it, but the high roll into your powerful 4-drops is a lot of upside here.
When you have the power of Bolus, you unleash it. Like you've got to go for it. Interesting choice between the Chandra and the Bolus. Either one probably going to meet the Skyclave Apparition.
But like, you're not super upset that like your Bolas got Skyclave, right? You took a card out of their hand, they spent their Skyclave on it, and now you're gonna like Colligan's Command them and get a 4/4 back out of it. Like, that's huge.
Yeah, and they discard a card.
Speaking of someone who's been on the Skyclave side, anytime you have to Skyclave something bigger than 3, it feels awful.
It really does, especially when Skyclave at that, lowly 2/2 body is so vulnerable to so many things. Now in Historic, vulnerable to Colligan's Command and Prismari Command.
Yeah. Okay. So we could see some dueling Chandras here, perhaps. We could see Chandra plus Bonecrusher Giant stomp this Chandra, but that 4/4 again that came from the Skyclave Apparition threatens to pressure your Planeswalker back.
I'm having weird... back when this was standard legal, and you could go Chandra Torch versus Chandra Torch, the redirect rule was different.
Yes.
And your Chandra could plus and kill a Chandra that minused. So I'm kind of having like a weird moment of, wait, that's not how that was supposed to work.
Okay. Inquisition of Kozilek, great time to draw that. Not really a great card as the game goes long, but still going to get to tag something here in the early game.
Straight for the Lightning Helix, but the smashing can do a lot.
So I wonder if we'll see the K command fire off here, giving our red-white player a window. Okay, so just choosing to hold up the Saw Coming.
Interesting.
And getting paid off here, second Chandra rolling off the top for Kraken Null. Had they spent Kolaghan's command to take this Chandra off the table, the another one would have just come down on 5 loyalty here.
Yep. And we're going for Exile the top instead of going for Shatterskull smashing on the 4/4.
Yeah, I think I might have liked to perhaps use the card that played to the board this turn. Interesting. Okay. We're just choosing to use our mana. I feel like I would have let this happen and then K command kill the Chandra discard.
Seems pretty good. Then you have a 4/4 staring at a 4/3, but you're up 2 cards with a Mazemind Tome that you know about.
I guess with countering this way, you just get to kill.
Are we all right?
Yeah,
we're doing it anyway.
Yeah, I felt like once we countered the Bone Crusher Giant, we were in for using the 4/4 to kill the Chandra.
And holding the command for bigger modes, better times.
Yeah, because then the command would have been able to kill the Chandra after she down ticks on this 4/4 here.
It is exposing a very specific weakness to Planeswalkers. The Crux of Fate can't help you there. The Mazemind Tome has to dig it up. Chandra is probably the last thing that Naismith wants to see right now.
Yep. I was a little surprised to see the Steam Vents come into play tap last turn as opposed to shocking to get the Mazemind Tome down.
Maybe playing around Skyclave Apparition to make sure you get a card off the tome is something I do in Standard a bit often, but very conservative. Like, that's a really conservative line.
Yep.
Is Bolas castable? Yes. No, that's on red, right?
I think the Cold Steel Heart's on red, actually.
If it is, that Bolas is not castable yet.
Well, one thing that's at least noteworthy is we have 6 mana sources here. So you could draw with Mazemind plus cast Bolas, except I guess Spellbinder puts a kink in that.
Spellbinder is going to put a pretty big kink in it. On the bright side, you needed those lands that couldn't cast Bolas anyway to cast Bolas now that Spellbinder binds it. It's not complicated.
I feel like I just want to cast a 4/3 here. Okay, I can just stomp 2. That's fine.
Both of these players, and I don't mind it, they seem to err a lot on the side of a little value. You know what I mean? I'm feeling it.
No. Oh no. Wait, is the heart on black? It must be on black. Because we just bottomed a Watery Grave.
I mean, we're still in game 1. I'm pretty sure it was on red. I'm pretty sure I saw it be put on red.
I see a lot of mousing over here.
But Bolas. But Bolas, you guys.
Because the Watery Grave would have also been land 7 to let you cast whatever they take through the. Yeah, it must not be on black because we didn't take the Dragon God.
Wow. Quite embarrassing when your opponent catches that and you didn't. All right, come on. Scrybug. Give us a second chance. Boom. Easy.
Easy game. We knew the Fabled Passage was there.
Do you want a Bolas here, though? It will die.
Actually,
either it dies.
Oh, it dies to the Blinkbot Thexus.
Yeah.
That's rough. I guess you plus it, right? If you plus it, it lives.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hoping to draw Bone Crusher Giant. Anger's not terrible.
Something.
Okay, so this, because I assume we're going to get Bone Crusher come down next turn, and then Anger's going to get to clean out. I guess Crux could already clean it out. We'll see what Chandra
Let's see what
finds.
the Chandra reveals. Bingo.
That is a bingo.
And it's Lightning Helix. Oh my god.
Yeah, now you know about Crux of Fate. So, are we playing the Bone Crusher into the Sweeper? Thinking better of it? Yeah, I think I would have fired up the Blinkbot Thexus, but I think once you miss it, yeah, I like just passing here.
Mm-hmm.
The Scries have been really. I wonder what we're thinking about in terms of saving mana for here that we're scrying instead of drawing cards.
Another Bolas? Even no, that's not it.
I guess now because we did that, we can Anger plus Baleful Mastery Chandra and not let them draw cards. So kind of paid off here for scrying.
That definitely works. Still a little bit behind, but Crux can take out the Bone Crusher Giant. Once Baleful Mastery hits Chandra, if it hits Chandra?
Huh.
Okay.
There's another
No
Helix.
fear.
I imagine this is just happening.
No fear of free cards.
I guess I'm trying to think like maybe they're valuing getting rid of Glorybringer if that came off the top a little bit higher, but Crux could clean that up.
This Adanto might be a tempting target for an exile effect if life total is what you feel you need to protect.
Yeah, okay. So if you identify Adanto Vanguard as the card you care about more than Chandra, it's worthwhile to wait for the Chandra for sure.
Yep.
Wow. Just
Paid off.
incredibly paid off. Oh, this Blink Moth Texas. And you gotta jam your dragon, but it's sad that your dragon is just Stone Rain.
It's a very, 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 very shiny Stone Rain.
It is. And I mean, like, it's gonna take loyalty off the Chandra too, so it does a little bit more than that.
It's fine. We'll
And
just draw another Glorybringer. Easy.
if like the Maze Mind Tome is gonna get to draw and gain life here too. So like if a K Command or something rolls off the top for Naismith, we could get the Glorybringer back again and kill the Chandra, which would be great.
This Chandra, this specific Chandra has done a lot.
Yep. The whole game at this point is about the Chandra. If our Grixis player can find an answer to it, I think they're a little bit ahead. If they can't, they're gonna get buried slowly by it.
Really thinking it through here. It's interesting.
Thinking about greeting by going up. I guess if you uptick the Chandra, you technically get another uptick with her next turn because the Glorybringer only puts her to 1, but I think you're just supposed to kill the dragon.
I mean, if you're saying I'm going to find a way to kill the dragon, then you don't have much to lose, but wow. Yeah. Going for the plus. I'm telling you, that little bit of card advantage is what it's all about for these players.
And Skycave Apparition would be good here, except the Maze Mind Tome's gaining life this turn. So like the Chandra isn't even really pressuring their life total much at all.
I'd probably hit the Cold Steel Heart knowing that was the way it was going, but here we go.
So we could just Crux for non-dragons and then attack the Chandra down to 1 and then be able to attack it again next turn.
Do we need a Crux there? Like
Glorybringer. We are only at 13. And like if you exert the Glorybringer, you're not getting to kill the Chandra the following turn.
It's true. It's very true. Yep. I guess I like it. Helix.
Okay, second Helix or Bone Crusher. Lets that kill the dragon. Nope. Okay.
Danto is here.
All right, and I think our Grixis player is a little ahead at this point. Black Castle, not great. I guess it draws a card for 1 life, which isn't terrible, but the Helix is a little scary.
Yeah, you don't have many turns to make it happen. Oh, we're exerting. Oh ho ho ho.
I guess it's like technically lets you deal 4 to bolt this turn, sure. May as well.
Yeah, if the plan was to attack them with the Glorybringer next turn to deal 4, let's just get our 4 damage right now.
All right, Survey says we definitely should have done that in response to the Vanguard or before we did it, because if we would have hit like a Fatal Push or some kind of instant speed removal, we could have done it in response.
That's a nice catch. That's a lot of land.
Not what you're looking for. Or we're paying 2, huh? Greatness at any cost.
How close is that to dead? Really close. That was just lethal if they didn't find a solution to the Vanguard or the token.
Yep. Oh, we missed the castle activation. Oh, that's huge.
That could definitely cascade quickly.
All right, so long.
Baleful Mastery is a Strixhaven card, making some impact here, a potentially cheap exile effect.
Yep. All right, and Dragon just gets to start trucking in here.
4 turns. Not counting Lightning Helix.
Yep.
That castle is also looming, kind of looming death for Grixis, but they can't be sure about it because of the Helix.
Okay. Spellbinder means that, again, I guess I was just saying holding the land doesn't have value here, but that's actually not true because the Grixis deck could draw a Bolas, so holding the land does have value.
Yep.
The Spellbinder means that the race dynamic gets changed, though, because Glorybringer will...
Here we go.
Glorybringer's going to have to exert.
It wasn't there anyway, man. Two more lands.
Feels Grixis, man.
It really does. Why? Why does the shuffler hate Grixis?
They're out to get the Grixis, CGB.
Holding them down. They don't want it.
Grixis would be tier 1 if the shuffler played a fair game, champ.
In theory, you always look at the list and you're like, such power, such ultimate power, and then that happens to you. But 2 more games to make it right. And this Grixis deck is still very much in this tournament because anybody who's live at this point can win because we're just doing double elimination until only one is standing.
I imagine we're going to see some more Baleful Masteries come in here after seeing how important those were. I wonder if we'll see some counter spells and discard spells come out here. Feels to me like I would want more cards that play to the board.
4 Baleful Mastery is so many. But, I mean, hey, we saw it just... had to solve
Danto Vanguard
problem.
is a real tough card for these control decks to deal with a lot of the time.
We saw it be prioritized dealing with the Vanguard over that Chandra, which, I mean, as a person who sees Mythic Planeswalkers and my eyes turn red with must remove that, pretty big statement. Any argument for Fry to just kill a Bolus? Looks like there is.
I mean,
we're going
it kills
Bolas and
4-mana Bolas and the Planeswalker, right? Like Planeswalker Bolas only goes up to 5.
Yeah, that's Fry. It just reads destroy target Bolus. Hopefully Teferi.
A lot of decisions here on our red-white side. Justice Strike staying in. I'm kind of surprised the Helixes are staying in. I guess they deal with Bone Crusher Giant and they team up to like finish off Planeswalkers. The Day of Judgment is especially surprising. Feels like that's a strange one to have on the red-white side.
In this grindy matchup, yeah. I have a feeling that one, well, we'll see. It's an out, right? If you're facing down 3 creatures, you could draw it.
Okay. Yep. Day of Judgment.
Awakened Inferno is going to rumble again.
Yeah, I like Awakened Inferno here. She's quite fantastic in these games that go long. Even just getting a single emblem can also be the difference between life and death.
Flame Scroll Celebrant is a pretty fun one. You never know when that silence effect will hit somebody.
Yeah, Flame Scroll is one of those sweet cards because, like, on the front half, it's just like a playable 2-drop that, like, double fire breeds. And on the back side, you know, being able to basically be 2-mana Time Walk in the right situation is really powerful.
Cold Steel Heart making another appearance. Saw it coming. And a Kolagon's Command versus like a Death and Taxes hand over here. 2 Spellbinders and a Redain. Oh boy.
It's a tough one on the red-white side because, like, on one hand, your hand's very slow. You're not making any plays till turn 3, but this is definitely an attrition matchup, right? You know, we saw the red-white player won a game that goes really long there, so every resource is very important.
And we see Smashing coming down on turn 1. Well, that's a good draw.
That was if you could stack your deck as the red-white player, that's the one you would have put on top there.
4 Baleful Masteries to draw 2. I'm trying to remember if there were any other effects that get around indestructibility, but plenty in the deck for Naismith, but we'll see if they can find it.
One of the interesting things to note here is that while Cold Steel Heart does provide some fixing, something like Mind Stone here would have allowed our Grixis player to cast the ramp spell and also hold up Saw It Coming.
Yep. Enters the battlefield tapped. It turns out to be much more of a detriment than I think people realize. When they're stapled to good cards, bad things can happen.
All right, Elite Spellbinder. This Behold the Multiverse can become like infinite mana here if we Spellbinder it and then Redeem it. K-Command going up to 5 instead.
K-Command is on the table this turn as a potential play. With 5 cards in hand, the discard effect doesn't look great, and killing a Spellbinder alleviates only a little pressure. Instead, probably Beholding the Multiverse.
Curious that we didn't foretell the Multiverse. Maybe a little bit of a misstep there, because they could have either saw it coming or Beholded there. And like if they saw it coming something now, they won't get the 2-mana discount on Behold next turn.
Definitely can be punished here by the Spellbinder, right? Because before you could have ignored it, let it resolve if you wanted to, and now taking Behold is so bad for you.
Yep. Yeah, Spellbinder is going to be getting to the point where it's just like vanilla 3/1 flyer, and now it's going to get us disruptive text off because of our lack of foretelling a card here. Okay, going for the Redain threat that doesn't get killed by Kolaghan's command.
And yeah, we're gonna really want that 2 mana back on that Behold.
Yeah, could have put it on layaway and chose not to.
Okay, maybe not as punished as I thought we would be, because Chandra here can take something out. Can also just plus and cast it.
Well, plus and cast the Behold isn't really great, right? Because there's 6 power in play. So if you're like playing your Chandra, you're just like playing her as like a gain 6, which doesn't sound particularly exciting.
I agree, it's not exciting, but maybe Chandra Fog is something on the table. I don't like it nearly as much as killing something, though.
The K command costing 5 here means we can't plus Chandra and play that.
Yep.
Killing the Spellbinder here, then I would assume. Yeah. And then just like hoping our card advantage from Behold and K command after.
That. Okay. Interesting. Is there a plan at work? We saw the hovering there. I don't think that was an all-out misclick.
That felt calculated.
It did.
Maybe we think we're going to gang up with K command and sweepers and eventually take things out. Like we're gonna like K command the Sedanto, and then we're playing to the out of a Crux of Fate or an Anger here, perhaps. We're just dead on board now, though, right?
Right now we are. And Behold is way too expensive.
I suppose at this point we can kill the 3/1 and then we take 5 and go to 3, but the Adanto Vanguard just so good in these against these interactive decks. And Behold there, even though it only costs 2 to cast while it's foretold, its converted mana cost is still 4, which means that Redain tax gets applied to it like we see there.
Yep. Redain is absolutely brutal on some of these cards.
Okay, yeah, and we're killing the one we have to kill, and now we can't do anything else because of the various taxes effects that have been applied here.
And for that reason, I would have cast the exiled 5 mana K command if we're not going to do anything else with the mana.
Oh, yeah, that's a good catch. We had the 2 mana Despair, and then we could have done a 3 and a 4 the following turn, perhaps. Although I guess it's kind of a wash because like there's a Spellbinder here, but you don't know there's another Spellbinder.
Right. So the Declaration in Stone is interesting. The red-white control deck still kept a lot of like targeted removal elements.
I think part of that is an acknowledgement to the fact that like an unchecked Nicol Bolas is so scary, the 4 mana Ravager, but they also have Chandra to tag that, so yeah, perhaps Stuck in Stone's a little bit of an overreaction.
Baleful Mastery at the student cost still gets taxed by the Redain, if I understand how that works.
It does, yeah. Very similar to how Behold works with the increased cost. So we're technically not dead because we can Baleful Mastery the Adanto this turn. And then I suppose we could draw a Sweeper next turn. We have 7 mana, so we could even Crux of Fate through the Redain.
All right, then that's the line. That is the line. And then it's all Lightning Helix off the top.
Well, the Helixes went out. There should be Bone Crusher Giants in the deck, though.
Ooh, Castle. Ooh.
But we don't have any 3 mana sweepers in this build, so we are just dead when we brick on the Crux here.
Redain claims a victim in that one. We saw it just basically, when it resolved and wasn't able to get removed right away, just the taxing effect was too brutal. The Grixis deck is already playing, I think, cards that are higher up the curve than the typical historic deck. It doesn't have the Lightning Helix memory lapse stuff, for example. So when you add another 2 to cards like Baleful Mastery, Kolaghan's Command, gets ugly really fast.
One of the other really important things we see there too, I've seen a lot of people, they're asking like, Jeff, why isn't Lightning Bolt legal in historic? And a match like that really demonstrates how different the format would be with Bolt being legal, because like this Grixis deck, for example, is a deck that just like auto plays 4 bolts like most red decks would in the format, and the power level of a card like Redain goes down significantly when suddenly you go from Bone Crushers and Kolaghan's commands to Lightning Bolts. Like it narrows that window of playable creatures because the answers are more powerful.
Yep. Lightning Bolt. It's kind of amazing the list of like current played cards that would be kind of jokes to Lightning Bolt. Still, I'm still in favor of this idea of like for 1 week, just let us do stupid stuff, then ban it again.
All right, we're heading on into our time-shifted feature match for the round. Looks like we're getting our first glimpse at Gruul here for the day. And some more red-white tokens. A number of players bringing this transmogrify tokens to the table today. Seen a number of it even as we go into the deeper rounds here.
Silly Cheese is still hanging in there. Was this let's see, try to find the list. I think this was an Elish Norn version.
Oh yes, Cheese is the one we saw earlier that had the couple of copies of Norn at the top end.
Yep. And the first red-green I think we've seen, but it doesn't look like the traditional Gruul. We see Sentinels and Legion Warboss.
Oh, I wonder if this is, and so the Jasper Sentinels would imply we're looking to flood onto the board a little bit quicker, so I would bet this is an Atarka's Command Gruul deck.
Nice. I do want to see what Atarka's Command can do to those very aggressive strategies. We've seen a lot with like burn and prowess creatures. Now we get to see just elf dump your hand.
All right, and we see Lightning Helix up top for our red-white player. Normally one of the better cards you want in the aggressive matchup, but Llanowar Elves is just so good.
Yeah, no time to bolt this bird, and there's already a war boss on the table. And even if you deal with it, it generated a token. Oh, and by the way, free 2/2.
Yep.
So brutal.
It's not quite Manamorphose, but gosh, is it the closest thing we're going to have.
But does it all die to Norn? And can we get there? Because we can, on this turn, Helix, which does gain some life. Next turn, raise the alarm. If there is a token left over, transmogrify Norn. Is it all dead?
Yep.
Right now it is.
It's going to be the thing. All right, we're going to see the Helix here? Yeah, I got to imagine we're going to Helix the War Boss.
Yeah, this is one of the draws from the Transmogrify deck that can overcome a really awesome Gruul start.
Yep. And like I said, I think our Gruul players like an Atarka's Command away from having one of the best draws their deck can have. Sans like, 4 or 5 Burning Emissaries.
If there's an Atarka's Command off the top, how much damage is that?
How much is it?
So much.
It's 3... It's 9 from the command, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's exactly 19 damage with the Atarka's Command.
Raise the alarm you can throw one of the soldiers off the bus and still have the line, but then you're left at like
2.
Yep. And Bone Crusher can finish the job if it's in the deck.
Or
another command.
The quick math for people at home that haven't done Atarka's Command math before is it's just 3 plus 1 damage per creature you have.
Shatterskull Smashing. This is interesting. Oh, we attacked with all the creatures.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I like this. We're just like not playing out a blocker because it's attacks lethal. And then I think we're gonna see Elish Norn just like take over the game.
Yeah, if we could have sucked them into playing the Raise the Alarm in combat, if somebody would have made that mistake, then the Shatterskull Smashing was an interesting draw if you still had the red mana to cast it, but playing around it very well.
Yeah, we saw this tokens deck grind out against a more fair deck earlier today with kind of just like organic aggressive draws here, and getting to see the kind of other half of the coin here where we're just like, here's my lady.
That was the dagger. Dagger.
Ooh, rough.
Shuffler laughs at your attempt. Wow. Elish Norn, Sweeper 4/7 Vigilance, and buffs your team. Now you get to see why this was a coveted mythic in its day.
And you can see here on the Gruul side, we don't really have a lot of great tools for this matchup. We have no ways to actually remove Elish once she's in play. And outside of 4 Bone Crusher Giants, we don't actually have any ways to interact with the tokens on the red-white player side in response to the Transmogrify.
So Rampaging Ferocidon's going to come in. It does survive when Norn hits the battlefield, and it deals damage each time a token enters the battlefield, I believe. It's any creature, I believe.
Yep.
So we'll see if the Ferocidon, maybe on turn 2 with a Llanowar Elf, can cause some trouble.
On the Norn side of the board, we see some Rip-Aparts and some Lightning Helixes coming in here, having a little bit more spot removal. It looks like about all we can do. And that was our Gruul players on the play that game too.
Mm-hmm. This is what happened to a bunch of the aggro decks, right? The combo decks can actually push them around a lot faster than they could in the past.
Yep. And the big thing that stands out in my mind is, while obviously that wasn't something like Sweltering Suns or like the red sweepers we traditionally see, a lot of the combo decks in this format have this really powerful interaction. So you're just like, okay, you're good start, sweep you, and then do my thing. In this particular instance, the sweeping was also the thing, but they aren't always connected in the various combo decks.
Well, against this much 2 toughness, it's right up the alley. And look at this mulligan. It's pretty good if you can draw the land.
Oh, it looks like I misspoke earlier. There's a couple copies of a braid, or there's a copy of a braid here in our Gruul player's hand, so at least one other way to interact with the transmogrify in response here.
It is brutal though, because even from an empty board, they can go end turn, raise the alarm. So you
Yep.
have to keep 2 mana up. It's like if you're Gruul here, you have to get a creature or 2 on the field, and then you're going to have to keep that Abrade up for a lot of the game. And the tokens deck, if they have the mana to do it, they can make other plays.
Yep, and honestly, we see exactly the same hand we saw in the first game for our tokens player. We're like, all right, Helix your thing, and then I'm going to raise the alarm, and then I'm going to do my thing.
That Atarka's command is interesting. It might punish holding off on the Helix. This is a nice little cat and mouse. What's going to happen here?
Are we going to see it? Are we going to get him? Oh no, Silly Cheese is walking into it. Oh, I can't look.
Command on command violence. It's like they were made that way for a reason.
So I would like to point out that the strictly optimal line here is to make your opponent not gain life. It's a wash with dealing 3, but you have to tell your opponent no.
Right. You've got to hit him with the psychological damage points when you can.
Yeah, of course.
History of Benalia is a good draw.
Yeah, honestly, I think you might just jam that instead of the raise the alarm. It's the more mana efficient play. It's a little bit less surprise factor, but it also builds up more over the course of a couple turns here.
Yep, you're not guaranteed to draw that extra land, so having the larger creatures, once this Voltaic Brawler uses 1 more energy, it can't battle through those as easily anymore, and the Robber of the Rich already is a trade. All right, we won the Robber of the Rich lottery. But, if you play that Raise the Alarm, though, Transmogrify happens, so you can't.
Okay, yep, just holding the Abrade up here. We honestly, missing on the land might be a bit of a blessing for our red-white players since the Abrade is here.
Yeah, also, like, if you're in Silly Cheese's spot, you should be aware of something like the Abrade, because they could have played a Raise the Alarm.
And chose not to,
Yep, chose not to. I don't know if maybe you rip apart into potentially another Atarka's command. Just go for it.
Well, Atarka's command's only 1/1, right? So rip is clear for that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Dramoka command is the one that
would be the yep.
Okay, yep.
That's the one that prevents damage. Interesting that Lava Coil came in for our Gruul player. I like Abrade because it can respond to things, but to respond to Transmogrify, but the Lava Coil feels a little strange.
Gruul control will come in here. Getting really aggressive, actually.
This is aggressive. I like this, though. Like, the Hepshet Oasis gives Trample, and you know that your opponent can't Elish Norn you next turn because they don't have tokens and a land.
Yeah, this one's coming down. The lack of the land is pretty brutal. Bone Crusher.
That's a perfect draw.
It is.
I think I would have liked using the Oasis on the Brawler this turn. So that way you can still hold up Bone Crusher Giant and then you like end step stomp them.
Seems really good. Seems much harder to deal with in this spot. So yeah, I like that.
I guess your opponent still technically can't kill you next turn with this line, so it's probably fine. I guess this is fine. So you get to play the Bone Crusher Giant too. Yeah, I take it back. This line's super reasonable.
Looks like they did in the recent update add that little blocker shuffle. When something's blocked by multiple things and you need to target, it kind of moves them around so you can target easier. I'll take a life improvement from Arena where I can get it. Oh yes, the elf. Let the elf live its best life. Let's go.
Well, the Brawler doesn't have Trample naturally. I was thinking, the Brawler has Trample, but that's actually not true. It gives itself Trample with its activation.
One more stab at the top of the deck. I mean, do we transmogrify the Bone Crusher Giant for style?
It's definitely the
We're not
style play.
we're not
We're
technically dead.
technically not dead, but like we're out of outs at this point, right?
I don't know how we chump block all the things for the rest of the game. So
Yep. Because there's never going to be a window or a card that we can draw that like lets us make a token and then put Elish.
Dwarven Mine?
There's no like Dwarven. Yeah, see, there's no Dwarven Mine or anything like that in here. We have too many things like Vantages and Pathways and stuff.
Too bad. One more mana. Brutal. All right. Game 3?
Yep. Went down to a little bit of resource variance there for our red-white player. If they had hit their lands, actually, I don't even know if it would have mattered if they hit their lands on curve, because if they would have had their land on curve, the Abrade was up that turn, so the game just plays out differently.
Very true. The Gruul player did a really good job just keeping the pressure where it needed to be to keep the creatures off the battlefield. So even making two creatures with every spell wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel like they appropriately identified when they should be pivoting from, okay, this is removal that's preventing the combo, to, okay, this is removal that's allowing me to push damage and end the game.
Yep. Very well done.
Great hand on our Gruul player side, except for this Lava Coil that I'm not quite sure why it exists. And then easy mulligan, unfortunately, until it looks like we're going to 5 here.
That would be too gutsy of a keep for me. Yeah,
okay,
there it is.
R5 is great.
It's pretty amazing.
Ooh, we're bottoming a land. That's a little greedy for me. I feel like I'd be inclined to bottom the 2-mana spells here and just like keep History, Transmogrify. I could also be bottoming the History, but I definitely think you keep the 3 lands.
All right. I mean, that forces them to have an instant speed interaction, or you do the thing.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
We did see a bunch of interaction game 1 or game 2. Wow, we drew the Burning Emissary. That's some professional Gruulism right there.
That is it. Now draw another one.
Love to see it. Oh yeah. Don't worry. Professionalism from Hamiltonian here. Yes, victory! Gruul.
Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. God, I hate being right all the time.
We get to Atarka's command next turn, CGB.
So Burning Tree, I think, was in the first or second anthology.
Yep.
My goodness.
And it was suspended for a little bit, and they decided to put it back in.
They were so busy thinking whether or not they could. They didn't stop to think if they should.
Stop thinking, Gruul players. Smash. All right. Good job.
Nice one. We found the line. All right. So how much damage is this?
Is worth 9 again. Casual 9 points for 2 mana. Oh yeah. Yeah, you block that 1/1 like it's safe.
If Embercleave were a 2 mana instant,
I mean, to be fair, we could cast Embercleave here too.
But this is more damage.
It is. Yeah, it is. You're right. And it lets us eat more things profitably.
Wow. Just wow.
I mean, we have double Raise the Alarm, and like I could not believe that we bottomed the Transmogrify. If we had Transmogrify here, it would have played out very similarly to game 1, where our Gruul player had their nut draw and the Transmogrify just wiped them out.
Yeah. To be fair to them, it was a tough call. Anytime you're making like 5-card hand decisions, you kind of draw up in your mind, how can this game go? But I agree with you. I think that if you draw up the version of the game that you win, it involves a Transmogrify.
Yep. And I can see the thought process of, oh, they have a lot of interaction, this is less likely to work. But I think that because you're starting down on resources like you are in a 5-card game, that you just can't afford to play around stuff like that. You just need to be in a position to make them have it.
Oh man, all the tokens have to block, which leaves...
Oh, nope, we saved one.
Oh!
Nope, we went to 0. Never mind. You're right. They all had to block. Your methods.
This Abzan list has Yorion.
Ooh.
That's my favorite card.
Big Blinky Sky Noodle. I mean, that's sweet. Yeah. Thragtusk is a great card to be reanimating.
Oh my goodness.
You'd love to see it.
reanimating Yorion to blink the Thragtusk and the Liliana that reanimated it to reload the loyalty to get it back the next turn. Let's go. I mean, if you're going to have a one-lander, have it be with a goose and an elf. I still don't know if I can keep it.
You're on the draw too. The problem is this red deck's got like Prismari commands, and I'd wager there's probably Sweltering Suns or some other kind of sweepers lurking around, right?
It's gotta be, right? I mean,
That's pretty
clearly they don't like fun.
I don't know. They're taking turns. They're not a Jeskai deck, control deck. So we tapped and we spiked the Woodland Cemetery. Let's go.
So I see in the list there's 1 Sweltering Suns and 2 Anger of the Gods.
Okay. Yep.
So Sulfur Falls is not a mountain, right? So
Correct.
The Dwarven Mine currently isn't on time. So how do you play this?
I think you definitely want to hold up Memory Lapse this turn. If they don't give you something that's lapsable, you get to go ahead and discard an Opus, which is nice.
Ripping land.
Discarding the Opus even means that if you draw a sweeper, you can cast it next turn. Nice. In-Death Triumph. You love it. It's even the extra black source here, too.
We see the level of talent and dedication that it takes to be the last Reanimator deck standing.
Listen, everybody that wins any tournament gets pretty lucky to do so, CGB. You got to lean into it on the days you're running hot.
I actually fully agree with that. This Ooze can just get picked off by a command.
Scavenging Ooze, while not quite a dedicated hate card in this matchup, the opponent does have, or the blue-red player does have some things like Mizzix Mastery, so its Exile the Graveyard text is somewhat relevant. The second Fabled Passage here does mean that we're going to be able to get 3 mountains. However, we don't have an untapped land for this turn, so if we want to Prismari command the Ooze, we're going to have to burn our treasure to do it.
Feels pretty bad. Those treasures do, of course, come in handy.
One thing that is awkward about the sequencing decision from our Abzan player is their third land that they're fortunate enough to draw is tapped, which means that because they played the Skoos last turn instead of the tapped land, they can't play a 5-drop this turn.
Oh, please. Please. That untapped land is coming right off the top, right?
All right, CGB believes there's going to be a 5-drop cast for Abzan player here.
80 card decks get all the fun. Come on. Okay.
All right, listen, you called the second Burning Tree Emissary. You can't use your power for evil all the time.
I should. No, that was strict misplay then, because I'd much rather give it to the Yorion.
I helped the Gruul player. No. So we can hold up Murderous Rider, or we could draw the Sky Noodle. I gotta imagine we're drawing the Sky Noodle, right? We're attacking for 1. That's we're gonna make a food. That makes sense. I like making a food here rather than drawing the noodle.
Yeah, that's a good move.
This goose is going to be making some mana. Being able to make another mana with it's a big deal.
Honk honk. Grizzly Salvage. How good is Scavenging Ooze against Sleeping Pills deck? It shuts down Mastery, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a card where like you probably don't board it out, but it's not a card that you like, okay, I'm keeping this in my hand because I'm excited about it. You're like it's not a reason to like not mulligan, for example, if you're looking for it. Wow, did we just salvage and miss on a land drop? I mean, I guess we put all of our good variants into the first 2 draw steps.
You take it where you get it, I guess. And we did make 2 foods, so the goose can provide some mana for a minute. Anger of the Gods just popped into the opponent's hand, though.
There's some. Are we putting the creativities back too? Maybe we're just not shuffling. I guess I guess it's optional to shuffle.
So yeah, you draw the creativity, then you shuffle because you don't really want to hit another one off your lore hold. Then you play mine. Oh, then we creativity, right?
Yep.
All right. Will they take all the turns?
Well, one of the nice things about this Jeskai deck is you don't need to take all of the turns, CGB. You just need to take a lethal amount of turns.
I mean, or yeah, I guess maybe that was the problem with Nexus of Fate, and I shouldn't be so eager to relive all the turns days.
yeah. It's I think people were worried about like a Nexus of Fate style turns deck existing with the existence of Time Warp, and like this deck, while it does take a number of turns, isn't the misery that Nexus of Fate was. And we bricked here. And this brick is a big deal because we shuffled away the second creativity, which means that never mind. I was gonna say the dragon's gonna die, but like we're killing all of these and doing some stuff in the meantime, so no big.
It does mean the game goes on, kinda, but there is a memory lapse, so the Murderous Rider is not even going to kill the dragon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot the lapse is castable off the treasure. Oh, and we drew a land now too. Oh, we already played a land, but yeah, this is fine. The fail state for your combo. Oh, my combo bricked. I guess I'll just draw 2 cards and kill your board and like have mana to counterspell you.
Sad. Very sad.
It's always one of those like mixed feelings type things where the other side of the table is like, well, I got lucky that they bricked, but they like also had this other thing, so like, bleh.
It just means I got to play more Magic game I can't win. Explode.
Yep.
So the Abzan Yorion Reanimator deck seems to not have a ton that they can do about a combo hitting on that level. They seem much more with the Elish Norns and the Noxious Gearholts built to stop the creature deck. So what can they do to improve things?
Now, something that's worth noting here is the dragon casts spells based on his power. So if you have Elish Norn in play, it actually can't Time Warp or Mizzix Mastery.
Wow. Wow.
So it technically, the Reanimator's primary game plan works against what the Reanimator deck's looking to do.
So that stops if there were to be mastery or transmogrify, but I don't see that. But with creativity, you could exile the Norn and
That's
get
true.
a random creature.
You could just do it for an extra one and hit the Norn and get your dragon potentially.
Now that costs an extra mana. That's not always available. That's how Magic works.
Yep. And, we've seen our Yorion player draw running lands here. That Norn could turn into another Norn CGB.
That is true as well. That actually would be very exciting. Let's do it.
That would be an esports moment for sure.
I've decided that's my new call just to make sure it happens.
Now, I kind of like, kind of thinking about how the matchup plays out from a little bit non-traditional perspective. If I was our Abzan player, I think I would bring in the Shifting Ceratops here because that can block Velomachus in a pinch because it can gain reach, and it's just a really aggressive threat that runs them down as the game goes long.
Can't get tagged by the Opus either.
Yeah, it also doesn't get memory lapsed.
The creativity can still tag that, but they might turn into an Elish Norn. So why the heck not make them make that play?
We see the extra Scavenging Ooze come in out of the sideboard. I like that. Like I said, Scavenging Ooze isn't like an ace in this matchup, but it's like technically interaction for some of their game plan, and you're happy to see it more often than not.
All right. And we see Night of Autumn staying home. We're not going to try to blow up treasures. Come on now. It's on the play, but the hand is a little bit slow with Grizzly Salvage into Murderous Rider and Temur Calls the Dead. On the other side, we're looking at 2 Brainstorms and 1 Sulfur Falls.
The Abzan player got to keep a 1-lander and hit in the last game, right? So the Jeskai players do.
I mean, with a dragon in hand, that's a pretty nasty keep.
Okay.
Ooh.
Time Warp's not super exciting to have in the opener, but we've got an Opus and we've got 2 lands. Even if we don't find a 3rd land, Prismari Command could technically loot off of the treasure to try and find us some velocity.
Yeah, still really rough to have Time Warp and the dragon in the hand because they're not going to do very much for the most part. This Prismari Command has a ton of pressure on it. There you go. A Mastery is a nice thing to see when you have an Opus.
This could be one of those games where we just see like the Opus happen early and be enough to push through. That being said, the double Murderous Riders here. One of the things that something that we talk about quite frequently on stream when people ask like, Jeff, what defines like a healthy combo deck versus an unhealthy combo deck? And I think compared to, the format we came off of where Tainted Pack was just banned, this Velomachus Taking Turns deck is a great example of what I would consider to be a really healthy combo deck for the format. The fact that it relies on a creature to get going means that decks like this Reanimator deck have cards like Murderous Rider and Elish Norn that are incidentally interaction without playing specific targeted hate cards.
For a second game in a row, the turn 3 Fabled Passage into turn 4 Fabled Passage is going to deprive a critical untapped land. See if that cascades as we go into the game.
Yeah, and I wonder here, if you're on speaking of the Murderous Riders, at this point, you're like, do you tap out? Do you just be happy with your 4 power worth of zombies? Because while we know on our side with Caster Vision that there isn't a combo impending, Sleeping Pill could theoretically put a Velomachus into play next turn.
Yeah, it seems like holding up the Riders has to be the pretty safe take on it, and that's what we're going for. Prismari Command appears to be ignoring the zombies and just going for treasure and dig.
Getting the time warps into the graveyard isn't necessarily the worst thing either, because it means when you do eventually combo that the Mizzix Masteries in your decks can take turns as well, so.
Yep, that's pretty nice. Still holding the dragon in hand. I wonder if how far away on the game plan are
One turn.
we? Just
Next,
throwing the dragon at him.
We get to Prismari Command, make a treasure, and loot next turn, and then find a land.
So ramping into dragon is still a strategy in this deck. The mastery gets around things pretty well.
Yeah, this is really clean for our Jeskai player. We get to clean out the zombies, and then Murderous Rider kills the 4/4, but all the pressure's gone from a Razan player at that point. And this has been my experience playing against this turns deck, is the Magma Opus never wins the game on its own, but it taxes your resources to a point that you can't keep up with the thing that eventually does win for the Jeskai player.
Yeah, it's a very brutal Mole Drifter at 4 mana with the mastery. Yep. It already made a treasure. It draws 2. It makes a 4/4. The tapping provides tempo. It's a lot to ask any deck to deal with just that, and that's just the thing that makes way for the actual combo kill.
See, into the Royal in hand for our blue-red player, a way for them to deal with large, troublesome cards like Elesh Norn that could otherwise keep their combo down.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty play to bounce the thing that they cheated into play if they can't recast it. Although at this point, we might see Elesh Norn on the battlefield. Holding up Murderous Rider here, not going for the goose, so it would take an untapped land.
Pretty unfortunate for our Jeskai player here, drawing 2 more cards and breaking on the land. They get 1 more draw step here to try and stick the Velomachus. And honestly, with the Murderous Rider being held up here, they might not even want to.
Yep. There's a memory lapse. This is an interesting spot. The pressure isn't tremendous, but if you're in Sleeping Pill spot, you don't have that many lands and you can't spin your wheels that well. I guess only the Prismari Command left does it. But you have memory lapse, so you have time.
I don't like using the time warp here, but I like this. I like loot again, make another treasure.
Yeah.
Try and hit that land drop. Well, we technically hit the land drop. That is a Slum Division, which come into play tapped.
Yep. I wonder if Anger of the Gods or the Time Warp goes here.
I gotta imagine it's the Anger at this point. There's like the 2/3 is like kind of whatever in the grand scheme of things. Either your Velomachus is going to cast and win the game, or it's not.
Yep. And we got there. We had to play an instant as a land to do it, but we did it. We hit land number 5.
All right. Is this Triumph a spell? Feels like a spell to me, but they also might just want the 7th land with the Elesh Norn in hand. And what's kind of interesting here is the untapped land might induce what could be a game-losing mistake, which is that we can cast Elesh Norn now. What I think I would do with the 7th land here with the Murderous Rider in play is probably play Goose, hold up Rider plus Cycle.
Yeah, that's the safer play for sure, because you know about memory lapse. You can't, and one was just discarded, right?
Yeah, so you know that there's something similar to that, because otherwise they would not have gotten rid of it. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting here is getting the Goose into play does is it sets them up to be able to play Yorion next turn while still holding up Murderous Rider.
Yep. Yorion not looking particularly powerful, but just blinking the Goose and getting another body on the field to add pressure can matter a lot.
Something that's a little disgusting on the Jeskai side, if the Jeskai player draws an untapped land, they can cast Velomachus and still memory lapse this turn.
Draw an untapped land? Wait, what?
Hold on. Explore.
We'll
Hey,
try that again.
one do-over, please.
So if the Jeskai player draws a untapped land, nope. How about one more?
I mean, I'm just anger here at this point. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's like, again, and this is why this Velomachus deck is good, right? Like, you just, like, interact, reset your pressure. I have all the time in the world to get set up here.
Yeah, the deck's been stumbling on lands this game, but that just means you have a ton of spells. And if you can interact and play a control role, eventually in time, you're the blue deck. You have counter spells. Your combo is more likely to do things than theirs.
Yep. All right, here's a Grizzly Salvage.
We see Thoughtseize is going to the bin. Ouch.
Okay.
Is that 3 of them?
Questing Beast is a nice pickup. It's unfortunate that we can't take the Thoughtseizes, but, you know, it's pressure. They're at 12. Getting the Memory Lapse out of hand would be a huge win for our Abzan player because it means that your Murderous Rider has a chance to actually do its thing.
Indeed. Despite all the text on a Questing Beast, apparently it can still be countered.
Yeah. It's not shifting Ceratops, okay?
Understood. By the way, where are those? One of those needs to show up as well.
I like this. So we're just going to Into the Royal to tempo it. Don't kick it. All right. I was like, those treasures are valuable. We have 8 mana here. If we can get to a 9th, we can Velomachus plus Memory Lapse.
It also feels really clear that there's another Murderous Rider, but if you don't replay the Questing Beast here, it's a very clear sign.
We're thinking about it. We've held up this rider at every possible opportunity. I can't imagine jamming the Questing Beast here. Yeah,
well, the Norn is also played around Memory Lapse as well. So if you expect that your opponent has Dragon plus Memory Lapse, I mean, at this point, the rider isn't going to beat it. I guess you get one turn, right? And we know that a lot of Time Warps have been cast.
So why would we Time Warp? Are we out of basics? I think we have another basic, right? I think I saw 2 islands earlier. We're only a 2-color deck. Okay, 2 mountains, yeah.
I mean,
I'm trying to think why we would Time Warp. Yeah, I definitely just like jamming the dragon here.
The dragon could whiff. If the dragon whiffs,
yeah, but like, what are we doing with the Time Warp? Like, what are we accomplishing?
That's a good question. We're a card deeper and on the same track. Maybe trying to save a treasure by drawing another land. That's all I got.
Yeah, the treasure just has such low upside, right?
I guess with a creativity off the top, you need a treasure. Here's the rider. This is a big attack. Mastery will do.
That's a turn. And remember, the fact that our Abzan player is at 22 here means that it's an extra turn that this Velocamist needs to be attacking too, or it needs to find something like a Prismari command to clean up at the end. And this is why I didn't like the use of the Time Warp like we did, because once you take the first turn, we could have cast that Time Warp from our hand this turn and given ourselves room to miss on an attack.
I think that's a tremendously good point.
Okay, we found another one.
So far, not punished.
I mean, they're deep into their deck at this point too, right? So their odds of hitting are high. It's just we would have given ourselves a safety net.
As people who have bricked on collected companies and Winotas, we know that high isn't good enough. All right, those have to go back on top.
Interesting. I'm kind of surprised we didn't just keep the Triumph and then cycle it, because we just need to get deeper into our deck to find Mizzix Mastery, right?
Right. And we didn't cycle it here either.
Okay, and all right, that's a Magma Opus that we cannot cast currently.
It looks like there's a Murderous Rider coming in and another chance. Now, if the Lorehold had hit one more time,
yeah, they'd be at 2.
The rider would be uncastable.
Well, and the Magma Opus would be lethal.
That's right. That as well.
And now we get to. Oh, I guess there's a third. This actually is a mistake. We should be waiting to Rider until enter combat, because now we can Opus for a treasure and then creativity out the third dragon.
Ah, that's true. That's very true. That legend rule is you can use
Yep.
it against them by waiting to do that until you're inside combat.
I think that's ultimately going to be. It looks like I think Sleeping Pill has this one.
If they see the line.
Yep.
Doing the
Yep.
thing the deck does.
And this is a guaranteed lethal dragon because it only needs to hit for 5, and they're at 5.
Mm-hmm. Creativity, target treasure, blow it up, search library for creature. There's only one. It is the Lorehold. The Elder Dragon finishes the job.
Right, and these last rounds go quick, so we're just gonna dive right on into the next one here. There's no breaks on the Hooglandia Open train at this point. Got some black aggro versus Jeskai control. Round 7, match B. First time Jeskai control makes an appearance for the day. We done good.
And this one looks like mono black vampires as we see
this
Champion
isn't
of
black
Dusk
aggro.
lining
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, Sorin, what's the 3-mana Sorin called?
The 3-mana Sorin, man, all I can think in my mind is Imperious Bloodlord, but I'm not sure that's
him.
right.
I think that's him. Yeah, you got it. Look at that. Nailed it, CGB.
Boom.
Passed the test. One of the things that's really sweet about this card, and we see this in Pioneer a little bit too with Mutavault, is Faceless Haven is all creature types, so it gets extra things as a vampire. And if you're on the mono black vampire side, having your first 2 draw steps be Heartless Axe against the Kira Jeskai control deck is just like heart-wrenching.
Yep, this is a shuffler's fine moment for sure. Totally fine. You need your Knight of the Ebon Legion to just go the distance.
Yep, and we see Prismari Command pick up off the top there, and I gotta imagine we're just gonna see Sorcery Speed Prismari Command. Well, I guess you could. Well, now you just never activate, right?
I mean,
are
I
you
guess
forced to?
if you're Jeskai, you are down
right.
with a staring match.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. As the game goes long, you're happy, and this gets their mana out of them.
This vampire build has some sideboarding to do. Phyrexian Obliterator. I mean, that can still cause some problems, but the Wrath of God in particular won't be impressed.
Yep. Murderous Rider, very good pickup here for our zombie or vampires player. You know, being able to kill one of the things that's key in playing against these Jeskai decks, in my experience, is if you can keep their sustained card advantage off the table, you're in a very reasonable spot in a lot of situations. So Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, Search for Azcanta, these are the cards you're really going to be watching for to try and remove from happening.
Yeah, Murderous Rider getting a lot more play. Another card that's legal and standard, seen rarely, but now I've seen it 2 matches in a row here in Historic.
Yeah, and again, like, it's such a good example of in these non-rotating formats, cards that create small advantages like Murderous Rider tend to be a lot more playable than they are in standard, where the card advantage is more go big with effects like Innkeeper and the such.
You know what a good combo is, though? Teferi and Memory Lapse.
I think this Murderous Rider is so nice that Lazy Kid's going to draw it thrice.
It's not going to be fun, as the Teferi is just going to plus all the way up. In fact, the game almost seems locked up because we know what they're going to draw for the rest of the game.
This game is over. We're done.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is just like very clean cut why Jeskai Control is doing what it does right now. They literally get to ultimate this Teferi. They get to memory lapse this again, and then they get to commit it, and we ultimate the Teferi.
Yep. Fun times. I'm into it. How's everybody doing at home? Are you guys, I mean, we could hardcast a Shark Typhoon here. How about, can we get some of that? Please? Please?
Oh, man.
Come on. Come on.
Do you know what's great? You want to hear something awesome? This is a time-shifted feature match, and I can make it go faster if it starts to take a while.
Why would you do that? There's a Shark Typhoon on the battlefield. Chat loves the hardcast. They beg for it. The streamers turn them down every time. Why would we? Okay, fine.
Shout outs to Lazy Kid for granting us the sweet release of a concession.
0 shark tokens. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I can say.
Listen, chat, you are never punishing a Jeskai control player by making them play it out. What the Jeskai control player is thinking is, I get to play it out. This is delicious.
No, stop spreading this propaganda. Don't let them know the truth. don't let them know.
The types of people that register Jeskai control, they thrive in your suffering. Don't let them feed, chat.
Oh yeah, we're way more frustrated by the red button being pushed than the 2 hours of slowly grinding you to dust, especially when you rope. Oh, go for it. Let's rope.
One of the kind of tough parts about playing against this Jeskai deck, we see some Phyrexian arenas coming in out of the mono black sideboard, and normally that's the type of effect you'd really love against a control deck, but the presence of Narset just like takes a lot of these cards that traditionally are very good at helping you keep card advantage against control and just like puts them away.
Man, I remember when Phyrexian Arena was announced for an anthology, and it was very exciting, and people were talking about if it would be good, and the first person who said to me Narset, I was like, oh.
You get one card per turn, and you lose the life to get it. Enjoy.
If only Phyrexian Arena also said on it, other players can't draw more than one card a turn.
Looking at how our mono black player is sideboarding here, it says to me that they understand this matchup and what's important here. We see the Noxious Grasps notably coming in, which an acknowledgement to the fact that this card basically only kills Teferi Hero of Dominaria, acknowledging that card's role as being instrumental in how the games play out.
We see Gifted Aetherborn and Faceless Haven. Awkward. Really awkward.
When your monocolored deck can't cast its 2-drop with 2 lands. The classic Faceless Haven Phyrexian Obliterator deck. We saw that earlier.
Jeskai is also facing a little bit of a mana issue. There's the Narset's castable, but it's unclear if the Wrath of God or the Prismari Command are.
You know, one of the things I feel like doesn't get talked about or appreciated enough in this Jeskai deck is that Prismari Command really just does it all because it fixes your mana in key spots in a lot of situations.
Nobody ever gets excited when they read Make a Treasure on a lot of these cards,
Correct.
But man, is that nice.
I undervalued that effect by a significant amount.
And into the hand we go off the mulligan. We have the same. We mulligan right back into the Faceless Haven Gifted Aetherborn problem.
We have
but this time there's a Sorin.
This time, okay?
Yep, and there's Dress. Yep.
We can cast some spells at least.
I mean, do you grab Prismari Command because of the role it plays?
I think you just have to take their Planeswalkers. Yeah, I think, again, the key to beating this Jeskai deck, and see, they're just going to draw it anyway, CGB. The key to beating the Jeskai deck is to make sure they're 1-for-1ing you and not burying you every single turn with a sustained card generation.
Man, Lazy Kid's feeling bad because we might be playing discard spells for the next 3 turns, but when there's no clock, Jeskai says, okay, I'll wait.
Yep. Basically, when a question you're often asking yourself is, who's the beatdown? And the answer for Jeskai control is basically always them. Jeskai is never, ever the beatdown. Man,
poor Gifted Aetherborn in this matchup. There's like looking at the sideboarding, I don't think anything was done wrong. You can't really get it out of the deck, but it's meant to rumble with other creatures.
Correct. Yep. This could be, and I'm not saying this is strictly the case. I don't have experience with this vampire deck, but maybe Gifted Aetherborn is a card that makes you want to rethink how your sideboard is built. Perhaps you want some extra cards that you could bring in a matchup like this to cut that card out. There also could be a consideration, perhaps if you've played the matchup enough, you also know I just need so many 2-drops, so that way I can apply pressure in general, and my Sorin can have enough things to target it. Yeah, I'm picturing the difference like a Skyclave Shade would have made. Yep. Yep. Well, does Sorin get to come out and play, though? Sorin can make a good threat out of all kinds of situations. Another Lightning Helix. And the Orphan Guard is drawn. I have to imagine this is one of those moments where it's like, well, we're going to be here for a minute, but I think we've missed the window where we're going to be able to get underneath the Jeskai player. Yeah, and we know about 2 Lightning Helixes, effectively 24 life, 2/3s that
cost 2 mana that can't be cast. It's going to be a rough time.
And the castle here is always one of those draws where it's like, oh, well, I guess that draw means I'll keep playing. Like
It's the
it's
bait.
like just good enough to stay in the game. Okay, and we know about, oh, this is cute. So we know about, well, I guess we knew about the Helix, right? So now the down tick on the Sorin means we Helix the thing and then kill the Sorin with the companion.
We see Kahira, the orphan guard, doing what it was built and intended to do, slaying mythic planeswalkers on the battlefield.
You know, there was a tag from a Wizards designer that said that they were aware of Kira being played in creatureless control decks like this, and I find that really interesting. It feels like one of the more strange things about the design of the card, that like, okay, we acknowledge that this is a thing and we want this to happen.
Yeah, it's I on one hand I like playing with companions and I like some of the building restrictions, but things like Kahira, I'm not sure because it just feels strictly wrong not to use it. And
Yep.
it keeps me from playing one Dream Trawler. It keeps me from playing one Baneslayer Angel.
Yep.
And I don't like that very much. It kind of, the companion space is fun to build in for a while, but as we go into the second year of it, I think it's actually pushing more interesting cards and more choices out of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, I think while they probably couldn't do it from standard, we see one of those challenges where it's difficult to design cards to a degree for both standard and non-rotating formats, because from the non-rotating format perspective, I think the core issue is most of these companions weren't restrictive enough.
I really, really agree. We have Veto. There is a Veto in hand.
Well, there's a copy of Exquisite, whatever it's called, Exquisite Blood, that technically 2-card combos with Veto. Like
Oh my
whenever you
goodness.
deal damage to them and then you get to just combo them.
This game is not over. It's actually a combo deck. And it could happen at any time if 2 more lands are drawn and the Jeskai control player bricks completely on all forms of interaction for the rest of the game. It is a sweet combo though. No, I'm not trying to put it down. It is a sweet combo to sneak into a tournament.
So choosing to give up their Narset to a Knight activation here as opposed to just giving up the castle and helixing the Knight, that's probably fine though. We have the Shark in there at 13 and we're just winning the race in the air. It's kind of funny in a way, the way this game's played out. Both the Wrath of God and Day of Judgment are kind of dead draws for a Jeskai player.
They're the only ones with the creatures worth killing. I mean, the Lightning Helix, though, has just been such a house. There's just no pressure. You know, everything's potentially dead. It's been absolutely brutal.
All right, it looks like this is time-shifted magic, so I'm going to go ahead and speed us up here so we can get into the next live round a little bit faster here while players try and think through what they have going on.
I give a lot of credit to the fight.
Yeah, I think we're in a rock and a hard place type situation here that I'm not quite sure anything matters. Hey, look, the Day of Judgment and Wrath of God are no longer dead.
Darn.
This finds like Teferi or Shark Typhoon. Oh yeah. There's Big Daddy.
Daddy's home.
And now you get to like plus him, and you get to hold up Lightning Helix. So if they activate Faceless Haven, you kill their creature land. If they activate Knight of the Ebon Legion, you shoot their Knight.
What do you draw with Teferi? Teferi.
Sure, you need a backup. What if there was another Murderous Rider?
Would you like some Teferi with your Teferi? Aside of Teferi? Seems like...
Oh, we just have a castle activation here too? Oh.
Why kill it when we can ignore it?
Planeswalkers. Were Planeswalkers a mistake, CGB?
You know, in the long run, and in so often, I would say the answer is no. But Planeswalkers, like, I would say pushed Planeswalkers might be the mistake. I really like Standard's Planeswalker suite right now, where none of them define the format.
I think and I actually completely agree with you. I like planeswalkers a lot in general, and I think we've seen Wizards from a design perspective learn from their mistakes that they've had in the past, where I think designs like Teferi Hero of Dominaria that are this 5 mana card advantage removal win the game, those planeswalkers suck. But I think there's a lot of really fantastic planeswalker designs like Kesmenia, for example, that just came out, or Teferi Master of Time. These are really awesome game design card tools that I love to see.
I am excited that it's a little bit different Gruul. I like Atarka command Gruul.
No,
right
yeah,
now.
I think this Gruul deck is very, very different than a number of the Gruul decks that we've seen in recent memory. It does not resemble the typical Gruul deck at all.
No Embercleaves. I
Yep.
can do with that. Like that's fun for me. The Burning Tree Emissary into Atarka's command feels like the right level of cheesy explosive that I kind of have fond memories of in Standard with like the Naya all-in beatdown decks that were back then.
Great, and we're going to see the Devlockamus turns deck here again that we just watched a little bit ago in the last round against our undefeated Gruul player. So this is an elimination match for our turns player, and our Gruul player has one more loss to give for this tournament still.
The Jeskai player making the right choice to be on the play.
Winning the die roll, strong.
Very, very critical, I think, in this matchup.
I am not convinced that Sleeping Pill has had a land come into play untapped in this tournament.
I think that could be a good point. We've seen a lot of mana struggle, and here we see a potential 4-lander that is potentially all tap lands. Yep. We might see a turn 1 passage to unlock the falls. Never mind.
Now the Fabled Passage will be untapped on turn 4. It's fine.
Will there be a turn 4? You're against Gruul. What are you talking about planning a turn 4?
I liked our mulligans here from the Gruul player. They had hands that had lands and spells, but they weren't particularly aggressive spells. And oh no.
I mean, we get out of it with passage, right?
No, the sun is hot. I meant oh no for our Gruul player.
I see how we're doing it. Come on, where's the double Burning Tree Emissary that time?
All right. Well, we've got BTE here, and we've got a Bone Crusher Giant, and they're going to get in exactly 1 attack before the suns get hot. That being said, Collected Company is a great draw here. Collected Company means that we're going to be able to, on the Gruul side, the tapped land here could be the saving grace for a Gruul player.
100% tap land so far from Sleeping Pill in this particular game. And yeah, the Collected Company, assuming it hits well, is just what the doctor ordered.
Yep.
When your 3-mana sweeper doesn't do 3-mana sweeper things.
Yep. You get to float mana with the Land War Elves, let the Sweltering Suns resolve, and then cast your company before we change phases here. And if you're on the blue-red side, you know that they have company, but you also just like can't leave them with 7 power in place. So like this is a pretty scripted back and forth here. So this company means a lot. The game's probably gonna come down to this.
See, Hamilton's never been satisfied, and here is going to go get the Clothis, go get the Robber.
We see here very, very notably hitting the Sweltering Suns out of the bin from the blue-red player, so that way you can not get Mizzix Mastery swept again.
Yes, that is a good point. And Clothis with some pinpoint action there. Up to 6 loyalty, by the way. Might be able to swing next turn.
Yep. I assume a Prismari command is going to go ahead and kill a Voltaic Brawler. All right. Or we might just... What next turn, CGB? Oh, we're 1 mana short, right?
It's possible, right? We still have to do the thing. I guess you can Magma Opus, Prismari Command. Or do that.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Stay alive. People who don't watch any Broadway musicals or listen to soundtracks never really get the full CGB experience.
That was the last play my wife and I went to see live together before the world went to crap.
I didn't get to, so hoping the world uncraps itself someday so I get that opportunity.
All right, there's the Bone Crusher Giant. Unfortunately, there's going to be a big scary dragon next turn.
Yep.
And
And it's probably not going to let you have another turn. Let's
we're
find
at
out.
that point, like, you know, the Opus is in the bin too, so like even if it misses on the extra turn, it's going to, well, it casts Anger, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
What can we do?
Clothis is hanging out. I don't think there's any. I don't think the brick matters is the, and that's one of the things about this combo deck is like you can brick on occasion with the Velomachus deck, but like it's not a brick that like makes you lose the game in most situations. You're like your leftovers are like, I have a 5/5 flying haste, I get to try again next turn.
All we need are 3 more consecutive bricks.
You know,
And this is fine.
at 7 cards per turn.
By the way, I like holding the Prismari command instead of killing the war boss on site, realizing that it probably doesn't matter, and it's also possible that the Lorehold hits another Anger of the Gods, and that war boss is dead already, essentially.
All right, I mean, Memory Lapse is an insurance plan in case we brick off again, right?
Yep. It is kind of amazing how just you can brick and it's fine. Like we've said it a few times, but I still keep on seeing it, and I'm like, man, that's so that's a feels bad. Even when they brick, we're just dying to a dragon that's creating all this free value.
Okay, I just need one more here. Hit me,
One
dealer.
more. Got him.
That'll do.
Hamilton has to head back to the lake house and regroup. Learn from these mistakes.
And on the Gruul side of the board here, we really don't have counterplay here, right? Like Gruul colors don't have discard spell. You don't have permanent based hate cards. You have like Scavenging Ooze and Clothis that like kind of interact with their graveyard, but really that's not meaningful interaction like we saw that game with the Clothis, right? Clothis is more of a sulfuric vortex that doesn't die to sweepers than it is a hate card here.
Gruul's defense is a good offense, and
Yes.
that's what we're built to do. That's what it's gonna do. So on the play this game, looking for some Llanowar elves and burning emissaries, and it has one of those things. Did I just see a mulligan on that Llanowar elf hand? Was it missing something?
It didn't have red mana.
Oh, okay. Yep.
In this hand, this 6 is not exciting, but it's definitely in the range of keepable. And Robber of the Rich, if you're a little bit fortunate, is gonna let you do some stuff.
Yeah, maybe hitting Prismari command is a good hit for it. Brainstorm.
Man, our Jeskai player has not had good luck with their lands coming into play on tap, but they've been very fortunate in terms of finding those sweepers. And I think that the Gruul gameplay is pretty scripted in a matchup like this. You get to just kind of hope they don't have it, and the games that they don't usually run them down, and the games that they do, you're probably getting blown out.
Man, one more turn, and that Atarka's command could have been a saving move. But these 3-mana sweepers are so brutal.
Yep, especially for these small creature decks. And honestly, like I said, we've seen a lot of the aggro decks that aren't like black aggro pushed out of the format in large part because of not only Helix, but also these various red-based combo decks being able to play these Sweltering Suns and these Anger of the Gods.
And how does, I mean, it's a little off topic to this match, but how does the black deck get around that? Just because they can bring things back that, well, I guess Anger still hits them.
So they get to play the main deck Thoughtseizes and sideboard Duresses, and Spawn of Mayhem is a 3-drop that outsizes it.
Got it.
I think the 4th point of toughness on Spawn of Mayhem especially gets around both Helix and Anger.
Well, with mana open, the dragon play, is it possible with the mine? No, that's not a mountain.
That is a Sulfur Falls in play, yep. So can't quite put a Dorko into play yet.
These robbers backed up by Atarka's command. If you were going to script a way to draw some cards that can keep things going, this isn't terrible.
So we have 4 + 5. We can put them to 2 this turn. However, there is an Aether Gust. Okay.
All right, the Aether Gust isn't getting cast though. If we put them to 2, we have a Ramanop Ruins.
Okay, which means a brick at that point does let you get a third game.
Yep. The time
All
warp.
right.
But that's one less time warp that can be hit.
Yep.
In fact, that time warp would have been hit.
Yeah, it would have been the top card, right? Or Volocumist would have flipped past it, technically.
Oh, you're right.
True. All right. This is a spin. Can't brick. All right, we got there. We gotta get there a couple more times, but that's we passed the first litmus test.
Do you want to shuffle when you just like you grabbed one time warp and I assume put 6 cards that aren't time warp on the bottom?
No, yeah, you don't at that point. You're shuffling in. Normally, shuffling is pretty statistically insignificant, but when you're looking at 7 cards and you're talking about bringing 6 bricks back in, you really don't want to.
So that brainstorm there is kind of rough because now you have to saw through those cards with the lore hold. Maybe it should have waited till after the attack, but it works out. Time warp is there.
All right, we just need one more here, and the Prismari command gives you 2 more looks here because just drawing it naturally means you can cast it next turn as well. So you might as well do this now.
Mastery will also do it. 2 creativities.
Okay. Into the royal is a redraw as well.
Hold on to your butts.
That'll do, pig. All right.
Didn't.
It looks like we no longer have an undefeated player. So all of our players have 1 loss in the tournament. We're gonna go ahead and jump on over to our time shifted feature match there. But our Gruul player is not eliminated. They were 7-0, so they'll be 7-1, just like everybody else in the tournament after this round. Let's go ahead and kick on over to see what our backup match is looking like.
Mono black and Psycho. What is Psycho on?
We have a mono black mirror match, it looks like. And I think this really feels like the kind of breakout deck for this tournament. I feel like this is probably going to be the direction the format moves in terms of aggressive decks from here on out.
And let's see. Okay, so it is the mono black, like Skyclave Shade Rankle mirror, a Spawn of Mayhem mirror, no vamps.
This is very similar to the black aggro deck that we've seen running around in Pioneer. In that format, they get to play Mutavault as a creature land / value land, but we see this same recursive threat, Spawn of Mayhem, Rankle as flying threats in the air that also apply pressure with haste.
I'm trying to think of, I guess it gained Inquisition from the archive, and from the anthology, probably nothing particularly new. So it's really just about the positioning that has this thing on the rise.
Yeah, this deck in this format is a great example of how things that are good or bad get determined by as the metagame shifts, essentially.
It's also a good example of how Wizards just keeps you holding on. That we hear things like ban stuff until Abzan midrange is good, right? Ban stuff till Siege Rhino is good. It'll come back. Just give it time. Spider-Man meme Spawn of Mayhem.
Yep. Now, one thing that's actually noteworthy here is Spawn has some flavor text on it, if you'll recall, that says if your life total is 10 or less, I believe, it starts getting bigger when it hammers you. So the fact that our bottom mono black player is lower on life means their Spawn gets to start outsizing here, which is interesting.
It is. The Rankles are also staring across the field at a 4/4 trample. So it's interesting that for 3 mana, the mono black deck gets to play the perfect counter to their own 4 mana card.
One thing of note here is that our top player has plenty of snowlands and our bottom player does not. Murderous Rider is a huge draw here.
The opponent's Spawn was kind of holding the board together.
Yep. And now with removing their big blocker, we kind of see that advantage that they had from the lower life total being a detriment again, so it makes it more difficult for them to race.
The attack does allow Rankle to swing in and trigger, but is that really a benefit right now? I think you have to go for it anyway, because you might be able to draw into removal or something of that nature, but you're so low on life.
Man, the attack with the I guess the Skyclave Shade can't block anyway, so it's a free attack since there's no longer a 4/4 back. Yeah, might as well. And then honestly, if they don't block the Skyclave Shade, you probably use Rankle to trade the Skyclave Shade for one of the attackers on Todd's side.
This does knock you to 6.
That makes the spawn bigger though.
It does. Also, if you pay a life here, I think it's lethal, but you have a Rankle that you hope will block, I suppose. So you probably don't want to draw.
I think you need well, the Rankle blocking doesn't save you from dying, right? Because you're going to go to 6 from the spawn trigger. The spawn has trample and is going to be a 5/5.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Faceless Haven gets to fire up here too, so the Gutter Bones has to block the Faceless Haven. Oh wait, is that we might actually do we get out of it? Because that is 2. Yeah, it's only 4 here.
Okay. But
the Rankle then dies. And then if there's a Snowland for Psycho, they could kill you on the backswing.
That's the draw. A Snowland to fire up Haven, attack with that. And if there's a spawn on the field dealing 1 and you're at 2 and they're at 1, you win the game.
So I guess with those counts lined up, you actually kind of just want to cast Murderous Rider and then pass because the spawn's going to slowly tick down and get bigger. So you get a bigger attack the following turn if you wait.
If a removal spell comes off the top and kills the spawn, the Rankle doesn't kill you. It comes up 1 short. So
that gives you a chance to top deck removal back. Okay, we're going for the aggressive line.
All right.
Okay. Oh, we're just attacking with Faceless Haven. Okay, this is like kind of splitting the difference. I don't hate this, I guess.
Well, they can't activate their Rankle even if they got it through. Oh, spawn's getting in. Okay,
so yeah, I don't know if I like this line from Todd. This puts us dead to a Snowland.
Can you just take the hit from the Rankle and win? Or from the spawn? Go to 1? Oh, it's another Rankle. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, you would kill yourself with the Rankle trigger because you're at 1.
Yep, no.
Todd would be at 1, but 1's not 0. And there's a spawn trigger coming up.
Yep. Yeah, the spawn trigger is going
Wait, this trades for the spawn though, right? Because you have to block.
Okay. Yeah, so now putting the Murderous Rider into play, but then you play your second Rankle to block their Faceless Haven?
Yes.
We're not dead yet.
Oh my gosh, this is so close.
Yeah, I feel like Todd's line was the line for Todd was much better if he just didn't attack there. And just sat on the spawn damage for a turn.
Gutter Bones off the top. Is that wow? Is Psycho actually going to steal this one? It looked so far behind.
Yeah, we have.
I guess you can force the block, right?
You force the block. You force the block here, and now you're dead to a Snowland again. So we had 2 turns in a row where Todd had to leave themselves dead to a Snowman.
There also still isn't a clear lethal line through the night right now.
Yep. Now Todd has a chance to draw Snowland.
Yep.
Nope. That being said, Todd's in a pretty good spot because we get to go Murderous Rider Dread Wanderer here. And the Murderous Rider notably has lifelink, which cuts off a lot of draws from Psycho's side of the table.
Loses to a non-Murderous Rider removal spell. Oh man. oh,
Spawn of Mayhem. The trouble you cause.
That's not good. It was a well fought battle from that spot. Very interesting. And yeah, we're going out with knowing what our top card was.
They went out of the world doing what they loved, CGB.
Drawing cards, I'll take it.
We talked about Doomblade in the sideboard earlier. It's really not great in the mono black mirror.
Nope. Where's my Eliminate? Where's my Baleful Masteries?
We see some Rotting Regisaurs very quickly coming in for our player on the left. Wonder if Todd's going to reach for those as well.
We see maybe a Go Blank making the cut.
Okay, sure. I mean, we didn't see it get to a point last game where we ground out with the creatures in the graveyard, but technically there's a lot of graveyard synergy in both these decks.
Yep. Couple of knights on the play. The go blank makes an appearance as a one of. Fatal push. Okay, it's a push. There's a lot of pushing going on. One player has 4 removal spells in hand.
Yep, and this is, the type of draw where the removal spells in this matchup are not good if you don't have them paired with pressure because your opponent has a lot of recursive threats on average. I wonder if we're going to see them wait. Yeah, I like holding the Gutter Bones back. It forces a removal spell here. And then I would assume we're going to see Todd double push to prevent Spawn of Mayhem from coming down, potentially.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this. Obviously, Psycho doesn't have the third land, but you don't know that if you're Todd.
Yep. And okay, lands versus not quite.
Great.
A lot of pressure on the draw.
Great pickup here. The go blank actually looking super savage.
You have 3 mythics in hand. Your opponent is going to have a removal spell.
Yeah, it gets rid of the Gutter Bones as well here.
That's very nice.
And
Knight gets to rumble.
Todd ditched the land and immediately draws a 4-drop to get punished for its doing so.
The running havens for Psycho. Big deal. Each player sacrifices a creature, just throwing Rankle in the bin.
Interesting. Okay.
Has decided that they are the control, even though the other player has played a lot of removal. But I guess you have 2 havens and 2 spawns. Something's going to hit.
Yeah, you're up on resources here, so trading resources aggressively sounds kind of appealing. Although if this Rankle, they draw land here, this draws no 4th land. Could you imagine if the 4th land happened and we discarded the Spawn of Mayhem?
That would be quite the play. Instead, another Spawn of Mayhem looks like it can try to take over this battlefield. Are you considering powering up the Haven? Okay.
Oh, it can't block, so we get Spectacle. This is great. Right. Really clutch. Have the Vigilance, trigger the Spectacle. You get to have your cake and eat it too here. Because Skyclave Shield is not blocking. Yep.
Very well done. The go blank is looking like a true MVP right now.
Yeah, this whole game was about the fact that we ditched a land and a removal spell out of Todd's hand with that go blank.
And man, the clock is so fast. You look at the opponent at 11 life, facing 8 points of power, swinging in.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that this is a mirror match, obviously, and not the match we were talking about earlier, but this kind of really highlights how this deck can survive in environments where other aggro decks aren't able to, because your threats are just so big and close so quickly, which means your disruption doesn't leave a lot of time for the combo decks to draw out of whatever they have.
And speaking of big threats, I don't think it's not gonna solve the equation, but we do get to see the Regisaur. I guess in that spot, right? It's a sideboarded game. I mean, they might assume you bring it in, but maybe you hold that back.
You see what Todd did there very quickly?
I saw another go blank.
Todd didn't have any go blanks in for that second game. Oh. He boarded in 2 of them and he cut the Regisaurs. And actually, I love that there. Made the explicit intention of showing them Regisaur and then quickly cut them for the 3rd game.
Well, now I love it. Now I love it even more. That is smooth. These hands look... Great. It looks like we got players, 7v7. Yeah, 7v7 hands. Let's do it. Gutter Bones. Battle of some skeleton warriors and some zombies.
Yep.
Man, Savannah Lions has had a lot of text added to it over the years.
In a lot of different shapes and forms.
The good old 1-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop.
And now it's going to be interesting. If you're on Psycho's side, do you trade your Knight? Probably not, because you can Heartless Act to Spawn a Mayhem if they have it. Yeah, I think you just say no blocks here. Really? Okay, that's very defensive.
It's gonna pay off. There's no play here.
Oh, and then you get to play your own Spawn here now? Okay, I like it.
Yep. Kind of a nice time walk there to steal the initiative back from being on the draw. Bless you.
So I don't have a mute for my Skype CGB, so you had to listen to me sneeze. The stream didn't.
Oh, it was exquisite. You guys missed out.
If you need to hear me sneeze at home, there's a tier 3 subscriber option and there's a private channel in the Discord server for it.
Only Sneezes account. True fans understand.
Man, this was a fast and brutal game for our bottom player here. Just the tempo was incredible. That's the multiple one drop seems really critical.
Yeah, I think that this passing and not even taking action, we have to Heartless Act the spawn. Could have done it last turn. I think you're just saying it's over.
At any rate, we've got Jeskai turns here versus Jeskai control, and pretty decent hands for both players here.
Gideon in the opener here. Probably not where you want to be in this particular matchup.
And I'm actually a little bit excited to see our turns player play against something that's not aggressive here. So we've seen our turns player a couple of times throughout the course of this tournament, and all the matches they've played so far have basically just been races to Sweltering Suns or Anger of the Gods. And in this matchup, we're going to see a rate of play that's a little bit slower and more deliberate.
Who do you think is favored in the matchup typically?
I honestly don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those matchups where like both players have a good chance. There's a lot of play to it with how both decks have card advantage and how the draws can line up in different ways.
Narset seems like it can be a particularly strong card, but there's also 2 copies of Shark Typhoon, and we see one of them in hand right now. That's pretty good at pressuring a Narset as well. So this could break a few ways.
Yep. Gideon of the Trials, another card that, while it doesn't directly impact the combo, it does technically make them take another attack. And we've seen this turn deck, brick off a couple of times throughout the course of today. So if you make them attack for 5 more, that could be the difference between winning and losing in a lot of situations.
Jeskai's hand is incredibly Jeskai with 2 Memory Lapse and a Dovin's Veto and a Narset to protect.
Yep. Narset impulsing past that Lightning Helix, grabbing a Brainstorm. We see that Shark Typhoon cycle here. So we get to go ahead and pressure that Narset a little bit, make her choose between remaining in play and drawing another card.
And you mentioned it, but the Helix, with not many Shark Typhoons in the deck and none particularly inside at the moment, the Helix did go right past there. Oh, we're going for it right now. Oh, we are doing this.
Love it.
Oh baby, it's dragon time already.
And this is why it's tough to know whether or not this love it. And I like the conservative play here from our turns player, just going ahead and attacking the Narset. And now that they've hit here, they're almost guaranteed to win from this position, right? Because they have 2 extra turn spells lined up in their hand already. So they basically get 21 looks.
If this isn't victory, I don't know what is.
Oh, wait, we're deterministic, actually, right? Because we're attacking for 6 per turn.
Yep. I mean, even 2 extra little points here
technically
brings it home.
Yep.
Wow.
All right. And this is why you play decks like the Jeskai, the turns deck, right? Like the Jeskai control deck is very good. I think it's arguably the best deck in this current format, but you work for basically every win in the Jeskai deck. In the turns deck, you've got a lot of play to it. You've got a lot of card selection decisions that you make, but you also just get to punk people on turn 4 sometimes.
And looking at the hand and looking at the game state and the situation, like, was the Narset just a bit of an overzealous, like we were way too comfortable to play the Narset and not leave any counter spells up and not wait for a 5th land?
Yep.
It seems like it.
It's funny, CGB. I told my person running backup feature matches that if there was a mono black mirror, they could take off this round.
Oops.
So there might be a chance that, don't worry, if they're streaming, so like we can jump into their game midway, we just won't be able to watch them from the start. But if we have another quick one here for the turns deck, they might actually run quicker than the black mirror does.
I don't see it, man. I think that we're going to do a little sideboarding shuffle. This says Nassif Jeskai, so it looks like we grabbed from the control master Yellow Hat himself. We're going to do a little sideboarding. We're going to get in those nice answers. We're not going to tap out and get turned forward again. I think Jeskai is going to make a game of it. I think we've still got 40, maybe 50 minutes of entertainment, if you want to call it that, ahead of us with the Jeskai deck.
We see a copy of Fry coming in out of the Jeskai control sideboard. And I think this is a card that stock is going to go up as this format matures more. Not only is this an uncounterable way to kill a Teferi Hero of Dominaria after it pluses for the first time, but this card kills Velomachus as well in an uncounterable manner, which is a big deal against this combo deck as well here. See both players bringing in copies of it, in fact.
I agree, but because of you, I can only think about the Oko song when I see Fry. Like,
did you
just
see to derail for a second? Did you see the potential mirror leaks?
Might die to Fry.
New Oko might die to Fry.
Yep,
we might have to redo the rap in honor.
I hope you do. 3-mana Walker now dies to Fry. So, Mystical Dispute is a new player in the post-board games, and we see both players looking at it. There's also an Aether Gust.
There's
so
a commence
the
the end game. Speaking of uncounterable spells.
That is a way to make a threat, and it can be a very large threat.
Yep. And this one doesn't care about Aether Gust, doesn't care about Memory Lapse, doesn't care about Dispute, just heads right on in.
I'm trying to think of a smooth way for the Jeskai control deck to deal with a large token, but they don't just free roll things like Brazen Borrower like we do in Standard.
We did see 2 copies of Gideon of the Trials post board, so that's like a soft answer that can like eventually bridge the gap to like a Teferi ultimating perhaps.
Okay.
Okay, and we see maybe kind of the potential setup here for our combo player. We've got Creativity into hand, and we've got Prismari Command and double Mystic Dispute here. So the Prismari Command can perhaps generate some mana advantage, and then we can jam with double Counterspell up potentially.
Yeah, I was curious how much of the combo, like Creativity, you keep in post-board against a deck that's prepared for it. But you're right, if you can ramp, if you can just get some Magma Opus, Prismari Command, Treasure action, you can just force it down their throat with Mystical Dispute.
Yep.
Notably, though, you can't sacrifice the treasure you're targeting.
Correct. Yep.
Goes badly for you.
All right, and here's Shark Typhoon, and honestly, with the other mana available, I wouldn't be super surprised to see Prismari Command happen. Yeah, right now. Love it.
Make sure it resolves.
Do not fall into the trap of playing your instant speed cards at instant speed. When your opponent is tapped out and these mirrors where both players have interaction, go for it. Wait, did we shuffle away our Creativity?
When did we shuffle?
We Fabled Passage the previous turn. Oh no. Wow, that kind of surprises me. Just, I guess, acknowledging that we don't... Are we instant brainstorming now to try and find it?
Okay. I saw the passage in hand.
Oh, wow!
Hey, easy.
Third Mystical Dispute.
It's fine.
We actually don't have enough mana to... Wait. Did we... I'm so confused. Okay, I mean, I'm going to defer to Sleeping Pill's experience here. I'm definitely caught up in the first game where everything went right according to plan. I wouldn't have been able to resist jamming a Creativity here.
Very impressive not running into the double counter, but it would have, in fact, run into double counter and cost you those
they would have been
treasures.
able to double dispute double counter.
Yeah, double dispute, double counter. But do you have to give up a treasure to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Okay.
So they could have
then.
Yeah. Okay, I guess so now we commence in response here.
Commence is pretty brutal. There is not much to be done about this on the Jeskai side. Doomenstein. Nice name.
And I like the dispute here after we commence, because if the Doomenstein draws a Gideon, they could bubble the token, and the token can't kill the Narset.
Ah, yeah, very nice.
Now, one thing that's a little awkward here to note is that double commence the end game isn't quite a combo, because it just makes the same token bigger. And I guess you could argue, maybe depending on what your goal is, that is a combo, but it doesn't make you multiple threats.
That's like telling a player that Hydra's growth on Stonecoil Serpent isn't a combo. Come on now. Come on. That's hype.
Okay, and we've got it. We've got a Teferi here, and we've got a Memory Lapse, and this commenced the end game, really showing the power of this uncounterable spell that doesn't get Aether Gust. I think there's some incentive or some inclination to play something like Chandra Awakened Inferno here, and the fact that commenced the end game was both instant speed and blue instead of red was huge this game.
The double mystical disputes will have their way with Teferi. Well, let's it go. Wow.
Well, if you don't let it go, you get comboed next turn, right? Commence
Gotta
the end
respect
game
it.
is also a token.
Gotta respect it.
Okay, yeah. It feels like, and this is again deferring to the experience of our person playing the deck here, it feels like Sleeping Pill correctly understood that this game wasn't about comboing, it was about Shark Typhoons and commence the end game in terms of dragging themselves across the finish line.
Commit is an interesting card, especially if the other commence gets cast here and you can take out the one token.
Okay, drawing the Orphan Guard here means if we see Shark Typhoon for only 4, we can leave Dispute up for the commit. We'll see if commit is on their radar, perhaps, or if we're going to go for the full 5. If we go for the full 5, our Shark dies to Fry. Okay, yep, choosing to play around the commit. This is very heads up.
Very,
like,
very well played.
Asking yourself, okay, what's their out here? How do we get around it? Also worth noting, like, there's not a huge incentive to put a 5th point of attack because you have a 2-turn clock regardless, right?
Mm-hmm. I love the way that Sleeping Pill is like really playing the beat down in impressive fashion with the combo deck here. Those commences are really nice tech, and the Shark Typhoons are working overtime. Oh man, that commit, it would get disputed. The Fry doesn't.
And I think we see them acknowledging that, like, okay, I want to wait, I want to Fry now because this isn't counterable, and then next turn we can commit while I can play around a dispute. Both players making really good, tight decisions here.
This commence is almost lethal, though.
It is.
So we are on eggshells from Doomenstein's perspective.
Oh man, they're counting the mana here. So if we commence again, it makes the same token bigger, and then Doomenstein's going to be able to commit plus memory lapse when they shock this land in.
Yep. As long as they don't try to do anything on the stack.
Yeah, I love the conservative play here. Just like, okay, and now we drew a Shark Typhoon and we can make a 3/3. That's probably fine, right? Because that means you can kill the Narset with it, even if they kill your token.
Just remember that the Shark Typhoon doesn't draw a card if you use it this turn.
That's true. It's a big deal.
Maybe it's worth it anyway. But if you let the shields down, the commit can hit the 6/6, but then you're open to the combo. There's the shock, and you're at 8. This is potentially just lethal. This is close.
Was it right to cycle the Shark Typhoon in response to the Narset when you drew it?
I mean, was that an option at that point? That's when we drew it, right?
It was, yeah. We drew it off the Triumph.
Okay.
Because like
maybe it was.
I don't think you're playing around Wrath of God post board, right?
Right.
I guess they could have Tefried you if you take that line.
Yeah, that's really close. And here we see saying go, trying to make sure that they get a card as well.
Oh, we're gonna get to. Oh no, we can't because Narset. I was gonna say we could dispute, and then when we get lapsed, we cycle back into the dispute, but that's actually not a thing because Narset says you don't get to have fun.
Because Narset's a gross card. Are we going to get, man? If we lapse our way through this, are we going to get Memory Narset to go off?
Yeah. I think we're about to see that.
And I thought Jeskai was way behind. It's like they found the line.
Yep. Kind of just like showing why they're the king of the beatdown here.
But wait a minute. If they go for memory, can we Triome dispute it? They pay. Is there enough mana to play a shark too and have them just not have a way to deal with it? I guess there's still.
We could cycle Typhoon for 5, a 5/5, and then dispute it.
Yeah, and then they have to pay 3. So then you just have to find 3 more damage.
And then that's got to be the line. And then you just like hope you top deck a dragon or your combo piece.
Commence makes 4/4. Typhoon's better.
Yep. Yeah, this has got to be it. Really tight game.
Yep, it's going to be 7 cards versus none.
Hey, it's going to be 7 cards versus a shark, CGB.
Hell yeah. Hey, I'm the shark token.
Ride the Shark Typhoon.
Man. I understand.
All right. Survey says wub wub wub. They played a land for the turn.
That hand doesn't kill a shark.
One of your finest Velomachus, please.
Teferi can deal with anything because it's Teferi. So
Is
yeah, that can be enough.
Do it, right? That could potentially be enough. All right.
I was trying to save that line for Hamilton's next game, but it could be enough.
Yeah, so you got to like Teferi, downtick, and then do they have an out? I don't know that they. So the Prismari command could draw 2 cards, but
I mean Helix? No, the shark's too big.
Yeah, I don't think Helix is in the Jeskai players deck post board either.
Their own Shark Typhoon? Do they? I don't think they have that.
Oh, they technically have enough mana to draw into Shark Typhoon and cycle it. For 1 to chump block.
Okay, that's the way. It is the way.
Well, and Prismari command technically makes a treasure, I suppose, so it's for 2. Do they have another commit to memory? If they have another commit to memory, the Prismari command makes a treasure. Usually these decks only play 1 of that card, though. Take a peek at the deck list here.
Shark into shark.
Yeah, just 1 commit here.
So the Prismari command could hit a Brainstorm, could hit a Shark Typhoon.
They put a Fry back into their deck. They can shock the shark and loot into a Fry.
There you go. Yep.
That's the line. They have a line. This is not deterministic. Do they see it? Because the they played the Fry this game, but they shuffled it back in with the memory.
Well, they're thinking about using command now, which won't do that. Like that line is off the table if they use command now.
Yeah, it looks like they're using it now.
Okay. Brainstorm is there. Still can Brainstorm into a Shark Typhoon if that's in the deck.
Yep, they made a treasure token. Okay. But they also could have Brainstormed into Fry.
Yep. And
okay.
Gideon, but it's on end step. That won't do it.
Yep. If they would have gotten to get 1 card deeper towards Fry. If they would have kept that other Brainstorm and shocked the Shark Typhoon. So obviously a slim chance at that point, but it would have been a chance. We have mono black aggro versus Jeskai Velocimist taking turns here. They have Gruul aggro featuring Atarka's command and 0 Embercleave waiting for them in the grand finals here momentarily. Thanks for dropping in today.
Yeah, this has been quite the event. We've seen a lot of sweet decks, some sweet plays. We've seen Oath of Kaya attack passive for lethal. We've seen various nonsense, but now Mono Black is going up against Velomachus Lorehold and Time Warp to see who can advance.
Not the strongest 6 from our Mono Black player, but still pretty reasonable. Plenty of lands to cast their spells, threat plus discard spell.
The being on the play means that, well, I guess there's a Magma Opus, though. I was going to say the Knight of the Ebon Legion can get its pump and swing in ahead of the Prismari command, but maybe not.
Well, that'll still happen, right? Because on turn 2, we'll bin the Opus, and then they'll get to pump.
And then it'll be a 2-3. Yep, that's right.
I like taking the Brainstorm here, kind of getting rid of their cheap card that provides a little bit of selection here. Sleeping Pill again. The mana base in the Jeskai deck definitely has shown some of its weakness in terms of how its lands come into play in the sets that we've watched, the kind of sacrifice it makes to play Dwarven Mine as an enabler in the archetype.
We did get an untapped land there. Just have to pay 2 life for it. I mean, if you thought that untapped getting lands onto the battlefield untapped was just a part of Magic, watch Sleeping Pill play a game.
Now we do have our choice of tapped lands next turn. So this Fabled Passage, and that's what's kind of awkward here is both Fabled Passage and Dwarven Mine are untapped lands, but not till the 4th turn, right? So they have their choice of tapped lands on turn 3, and then we'll have an untapped land on turn 4.
Which means that we're probably going to have an Opus make a treasure and then use said treasure to use a command, which makes another treasure, but also does something else.
Yep. It is noteworthy though that even though we're making a treasure here, because both of our lands are tapped for turn 3, we can't, for example, draw Mizzix's Mastery next turn.
Yep. What do you think the consideration here is from Quarian? Really in the tank on this one, about whether or not to pump or Dreadwander. Do we have a timeout?
Maybe having a connection issue for our mono black player.
That's brutal. That's a tough time to run into that.
Or oh, you know what? I think our Jeskai player might actually be the one with the issue. Oh, we're waiting for server.
Arena. Oh, Arena, why you do this?
Uh-oh. So on this side, I see a Faceless Haven in play already with a timer ticking down, and we might be.
Oh, okay. No Faceless Haven on this side, and the turn is passed, according to the client from the Sleeping Pill perspective. Excellent.
Okay, so normally due to technical issues, if we were deep into the tournament, the match, we wouldn't do this. But for the sake of competitive integrity, we're only a couple of turns into this. I don't think I think either player could be a favorite to win this game from here. Our players seem to be okay with restarting. So we're gonna go ahead and make a call to restart the match, and both players restart their lines here. So apologies.
Yeah, cool
Sometimes technical issues like that are outside of our control. So if we're deeper into it, I think we would probably just have them play on. But we're only a few turns in. I don't think there's any clear winner or loser in that game from that position. So
yeah, I like that. Let's just let arena things happen and then play the game and see where it falls.
Yep,
for sure. Mm-hmm.
And through the magic of editing, that little mishap won't be on the YouTube archive, which if you missed any of the rounds today, all of the rounds with downtime cut out and all of the match start and stop points will be tagged in timestamps in the description, along with what decks play in those matches at youtube.com/Jeff Hoogland.
That's cool. I need to remember to tell people who ask me where they can see me cast that I'm going to be on your YouTube channel.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's something I should have mentioned last time. That's awesome. Who do you think is favored? Do you think that this is what mono black is meant to do, to kind of cut its way through these combo decks?
I think I would put the black deck being a little bit ahead, but I also think that the power of the Jeskai deck is sometimes you're behind and you go, oops, you died. Like you can't thought seize the top of their deck. And sometimes the indomitable creativity is on top, and sometimes it's been brainstormed to the top.
Yeah, brainstorm as a anti-Thoughtseize measure is always something that I really forget about until I see it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's sweet. That's actually nice that there is some counterplay to such a powerful card.
For the first time today, we are starting our lower finals with go ahead, Jeskai Velocimist turns versus Mono Black Aggro. It looks like could be mulligans on either side, could be greedy keeps on either side. Our Mono Black player does have 3 castable spells in there on the draw. Our Jeskai player does have, all right, no fear. Listen, chat, you will never lose a game because you mulligan to 5 if you always keep 7.
There you go. That's a true fact. And you'll also never lose a game to not having an untapped land when you need it if every single land was tapped anyway.
All right, and we drew a Sweltering Suns, but you want to keep that one on top of your deck there until later. Honestly, with the tapped land here, I might almost be inclined to greed and take the Prismari command. Yeah, that's probably not true. They're both 3-mana spells. You'll get whatever next turn. All right.
Prismari command makes the treasure though that allows the combo to pop. So
yeah,
I mean, punished a little bit with the Opus.
Man, and we have the Mizzix's Mastery in hand, right? So we might have a really quick game 1 here where the Opus, because Inquisition can't take Opus or Mastery, and the Opus provides the treasure to guarantee they get to cast the Mastery next turn. So even though their fourth land will be tapped because all their lands are tapped, we'll be able to cast the Mastery.
But man, seeing it coming as well when you know they top decked the Magma Opus, right? Probably the best draw they could have that particular turn. Oh, so brutal. Hey, look, there's that tap land. How'd you
Now,
know?
one thing that's almost a saving grace here is the fact that our mono black player doesn't have lands to the fact that our mono black player doesn't have lands to sacrifice me or didn't have lands to play out means that the way this is sweeping the board isn't actually killing that many things.
Yep. So there's the second land. And is there there's a Heartless Act, I believe. Yep. Okay. So the token's gone.
Yeah. Okay. And now here's do we just do the time warp?
Again.
Sure.
We do the
we get two redraws.
again.
It's just a hop to the left.
And Dwarven token to the right.
And hey, if this time warp finds another land here, we get to just cast Velomachus next turn.
Yeah. Just play the dragon. Easy.
Deal. All right.
Okay.
Good as a land. Yep. And this is,
wow.
Again, this really feels to me like it highlights my point earlier, which is that Mizzix Mastery plus Magma Opus is never the thing that actually wins you the game in this deck, but it gives you the resources to get to the thing that wins the game.
This deck has actually put on a pretty amazing show today.
I think this Velocimist deck is the best combo deck in this format in a post-tainted backworld.
Yep. Not really a Reanimator. We just go with a Mizzix Mastery plan instead. And even if the graveyard is shut down, you can still just play a dragon and take all the turns.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's the big difference between some of the more dedicated reanimation decks that we saw earlier, which is that, while Graveyard Hate is annoying, things like Scavenging don't stop you from playing Magic. You still get to continue to play a game.
All right, Sleeping Pill needs a point of damage or another turn to wrap this up. And even if Mono Black gets another turn, what are they going to do?
There's 2 Time Walks in hand. Your opponent gets to draw a card, but they're still getting Time Walked.
Exactly. All right, to the sideboards. Hopefully more lands and a little bit more action from Mono Black in the next matchup. But let's see what they can do to improve the matchup. What are you bringing in?
So we've got copies of Duress here. We've got copies of Doomblade. And again, this is one of the things that I really like about the Velocimist deck. And the reason why I think it's a reasonable deck to have in the format is the fact that creature removal is good against it is so huge. Now, the one thing I'm curious to see from a mono black player is, does Rotting Regisaur come in here? It's a 7/6 that doesn't die to any of the removal spells.
Or especially Anger of the Gods, right? Like the sweepers that normally get you, Prismari Command, of course, Sweltering Suns. Spawn of Mayhem does that as well, and it looks like the rankles go out, the spawns stay in.
So I like cutting the rankles. One decision I think is potentially a little bit suspect for our mono black player is that you'll note that they left an Inquisition in, but they left Duress in the sideboard. And we saw those Inquisitions miss those key 4-mana cards in that first game. And I think Duress is definitely the much better discard spell here.
The Shuffler is certainly doing Mono Black a little bit dirty. I'm not sure about the keep from Sleeping Pill, considering these lands could enter the battlefield untapped. So it's
completely unreasonable.
Completely unnatural, one might say. Because now you're just going to be playing tap lands the rest of the game.
For our top player here, Quarthion, if we hit a land in our next 2 draw steps, and we get to play Mayhem Devil or Spawn of Mayhem on 3, I think we're going to be in a pretty good spot despite the Sweltering Suns.
You like shocking in for the Brainstorm here?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Sweltering Suns isn't. I don't think I love casting the Brainstorm in response to a Skyclave Shade, but I think the Sweltering Suns is good enough that I like shocking for the Brainstorm to protect the Sweltering Suns from a discard spell.
That's a good point. Really good point.
And there could be some argument that we shocked and now we just want it for the sake of resource efficiency to be here, and I could see that being the correct line of thinking. Oh, I guess hitting the land for the spawn doesn't matter because we're getting memory lapsed. Yeah.
Oh no. Not
And
memory
then
lapse.
the reality that is memory lapse and Spawn having this discount mode is that when you get memory lapse, you know you're not casting the Spawn next turn because, oh, we're just passing. Love it.
Very astute, very heads up,
Because
but is that gonna go on?
casting it there would suck because you know that you're not recasting it next turn. Whereas this way, when we pass, we could draw a land and cast it now. Nailed it. Super, super rewarded for tight play here.
And I think we're seeing Skyclave Shade with a nod to now we have to play around getting combo killed because there's 3 mountains on the battlefield. A Dwarven Mine would be
So
combo.
I liked Florian's line of, oh wow, that's really good. So now we get to fire up Faceless Haven and still hold up Doomblade because of the Vigilance.
Yep.
Now, what I was going to say was, I think I would have just played Spawn when Sleeping Pill was tapped out on there. Like, yeah, it would feel bad if like they hit the small percentage of Dwarven Mine into combo kill you, but getting the 4/4 in play would have been huge. And there's a chance that giving them this extra time could lose them the game here.
And it looks like they are going to, after playing around memory lapse earlier, here they're sending the Spawn into it.
I don't mind playing into the memory lapse here as much, even though we played around it earlier, because now you're getting to double spell this turn still, and you are applying pressure with the Skyclave Sage. So, like, memory lapse is a lot less backbreaking when you're at least doing something while you're getting lapsed.
Interesting. Spawn resolves. The memory lapse, I think, is going to try to force through this creativity, but it requires a land.
Okay, and I assume, or are we not discarding Magma Opus? I assume we're discarding Magma Opus and then like mastering back Opus here.
That also is an incredibly powerful way to take care of business, and Doomblade can't stop that.
Well, Doomblade does make this lethal though. So like I think this is the line from our Jeskai player, but the Doomblade kills the token after we float mana with it, and then the Faceless Haven means that we're gonna get a game 3.
6 life is not much. It's like I blinked and that happened. Man,
Correct. Yeah,
Skyclave Shades add up.
yeah, the nickel and dimes from these 2 and 3 power creatures are really strong. And something that's definitely worth noting here too is that if you're Beetle, our player waiting for this match in the finals, you're really hoping the Jeskai player doesn't win. I think the Gruul player would much rather play against the black aggro deck.
Agreed. And wow, that's that. We're going to a final game 3 to decide who advances to the finals and who will have to take their third place prize and head over to coolstuffinc.com and spend some store credit.
We see more Inquisitions going in on the draw. I do. Yeah, well, we're trimming Spawn as well. Okay. It's interesting. It's a tough balance to strike in this matchup. And this is something that I felt from these discard decks before too, where it's strange that your removal spells and your discard spells are both good in the same matchups. Usually the way you construct your sideboard, you're one or the other. If your discard spells are good, your removal spells aren't, or vice versa. And the fact that you want both kind of creates some awkward tension where it feels like you have too many cards that are good.
Do you have anything anywhere? I think it's kind of clear from the choices here that they favor the discard a lot more, but do you have a side that you come down on as like a split that you look for?
I think favoring the discard spells is correct because the discard spells, in addition to disrupting the combo, can also take Sweltering Suns and Anger of the Gods. That being said, I vehemently disagree with the fact that we have Inquisitions in our deck over the Duresses. The fact that they're not taking Mizzix Masteries and Time Warps and stuff like that, like, because neither of them are taking Velocamist, right? This is actually a case where Duress is just strictly better.
Yep. Gotcha.
It's very rare in Magic that things are strictly better, but this is one of those cases where Duress hits everything Inquisition does, plus more.
So the Fable Passage on turn 2, cracking you get the mountain, leaves open, drawing a Dwarven Mine that makes a token. It took me a second to add that one up, but very kind of smooth heads-up play.
Another thing to consider here too is we see our mono black player having Go Blank in post board, and earlier discard spells increase the value of Go Blank because when your opponent's hand is thinner, they have fewer choices of what they're going to have to discard and what resources to keep with something like Go Blank.
Do you go for it here? Because if you tap out for the go blank, you could get comboed.
It's tough. I think the fact that you have the Gutter Bones you can put into play means that you can chill for a turn.
Okay.
Also, the fact that this is happening here, while the Prismari command is neat selection, it is also worth noting that they're putting themselves down a card with this selection, right? Like you're spending a card to draw 2, discard 2, which also plays into Go Blank running them out of resources.
Did you catch how many lore holds are in the deck?
There are 3 copies of Lord.
All right. We are playing with fire, down to 1 left. There's the mine.
Okay, and the mine means that this brainstorm can find a what's it called, and gets completely savaged by a Doomblade. And honestly, from the mono black side, when you see the 2 dragons hit the bin there, it encourages you even more to hold up removal because it means you only have to kill 1 more, and they probably can't win the game at that point.
It's there, by the way.
Yeah.
We could see Sleeping Pill go for it.
Okay, and we're playing Dwarven Mines defensively here, and I think that's correct. Like, because again, Sleeping Pill knows what our mono black player knows, Quarian here, that if this Velocimist dies, that's it, we're done. Lights are out.
Yep. Gonna hide the creativity in the library and buy some time.
I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't see Dwarven Mine block a thing and then shock the other to just wipe the Gutter Bones out.
Sleeping Pill doesn't seem concerned with the pressure. It seems really focused on the combo. Okay, now we're going after a Gutter Bones.
I assume we're ditching Mine Time Warp here.
Is there the mana with like a memory lapse off the top that gets the job done? I think so.
Yeah, memory lapse would do it here.
Into the Royal? That doesn't do the same thing.
Nope. And now, like, you ditched your other Dwarven Mine, so like you can't really even afford to play this one out because if they kill the token, you get into trouble.
Oh, thinking about doing it.
Honestly, if I'm Quarian here, I Murder Strider in a turn.
Yeah, we're not going for the treasure because the dragon would just die. Royal is a nice bridge card that you can just bounce the Gutter Bones and get deeper.
Do you want to draw a card? I wouldn't hate drawing a card either, I suppose.
Just activating Castle? Gotcha.
Because you need to get rid of this dwarf so your Gutter Bones can connect so you can draw another Gutter Bones.
Yeah, it's true.
And I think at this point, you're just committed to, okay, this is, so we're going to kick this here.
There's the lapse.
But if you lapse, you don't have a token anymore. So like you're banking on drawing your 3rd Dwarven Mine.
Yeah.
I think you got it, right? That's the out.
I think so. I don't think it gets much better. Once you're running on empty, you're in a lot of trouble. You need something like Prismari Command, make a treasure, and then top deck again. Brainstorm.
That's 3 redraws. Okay, I mean, there's a Sweltering Suns. That Sweltering Suns means you don't die imminently. You have some time to figure things out.
With a Go Blank looming, should we be putting creativity and Suns on top?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a good point. Are we just casting Sweltering Suns this turn?
Yeah, then you're empty-handed, right? Go Blank doesn't.
Yeah, I think you just put creativity on top. You play Passage, you Sweltering Suns, and then you draw creativity and you crack the fetch to shuffle the Triumph and give yourself more chances at Dwarven Mine.
It is scary to have a crucial card sitting in your hand waiting for the thing to target against a deck full of discard spells.
That's true. We might actually see, we're actually only 1 land off of casting Velocimist. We might see just a shuffle here in general and just try and draw the last dragon.
By the way, yeah, the last dragon. 2 were already discarded.
Honestly, I'd probably just play the Murderous Rider here. I guess it's worth noting we might be considering playing Go Blank as a 3-mana Tormod script too to cut Mizzix Mastery off as an out.
Yep.
Is a consideration. I don't think, do we have Magma Opus in here? We
Do
do
we have
not.
knowledge of what that card might be? Because if there was a Mystics Mastery, would it have been cast last turn? Probably.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So you can be sure it's probably not a few things.
Okay, I mean that's a Velocimist later. Except we're never not going to have Doomblade up from here on out, right?
Yeah. This, like, probably need to find some things like Sweltering Suns, force the mana to be committed to do something else.
Yep.
That Knight is a good one.
Yeah, Knight's great here because now you get to not have your board die to a sweeper.
Cycle.
And you also get to add pressure.
Ooh.
So this is, we're 1 point short on the mono black side here. Which means we're only going to attack for 6. Yep. All right, we can hop to the left and skip to the right, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Anger is not going to finish off the Knight.
Yep.
And so I guess you draw a second Anger or Prismari command and we see another day?
Well, that doesn't do it either, right? Because you pump the Knight.
That's true. Yep.
The Knight's going up to a 6/7. We are short mana on casting, and all of our lands are tapped because, of course, they are. So we can't vision into anything particularly useful here. We can vision have 3 mana left over, but I don't think there's anything that we can vision into for 3 mana that gets us out of this situation.
Yep. Sleeping Pill made quite the journey and put on quite a show in this tournament. Had a lot of really fun battles, but it appears that we're coming to the end of the road.
Yep, and the gods are very angry, but not quite angry enough to best the Ebon Legion. It looks like our finals here is going to be Gruul Atarka's command versus mono black aggro here today for our grand finals. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We're up to almost 2,800 people in here today. I appreciate everybody dropping in.
Hi everyone. Of damage as well,
and
it does look like Gruul is on the play.
Our Gruul player showing us, in fact, why they were the most winningest person today so far. They were our last undefeated. However, both these players are 7-1 at this point, so they will be our 8-1. Sorry, will be playing just one match for the finals here.
Yep, Hamilton not going to throw away his shot here. Got to take that go first and run with it. Just spare a Sentinel there as well. I mean, look at all the acceleration, but where does the mana go? That's what I'm wondering. We might have a case of a lot of mana. Will we be able to use it for the next several turns?
Okay, and we see one of those Thoughtseize coming up here, and this is like the last turn where that could be useful. It'll be interesting to see if we choose to deploy 2 threats to the board here, if we choose to get Thoughtseize in while the getting is good.
If with caster vision with only 3 cards left and the action on the field, I think the Thoughtseize is a good call, and taking out the Crasher is big. So now it's up to Gruul to top deck more gas or have this Voltaic Brawler go the distance.
Yeah, you're looking for, if you're on the Gruul side, you're looking for things like Collected Company or Atarka's command from here, things that allow you to like generate a really big turn here potentially. And this 1/2 is just king on this board, right? Like you're attacking with your Voltaic Brawler and it gets to get in there, but then it's brick walled otherwise, the rest of your units.
Oh yeah, that's a 3/4 once you pump mana into it as well. Knight of the Ebon Legion, man, what a card!
What a card. Yep. And we'll see here if anything wants to trade with the Dread Wanderer, and if the Dread Wanderer doesn't get blocked, Spawn of Mayhem gets to come down perhaps. Oh, I'm gonna go for the double spell. That makes sense. Kind of go wide to match here, even if the Skyclave Shade can't block just yet.
That's a hit.
Okay.
That's how you do it.
Interesting that we elected to take the Robber of the Rich as opposed to the slightly bigger threat. I suppose it does get to draw a card here.
And you get
exile a land. Yep.
Oops. And of course, you only get access to that card if you find another rogue to attack. But I guess you have the Sentinel, which is actually a rogue.
Yep. A little bit of neat synergy there. One thing to note, while the Dread Wanderer technically comes back here, that's still a good trade for our Gruul player in terms of tempo, for sure.
Dread Wanderer, I believe, has to be down to like 1 card to come back. Interesting, not blocking the Shade, leaving Spawn of Mayhem on the menu.
Yep, this is a huge deal here. You can offer the trade with Bone Crusher Giant. I assume they're not going to take it. I guess it's tough because like your life total's going pretty low here.
6 life with Spawn plinking you 1 a turn. Your opponent has 5 creatures, I guess going down to 4, but still 1 card in hand, and a Ramanop Ruins on the battlefield.
Yeah, I guess the runes changes the calculus, huh? I think without the
Yeah.
runes, I might be inclined to go low and use my life total as a bit of a resource, but the runes making you at a virtual 4 instead of whatnot.
I was thinking about it, and I was starting to like it more just as the play was made. Chump blocking here with one of the knights.
Yeah, I love it a lot because now this Spawn of Mayhem gets to activate its flavor text here since we're below 10, which so it gets to get big enough to eat the Bone Crusher in combat now.
So Rankle is on the table. You could Inquisition nothing and get back Dread Wanderer. Rankle seems much better than that. You could also leave Knight available to activate, but I don't know if we can do much aggression. Skyclave Shade may as well attack. It can't block.
Aggressive Rankle
Rankle.
attack, I like it.
Wow. I mean, you can sack the Shade if you want to trade with a creature on board and make Atarka's command less of a powerful hit.
And Beetle here, just like using their life total as a resource, saying, okay, I'm going to peel something useful here or we're going to die. Notable that this does make the Knight of the Ebon Legion bigger, but ultimately that probably doesn't matter. I think the game's going to end before that becomes relevant.
There was the option to block with the Sentinel and avoid the Rankle hit if you were worried about the abilities, but choosing to keep the creatures on the board.
Honestly, something I might have liked is they could have traded something for the Skyclave Shade, and then if the Rankle wanted to make you sacrifice, you're okay with that.
Mm-hmm. Here comes the desert.
Because basically what happened now is our mono black player got to say, okay, you're trading with my Skyclave Shade, but you also took 3 damage from it.
Yep. Ramanop Ruins.
Not quite so lethal. And I think our mono black player here with Spawn of Mayhem really showing how it's able to play defense in these aggro matchups until it's ready to close the door.
Okay. Hoping that somehow 2 damage or enough damage to leave. Hoping that they don't play around the ruins or another Bone Crusher Giant, I think is the plan here. Hamilton just throwing it all at the opponent's face.
Hoping that maybe they don't want to trade the Knight of the Ebon Legion for the 3/2 here, and then that the Ramanap runes combined with the Spawn trigger gets to get them here. Basically trying to induce a mistake.
You gotta go for it. Just like his country, young, scrappy, and hungry.
And Atarka's command is like a card you just can't play around here because you're dead to it regardless, right? You can only block Brawler and Bone Crusher Giant, and then you take 7.
If you're in the seat and you see the Llanowar Elf held back, I mean, do you sniff out what it is?
Yeah, definitely. Because if it's Atarka's command, you know the Llanowar Elf's coming across, right?
Yep. I don't think there was a crafty, kind of sneaky other way to do it, but it was definitely there to read in the tea leaves if you wanted to.
Both players very quick to sideboard here, know exactly what they want to be doing. We see Regisaurs and Doomblades coming in on the mono black side. We see Skyclave Shade and discard spells coming out. We see Clothis and Pillar of Flames coming in on the Gruul side.
So Gruul was on the play, had Llanowar Elves, decent draw. Mono black was able to kind of slow it down and shore it up. So this definitely now feels like the mono black deck is very favored from here, because if you can steal game 1 on the play, you're feeling really good.
It is worth noting that while the Gruul player had a decent start, the lack of an Atarka's command to closing out, like they didn't have their Ember Cleave, basically, right? They didn't have their payoff to let them really go up big over the top, and their Collected Company was like only okay.
Another missing factor from that was Burning Tree Emissary, which enables some of the more explosive starts. It's in this hand, but there's no 1-drop.
The mono black hand isn't bad, but like, do you really want to like not have a 1-mana spell against the aggro deck?
Apparently, we are signed up to be the control gamer. Oh,
okay. Yeah, I mean, like when your Gruul opponent skips their first turn play, you like fist pump a little bit, and then there's a Burning Tree, and then the second Burning Tree, and you start sinking into your chair a little bit.
No more fist pumping. The fist is now back meekly in the lap, just hoping that we somehow claw through this. But it's so hard to do, right? I mean, the removal spells are 1 for 1 for 1.
Murderous Rider is not a great removal spell in this matchup. It's a 2/3 with lifelink most of the time, and you're not excited about it.
I guess you kill the Crasher and there's a bunch of 2/2s over there. Maybe you just play the 2/3 lifelink and hope to brick them.
Yep.
Robber stealing.
Yep. You gotta get rid of the Crasher because you need to be able to block here. Robber's still coming up bricks, but that doesn't really matter because, well, okay. Big dumb dino.
Wow.
It's a
All
thick
right.
boy.
I mean, that puts a dent in the battlefield.
Attack.
Maybe.
Draw. Oh, come
Oh,
on.
come on, draw. No, not Doomblade. Oh my gosh, that would have
they
been
could have drawn a
priceless.
Heartless Act. I'd have made him. I'd have done it. I ain't scared.
Mm-hmm.
I would have just drawn another land.
I think that is the spot though where you're supposed to try to turn your cards into damage.
Yeah, I mean they're only going to get more blockers from here, right?
Yep. Doesn't get better.
I suppose we could still try and draw Doomblade this turn. Excuse me?
Hello.
Oh, we're going to try and make them discard. I got it.
Robert can block this.
Now you don't want to block. You want to stomp the opponent's face when they make both players discard?
That's pretty sweet too. Unless you want to kill the Rankle, but I mean, it does feel like Hamilton I don't know. Isn't quite as convinced in being the beatdown here. Look at that draw.
The Lava Coil is an incredible draw. So, small mistake here, perhaps. Are we supposed to Lava Coil pre-combat? So that way we trample for 2 if they block our big thing. I guess they could not block, but then they go to 4. I can go either way on that. Maybe it's right.
If they go to 4, how do they get back in the game, though?
Well, I mean, they have these Lifelinkers in hand.
Yep, they gotta hope that this gets to stick around and do a thing. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of the pre-combat Lava Coil, but I don't know.
I think I like Beetle's line overall. I think the one thing I don't like is imagine if we had ignored the Rankle and stomped their face.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the line I would have liked to see different. I think the blocking was probably incorrect.
This is absurdly close though. The Rankle comes in and gets aggressive. And there you go. We're empty-handed and rumbling. There is a 2/3 lifelinker.
Yep. We might end up in a position here where, we're going to chump block just to keep our life total high. They're hoping Rankle can kind of drag them across the finish line here. The second 2/3 lifelinker is going to be good on this board full of angry grizzly bears. Okay, and because we chump blocked, we have enough life to Doomblade the Bone Crusher now.
Wow.
This mono black deck definitely seems like the real deal. Easily the breakout deck for our tournament here.
Pillar of Flame off the top in an awkward spot for that card.
Yeah, I mean, not only do we have the 3/3 Rankle here, but we also get to fire up Faceless Haven and eat something.
Or do we?
Spells? Really surprised here that we're going to go ahead and Murderous Friend or something. I feel like I would want to block and then Doomblade.
I'm trying to think if there's anything. I guess Atarka's command, but you still get to trade even in that case, and playing around Atarka's command probably isn't great. Look at what this is coming down to, though. This pillar can take out the Rankle, and we have a Llanowar Elf and a Ramunap Ruins facing a Faceless Haven. And two Faceless Havens.
The Murderous Rider is the real story of what's left, right? Because that lifelink is huge. There's another Doomblade.
The all Doomblades deck versus the creature deck.
You know, it's funny. When I play against Gruul, a Gruul deck like this, I usually refer to it as an all Doomblades on deck matchup. And definitely seeing that in action here.
And this might be like we're just closing in on the end of the tournament. No, there's a series of draws here.
I think we're ready to pivot at this point. I think we attack for 6, and we get to gain 2, and then they get to drop. They get to drop the knight.
Hamilton at the end. It's always the saddest part. You know it's coming, but at the end, he always throws away a shot. It's always right. Oh, every time.
Yep. And I don't think there's probably taking just a quick pause here to go over the Gruul list and find out, am I supposed to hold up Doomblade here? Am I good to play my knight? And I agree with the conclusion that just playing the knight out and getting the game over with is correct.
Yeah, I'm hoping something like a Glory Bringer could just fly in out of nowhere. But doesn't seem like it's on the table.
Waiting for the server until the very end.
It might add 1 to 2 seconds to your the time you're trying to run this tournament
Oh
in,
my
Jeff.
gosh. Could this steal it?
Can it?
Because this skull cracks. This does 3 and prevents the life gain.
Oh my, you're right.
Suddenly we have draws? Suddenly we have draws?
Can't gain life this turn. Take 3.
Go to 2.
I mean,
All
there's
right.
still a Doomblade. A haste creature won't do it. It has to be Bone Crusher or Command.
Another Raminap Runes does it. All right, suddenly.
Raminap Runes.
Esports.
Collected Company into 2 hasters.
Yep. Survey says, looking at the deck. Ah, it's the wrong desert. Why?
Oh.
All right, I'm going to go look and see if we're playing 4 runes. There is a 3-3 split of Hepshet Oasis and Raminap Runes. What a close set, right down to the wire. There, congrats to both our players, Quarian, on becoming our next Hooglandia Open champion. Congrats and condolences to our girl player, Wannabe Beetle, on falling in the finals after a very successful 7-0 run to start. Really sweet to see kind of the Gruul deck breaking out of kind of the Embercleave mold that it's been pigeonholed into for so long.
And bringing back some of that magic as nostalgia value in Atarka's command. A deck, we don't have Goblin Rabble Master, but we've got the Legion War Boss. We have Burning Tree Emissary. It feels like home, I think, for a lot of the Gruul aggro players.
As we just wrap up our tournament here today, I would just like to say thank you to Covert Go Blue for joining me for being my co-commentator today. Shout out to my wonderful wife for making everything run smoothly behind the scenes. Not only is she wrangling our own 3 small children today, but she wrangled 130 Magic players, children, whatever you want to call them, throughout the tournament, throughout the course of the day, getting everybody in and out of our feature matches. Shout out to CoolStuffInc.com for sponsoring our tournament and providing prizes for everything. And shout out to my buddy Mike, before I forget, for running our time-shifted feature matches behind the scenes for all of the earlier rounds. It looks like we banged out 11 rounds of Magic in under 7 hours today. You love to see it.